Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General, signed by the Deputy of the Governor-General.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. October 19, 2017, Stephen Wallace, Deputy of the Governor-General. Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B, setting out the sums required to defray expenses for fiscal year March 31st, 2018, and pursuant to Standing Order to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons. October 19th, 2017, Stephen Wallace, Deputy for the Governor-General.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The report calls for a one-week extension on the order of reference to the committee in 2016 regarding immigration to Atlantic Canada, M39.
Move concurrence in the 13th report later this day.
Dépôt de projet de loi, éminents des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, following the usual consultations among all parties, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented earlier today, be concurred in.
Honourable Member, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, childcare is a key and important issue to people in my community, and I am pleased today to be able to present a petition that was started by Sarah Earhart of Toronto East Enders for Childcare. They are seeking high-quality, affordable childcare and relief for middle-income families by raising the childcare expenses deduction upper limit to $28,000 per year, which is in line with the actual childcare fees in the City of Toronto. In fact, it's about $100 a day for an infant in the City of Toronto. I'd like to thank Shirley Hudson-Hill and Amanda Monday for their work in advocacy in preparing this petition.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Ways and Means. Consideration of Ways and Means Motion number 17 to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures.
Ms. Monsef for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mrs. Bibeau, moves that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sadjan.
Mr. Sadjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Bertanzi.
Mr. Bertanzi.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Mr. Chiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anand Desangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Sharia.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Desmond.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mats, Gui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Irvin.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bachas, Les Etchemins Lévy.
Mr. Blaney, Belchas, Les Etchemins, Lévy.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Town.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr.
Mr.
Nader.
Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island,
Ms.
Powell River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 111, 111.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act.
Good at things.
Order. Order. I'd ask all members to make their way to whatever business they have for the next part of their day. If you're not staying in the House for debate on government business.
Immediately, right now.
There are 4 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for report stage of Bill C-24. Motions numbered 1 to 4 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les...
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 4 to the House.
Motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Ms. Boucher, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Ms. Boucher, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Motion number 3, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Ms. Boucher, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 3. And motion number 4, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Ms. Boucher, moves that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Debate. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I am happy that I can rise today to speak to my report stage amendments on Bill C-24. There are 4 main amendments that really would, in a major way, adjust this bill. This is, in all ways, a very poor bill that would have a detrimental effect, not only to what we're doing here in the House of Commons, but just as importantly, what's happening across the country in terms of regional economic development. I want to begin by just recapping what Bill C-24 does. Essentially, Bill C-24 papers over the ministerial changes that the Liberals made when they took office 2 years ago. 2 years later, they're here in Parliament asking us to bless what they did. To remind the House what those changes are, first of all, the Liberals are seeking to give ministers of state full ministerial status and full ministerial salaries to boot. And secondly, what this bill does is permanently scrap the 6 regional development ministerial positions. They've also added a provision to let them swear in the future an additional 3 full-rank ministers yet to be named. We can only imagine what they may have planned with those 3 additional ministers. But, Mr. Speaker, let me begin. There's only 10 minutes, so I'm going to just speak briefly about one of the issues that I've spoken about before, and that is the elimination of the economic regional development ministers. It's something that has not gotten a lot of media profile, but something for those of us who aren't from Ottawa or Toronto or representing Toronto areas, for those of us from Western Canada, from the Atlantic provinces, from Quebec, from Northern Canada. This is a huge blow to what is happening in our areas, whereby we had ministers in previous governments, previous Conservative governments and Liberal governments, we had ministers who were directly responsible for their regional economic development portfolio. That meant that they would be able to, at the cabinet table, speak directly to issues surrounding their regions, and they would be in charge of their regional economic development agency. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a decision that he wanted to change that, and let me quote what the Prime Minister said this summer in Charlottetown. He told an interviewer that his decision to appoint one minister from Toronto to run all of the economic development agencies, for example, ACOA, was, and I quote, a way of reducing the kind of politics that we've seen from regional development agencies. Mr. Speaker, what a cynical slur, not just against, at that moment, Atlantic Canadians, but it was actually across all of the regional development areas and the regions of this country. To somehow suggest that ministers from Quebec, ministers from Western Canada, ministers from Northern Canada, ministers from Atlantic Canada could not advocate for their regions and bring issues and good projects forward without it becoming political shows that he has zero confidence in the rest of his ministers and seems to only think that one minister from Toronto is able to get the balance right between representing the regions, making solid decisions and not being political. Mr. Speaker, I think that there's so much more to be said on this, but I will have to wait till I give my speech at third reading to talk a little bit more about the regional economic development minister issue. I do want to go to another part of this bill, Bill C-24, when the government House Leader introduced this, and she hailed this as a bill that would equalize the status of ministers. Members will recall the great fanfare about gender equality, a gender-equal cabinet when the Liberals took office, because it's 2015, we were told, was the reason. And then, lo and behold, the fine print was released, and it turned out that the junior ministers of state roles were all assigned to, guess what, women. Yeah, but don't worry, the Liberals said, even though we're giving all the women the smaller roles, it's okay, because we're going to pay them just as much as the full ministers get. In fact, PMO Communications Director is quoted in the Toronto Star saying, "We need to change from a status perspective to their salaries so that they get full ministerial salaries." Wow, thanks a lot. You know what, don't worry, ladies, you're going to get the junior role, but we're going to pay you for the full role. But you won't actually be able to bring full ministerial memos to cabinet. You're not going to have deputy ministers. You're not going to have a full portfolio. But don't worry your pretty little heads, because you're going to get paid the full amounts. Boy, oh boy, what an insult, an absolute insult. But you know what? Don't take my word for it. And there's a professor that testified, Margot Young, a law professor from the University of British Columbia, with a specialty in gender equality. She appeared before the Government Operations Committee. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what she said. For starters, she said, and I quote, "This particular piece of legislation really doesn't, as far as I can see, have much to do with gender equality." To those Liberals who showed us in platitudes, the professor said, "Don't describe something that is clearly not about gender equality as speaking to gender equality. That's disingenuous." And she said, as for that, because it's 2015 quip, the professor told the committee, "It loses a key leadership moment to articulate and shape opinion about what it really means to actually have a woman in position of equality, in position of leadership, and a position of power." And I think that that's where we have seen from the very beginning, this Prime Minister is very good at quips and saying the right thing, but in following through on his actions when it comes to many, many issues, but specifically today we're talking about being a feminist and treating women equally. We have seen a lot of talk, but not always a lot of action and substance. So the Liberals are definitely obsessed with optics, but when something is presented or framed, it is of the utmost concern. This is how Professor Young graded their efforts on Bill C-24. She said, "I think to frame it as a piece of legislation that speaks substantively to the issue of gender equality in cabinet composition is wrong and it's dangerous." It sounds, Mr. Speaker, like she gave this bill an F as far as gender equality, and that was the main point that she was talking about. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I think that there are many areas where we've seen this Prime Minister fail as far as gender equality, and as I mentioned, in this specific one where these ministers are given junior portfolios, but they then are not given the full responsibility. You know, we've seen this on a number of other times where we have a Prime Minister who has an opportunity to really stand up and take direct action that will help women. I'm thinking of a couple of examples that come to mind. Helping Yazidi women and girls who are tormented, persecuted, and much, much worse. And this Prime Minister has had so many opportunities to allow them refuge and safety here in Canada, and he hasn't done it. Mr. Speaker, we've seen it, and this is a very difficult topic, but it has to be said. When most recently he removed female genital mutilation out of our citizenship guide. A very important message to send to the world that Canada is not a place where FGM will be tolerated or allowed. And instead of making that statement, he shied away. He got scared, he got worried, and so he withdrew it. We saw it previously with Liberals when they had an opportunity to stand up for women on reserves who didn't have property rights, a basic right. But Liberals get scared when the big bullies say, you know what, don't threaten us, don't threaten our power. The Liberals get scared, and the Prime Minister gets scared to stand up for women. So, listen, I believe that this bill in so many ways is wrong, certainly on the economic development side. But to send a message to women, and you know what, it's been 2 years in, I've seen some really good cabinet ministers, women cabinet ministers who maybe were given these positions because it was, as he said, 2015. And I think that many are growing and have grown, but we've also seen some of them put in positions where they have been destined to fail. And it's very disappointing to see. We need to, not just the government and the Prime Minister, but all of us need to stand up for women who truly need help, women who are systemically discriminated against and hurt. Many of those times that's in other countries. And instead of giving just lip service here in Canada by saying to a woman you can have an equal pay but you're not going to have equal responsibility is disingenuous. And it hurts the authentic feminist movement, which is really about true equality for women. And so this bill is damaging, and we are disappointed to see it continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for her speech. And though she's in the opposition, I do commend her. She provides a very strong leadership for her party in her role as Opposition House Leader, and certain she did the same thing around the cabinet table for Stephen Harper as Minister of State for Social Development. So my question is, if she was providing that strong leadership around the cabinet table, did she not have an equal voice? And if she had an equal voice, why should she have been paid less than other cabinet ministers around the table?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much for that question, and I'm happy to be able to explain what the difference was between being a Minister of State and being a full minister. I did not have my own deputy minister. I had a minister that, or my own deputy minister. I had a full-out cabinet minister who was in a sense, overriding what we were doing as a team. That absolutely made sense to me. I had a voice at the cabinet table, Mr. Speaker. We all had equal voices, but I didn't have a full department. I didn't have the ability to bring a memorandum to cabinet unless it was given to me by the minister. Now, you know what, Mr. Speaker, like some might say, well, that's an insult. No, it wasn't. I earned every single step that I made. And when you do that, you are able to stand with such confidence, with such knowledge, and that's not just women. There are men who are in junior positions who then are also able to do their job in every sector, build their way up. But you don't insult anybody by saying, we're going to pay you equal even though you're not going to do the same amount of work just because we think you can't handle the reality of working your way up to that position.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for explaining to the government the various tools that are at their disposal to build a cabinet, because I think part of the genesis of C-24 was really the Prime Minister and the people around him not understanding all the different tools that they had at their disposal in order to be able to build a cabinet, how they work, and the fact that there are different positions. So that's why when the bill first was tabled, we had thought that it might have something to do with gender equity. That was the context out of which the bill came, as he rightly explained, that the Prime Minister had screwed up, essentially, in terms of his commitment to gender parity at the cabinet table. If it's not about that, then the struggle is to define the relevant sense of equal. And I'm just wondering, we haven't been able to find in our study of the bill any relevant sense of equal in which this really makes ministers more equal in a way that they aren't already. I'm just wondering, has your study of the bill led you to find what that relevant sense of equal might be?
Opposition House Leader.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Manitoba for that question. I think he makes a very good point. That in fact there is nothing in this bill that actually makes cabinet ministers equal. And so if you take the gender issue out of it, then what is the point? So I think we know what the point is. The point, again, is the Liberals wanting to make it look like they're doing something. They touted their gender equity cabinet, their equal cabinet, but it actually wasn't. And so now they're trying to sugarcoat over it with giving equal salaries. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, then add to it the regional economic development part of this, add to it that they want to have additional ministers. I think this was a poorly thought-out bill at the very early stages of this government's, when they were first elected, their mandate. I think that they've made a mistake with this bill, and now they don't really know what to do with it. I think they should scrap it.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
When the Prime Minister first announced his cabinet in November 2015, something odd happened. Rather than letting the CVs of people like the former Minister of Health and the Justice Minister, who, while I don't agree with their politics, arguably have very strong CVs, they've definitely earned their place in cabinet. Rather than letting that just speak for themselves, what did the Prime Minister do? Rather than just letting that gender-balanced cabinet speak for itself, he had to come out and make it about himself with a big announcement the day before about gender equity. Similarly, his wife posted on International Women's Day this longing picture of her looking at her husband saying, on International Women's Day, we celebrate men. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if my colleague can elaborate about how damaging it is when somebody purports to be a feminist and instead makes it about himself.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you. You know what? I think it's most damaging for many young women and women who are just beginning, and they're looking for mentors. They're looking for leadership, not only from other women but from men. And it is very damaging to see the Prime Minister of Canada be so disingenuous. And again, when he has opportunities to help women, to make real substantive changes and act to help women, he doesn't. And it always does seem to be about the soundbite. And I think it's most damaging for young women, frankly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill C-24, a bill that will formalize in statute the one-tier ministry that was sworn in on November 4th, 2015, and ensure this government and future governments have the flexibility to deliver on their commitments to Canadians. To recap what has been explained previously about Bill C-24, the Salaries Act authorizes the payment out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund of a ministerial salary to individuals who have been appointed to a ministerial position in the Act. Currently, there are 35 ministerial positions listed in the Salaries Act, including the position of the Prime Minister. The list of the Salaries Act ministers changes from time to time to align with the priorities of the government of the day and the Prime Minister's preference with respect to the composition of their ministry. This is not new, Mr. Speaker. Legislation amending the list of Salaries Act ministers was enacted in 2005, 2012, and 2013. Canada needs a modern, agile, and flexible government that's organized in a way that is suited to delivering on its priorities and commitments. These amendments will help us do that. This bill would do away with certain administrative distinctions by adding to the Salaries Act 5 key ministerial posts, which are currently in the ministry, but as Minister of State appointments. Conventionally, ministers of state have been considered junior ministers because they have most often been appointed to assist other ministers with their portfolio responsibilities. However, this isn't the case in the current ministry, where ministers of state have been given by mandate letter and legal instruments their own responsibilities and authorities specific to subject matter areas that are important to this government and to Canadians. The 5 new ministerial positions to be added to the Act are the Minister of la Francophonie, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Science, Minister of the Status of Women, and the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Our government believes that these are important positions for Canadians and to our economy and therefore merit full ministerial status. Formalizing these 5 appointments as ministers in full standing reflects the importance of the subject matter and the expectations placed on those individuals who occupy those ministerial positions. Once these positions are added to the Salaries Act with the enactment of Bill C-24, the orders in Council that will assign these ministers to assist other ministers will be repealed. I would now like to take a moment to address the question about whether or not there would be incremental costs associated with the 8 new positions to the Salaries Act. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, there are no incremental costs associated with the current ministry. The ministers currently appointed as ministers of state, receive the same salary as their cabinet colleagues and have office budgets commensurate with their responsibilities. This will not change under this legislation. Legislation does, however, increase the number of ministerial positions that could be paid under the Salaries Act by 2, from 35 to 37, including the position of Prime Minister. But it is important to note that the current ministry is comprised of the Prime Minister and 30 ministers. This is a stark contrast to the ministry under Stephen Harper, which at one point was comprised of 40 members, the largest in Canadian history. This bill is not fundamentally aimed at growing the ministry. Its goal is to simply formalize in legislation the composition of the current ministry and to modernize the Act to enable a more flexible and adaptive ministries in the future. It has been asked, why is it important that the Minister of Science, Minister of the Francophonie, not have the legal title of Minister of State for Science or Minister of State for la Francophonie? Why not just continue with the current framework under the current Act? To be clear, Mr. Speaker, these ministers are not junior ministers. Our government wants to send a strong signal to Canadians that this government has a one-tier cabinet and that these new positions and their mandates are essential to delivering our commitments we made to Canadians. We want to remove distracting administrative distinctions. However, Bill C-24 amendments are not just about addressing government priorities in the immediate term. We also want to ensure that future ministries can be structured in a way that meet emerging priorities. That is why Bill C-24 also updates the Salaries Act to enable a modern, adaptive ministry. These are achieved by adding 3 untitled ministerial positions to provide the government with the capacity to deliver on future priorities. These 3 positions can be filled and titled at the Prime Minister's discretion. They offer a degree of flexibility to the Prime Minister to design cabinet that responds to emerging challenges and priorities without having to resort to Minister of State appointments. Furthermore, the alignment of all regional development agencies under one portfolio, especially under the Minister responsible for national economic development, is another example. We now have regional national expertise working together under one roof. By adopting this change, we allow for better synergy and provide the flexibility needed to make real impact in communities across Canada. The regional development agencies continue their hard and valued work in each region. They, for example, support small and medium-sized enterprises and help them become more innovative, productive, and export-oriented. The synergy among them will help grow the economy and allow RDAs to deliver the results that Canadians in all regions of the country expect. I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that removing regional development positions from the Salaries Act does not affect the regional development agencies or eliminate the need for ministerial oversight of them. On the contrary, ministers will continue to be appointed to these positions. In this ministry, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development will continue to be responsible for all regional development agencies. Finally, the legislation also changes the legal title of the Minister of Infrastructure, Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to reflect the fact that the Prime Minister has taken on the role of Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, these changes formalize in statute the current composition of the ministry and build a degree of flexibility in the future. These amendments address administrative constraints in the current legislation and catch it up with the structure of the ministry as it operates today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on the timing of this legislation. It seems like so many other instances where the government has responded to concerns of Canadians. An example, the Minister of Finance now deciding to put his assets in blind trusts. They've now decided to roll back some of the tax changes they were fully planning to implement that hurt middle-class Canadians, and also the implementation of the small business tax reduction was in response to concerns of Canadians and of the opposition in this House. And I note that he's indicating that this is a good intention that the government had. However, it was a decision made after it was realized that a number of these positions were actually being held by women, were not truly at the full cabinet level, and now have come up with this decision. So what would I like to know from the member who spoke to us was, when did they suddenly come to the realization that they needed these positions to move into a position of full cabinet?
Well, member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for talking about the small business tax credit, which is a promise we delivered on, but I'll address the main part of her question, which was on the timing. The ministry was appointed a month and a half before Parliament even sat. The Prime Minister's intention was always to have equal voices at the Cabinet table, and this legislation reflects the Prime Minister's intention and his commitment to Canadians to have an equal Cabinet and an equal ministry. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In his remarks, the member for St. Catharines said that one of the effects of Bill C-24 would be to do away with administrative distinctions between ministers, but of course, Bill C-24 actually establishes a new kind of minister. Instead of having ministers simpliciter, we'll now also have ministers for whom a department is designated. If the difference between a minister and a minister for whom a department is designated isn't administrative, what is the difference?
Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Again, I'll repeat my answer to the previous question. This is about our commitment to Canadians, and what the Prime Minister stood for was a cabinet that was equal, that was balanced, that all voices at the cabinet table were equal and being brought forth, and the ministry and the legislation that reflects the ministry should reflect the commitments of Canadians, the priorities of Canadians, and should allow for more flexibility for this Prime Minister and future Prime Ministers to make as priorities change, issues come up, and this will allow greater flexibility and agility in future ministries as well. Thank you.
I saw two more members standing. We'll try to get you both in. The honourable member for St. Catharines is responding pretty quickly here. So the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I never miss an opportunity to hear a speech in the House from the member from St. Catharines. He does such an eloquent job of delivering them. But following on the comments made by the Conservative member prior, talking about the government responding to Canadians. Well, I mean, isn't that the whole point of a government, to respond, to consult with Canadians, to fully understand the impacts that they might have, and then to make sure that their legislation fits in line with that? I'm wondering if the member from St. Catharines can comment on the importance of consultation with Canadians as we develop this legislation and any legislation for that matter.
Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's been interesting in my 2 years here, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his question. It's been interesting in my time here. Depending on the issue, Mr. Speaker, we get criticised by the opposition for consulting Canadians on one hand, and then on the other hand, when there's a significant consultation, we get criticised for not consulting enough, which we followed a government that didn't really consult at all. This is of fundamental importance to this government. This is an issue in terms of a commitment to Canadians that the Prime Minister made, that the ministry will be equal, that the voices around the table will have an equal voice, that it be more flexible. And I hear some laughter from the other side, from the Conservatives, and I appreciate that they may not see portfolios such as Minister responsible for the status of women or Minister responsible for persons with disabilities as an issue or as a issue of importance, but they are for this government, Mr. Speaker, and this legislation reflects that.
Dernière question, la députée de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talks about equal voices in cabinet, but a member who's not a minister can attend a cabinet meeting on request on a specific issue. So whether you're a minister or not, you can attend those meetings. Secondly, the member says that under Harper, well, now there are equal sharing of the responsibilities with the mandate letters and so on. And my question is that difference reflected on the ground? For example, will there be a deputy minister? Will there be a memorandum to cabinet? Will he have officials? Will he have a department? If a minister has none of those things, then there's no difference. This bill would make no difference. Now, a member for St. Catharines.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, and I'm the ministers around the cabinet table provide equal voices. There's issues of significant importance to this government. The work that currently the Minister of Labour, the work that she did as Minister responsible for the status of women to raise the issue of gender-based violence. The work of the Minister of International Development in the Francophonie has been incredible on the world stage. The Minister of Science to bring back the importance of science after 10 years of darkness. These are important issues. These are important ministers. These are important voices at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose, with respect to Bill C-24, the government actually deserves a kind of congratulation for having achieved something truly unique. Because typically, when the government presents legislation, if you're an opposition party examining that legislation, you'll either find something to vehemently oppose or something to support. There's something at stake in the legislation, and opposition parties can expect that after the legislation passes, something will be different in Canadian law that matters. Usually government legislation makes a difference. But this government has found a way to produce a bill that whether it passes or not, virtually everything will stay the same. Never, I think, has the government, unless some past government has achieved something similar, managed to creatively waste the time of Parliament in the way that this government has. And so I suppose that's a kind of achievement. It's not the kind of achievement I think Canadians expect from their government, but it is a form of achievement, and I'd like to recognize it for what it is, Mr. Speaker. So congratulations where congratulations are due. They probably don't want to put that in their householder, though. And the reason why this bill ultimately, I think, has come to be seen upon reflection and study on our part anyway, as a colossal waste of time, is because it just doesn't manage to achieve any of the objectives that the government set out for the bill. So what are some of those objectives? Well, initially, and I won't harp too much on this point because we've heard about it already in some of the speeches in the House, we thought that this might actually have to do with the Prime Minister's commitment to gender parity in Cabinet. But we've got Liberals on the record at committee categorically denying that this bill has anything to do with gender parity. No. It's not about that, they said. Okay, fine. So then I'm not quite sure what it is about. Well, they point to the press release that was issued when the bill was presented that talks about making all ministers equal and establishing a one-tier ministry. Well, what could that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, one-tier ministry where all ministers are equal. I guess that would mean that they all get called minister, but of course that's happening already. You have ministers that are technically ministers of state under the Act, but they've been styled as ministers, so you didn't need this legislation in order to be able to call them ministers. You might say, well, they'll get paid the same. But of course, again, those ministers that are technically ministers of state are already getting paid the same. Whether or not they should be is an open question. They do have different administrative responsibilities, and it's not abnormal to pay people based on the level of administrative responsibility that they have within an organization. So fine, you don't need the legislation to do that. It's not clear that it should be done in the first place. But what other sense of equal could there be? We've heard from Liberals that this is about taking all ministers seriously at the Cabinet table, and then that causes one to wonder at the superficiality of the Prime Minister, who has to introduce legislation to call his ministers of state ministers just to help him take them seriously at the Cabinet table. I mean, that's really weird. And of course, parliamentarians are always happy to help the Prime Minister do his job better, but this seems like an excessive burden for Parliament just to have the Prime Minister take the very people he named to Cabinet seriously at the Cabinet table. So that, it seems to me, is not a great reason for us to be here today discussing this bill. So what other senses of equality are left, Mr. Speaker? Well, administrative responsibility, I suppose, is what's left. But this act doesn't change the fact that in a myriad of ways, different ministers have different levels of administrative responsibility. So Ministers of state are essentially going to be migrated over to a new category that's been created called ministers for whom a department is designated. Well, what are the characteristic features of a minister for whom a department is designated? Well, they have the resources that they use in order to do their job carved out of the department of a minister who actually has a department. They don't have their own department. That's decided by another minister. That sounds a lot like what goes on more or less already with ministers of state. And moreover, you have departments, even with full ministers, that answer to other ministers, like the Ministry of, or the Department of Global Affairs, for instance, where the Minister of Foreign Affairs is the top minister. And it's very clear that in the legislation that the Minister of International Trade and the Minister of International Development answer to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And they can't do whatever it is they would like to do in their capacity of minister without the concurrence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Well, this legislation doesn't speak to that at all, Mr. Speaker. And so you will continue to have a two-tier ministry in the sense of administrative responsibility and ministers answering to other ministers. This does not create an equal cabinet in that sense. That's okay. That's not an issue of principle. No one except the Liberals have come up with the idea that it's somehow wrong in principle to have an organizational structure where some ministers answer to other ministers, because that makes sense within the context of a department. And by the time you run that whole circuit, Mr. Speaker, you've pretty much exhausted the senses of equal, I think, that you could address within legislation, and even some that you can't. And this bill does nothing. What it does do is cause some collateral damage, which in itself is kind of interesting given the arguments of the government, because it gets rid of the ability of future governments to establish separate regional economic development ministries. And we believe that there's value in that, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals don't. That's fine. There are different ways of doing things. On balance, we think they've chosen an inferior one, but that's their right as a government. Canadians can judge them accordingly. Why they would want to tie the hands of future governments with respect to allowing another government to be able to adopt a model where they have those separate regional economic development ministries, I don't know. And that is one negative consequence of this bill, and one that we do not support. But it's passing strange, because when at committee I asked the government House Leader why it was that they were getting rid of the ability of governments to have separate regional economic development ministries, what she said to me was that a goal of this legislation was to update the legal framework to reflect the current practices of government. Okay, well, it is a current practice of government that they got rid of all the separate regional economic development ministries. But then when I put to her the question why, if that's the goal of the legislation, they didn't eliminate as an option ministers of state, she had no answer. Because if the goal of the legislation is to reflect the current practices of government, and if this government has a principled objection to the use of ministers of state, and that's essentially what the argument is, that it's wrong to have ministers of state because it establishes a two-tier ministry. And that doesn't make sense as an argument for all sorts of other reasons that I've just enunciated in terms of two-tier aspects of the ministry that will persist past Bill C-24. But nevertheless, that's an argument of the government. Then they ought, by the logic of that argument, to be deleting provisions for ministers of state, because that is what it would take to have the legislation reflect the current practices of the government. But of course, they're not doing that. And I find that kind of strange. And never mind, the legislation establishes a whole other legal mechanism for what is a minister of state, essentially by another name. So they are not succeeding in establishing a one-tier ministry in all sorts of ways. They are not succeeding in updating the legislation to reflect the current practices of government. And those are the stated objectives of the bill. And to the extent that there are some other senses of equal in terms of pay and title, they haven't demonstrated that changes to the bill are necessary. And that's why it is very difficult to conclude, if you take the time to take this bill seriously, which is something I recommend to the government. I don't think they've tried that yet. And if you do, it is impossible to come to any other conclusion that this bill is a poor bill that doesn't meet its stated objectives. Its real objectives are not legal objectives, they're political objectives, which was to have an answer to the mistake of the Prime Minister, who failed initially to understand how to compose a cabinet and how to make it a cabinet with gender parity. That's the real thing about this bill. But we're not talking about that in this place. And from a legal perspective, this bill is a complete waste of time, Mr. Speaker. There's just no two ways about it.
Comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the thing is about the New Democrats and also the Conservatives, but more so the New Democrats, which are really somewhat disappointing. Let's put things into a reality check shortly after the last federal election. The Prime Minister says that in Canada we want to have a one-tier cabinet. That means if you sit around the cabinet table, your voice is equal. Now, we didn't want to have a 40-member cabinet like Stephen Harper. We wanted to have a 30-member cabinet. The good news was, for the first time in the history of Canada, we have gender parity. We have just as many females as males within the cabinet. That is actually good news. What's the first thing the New Democrats do? Look at ways in which they can be critical of having a gender-neutral cabinet. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. Recognize it for what it is. And this is a very positive progressive move forward. This is a good thing. The question I ask my colleagues from across the way, do they not believe in gender equality? Have they abandoned that principle because they see a Prime Minister that has actually acted on it, Mr. Speaker? What have they got against having equality sitting at the table, at the cabinet table? It's a good news story. Why are you opposing it?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Honestly, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that deserves a response, but the member from Winnipeg North is no stranger to wasting time in the House. It's understandable why he's so passionate about this particular bill.
Questions, commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I thought what he had to say was very interesting, and so I have the following question. Does he think that it's because of the current government's weakness, the Liberals' weakness, that they think what they have to do is somehow strengthen themselves by adding more ministers? When they say they want to establish equal voices, well, perhaps when we put questions in the House, they should use their voices to answer our questions. That would add more voices.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, on the issue of equal voices around the cabinet table, I think it's passing strange that the member for Winnipeg North actually wants to talk about this. We have Liberal colleagues who, on the committee, said that this bill has nothing to do with equal voices around the cabinet table. So I thought his remarks were rather strange, actually. And I'm going to remind him that if the Prime Minister were actually serious about having equal voices around the cabinet table, then all he would have to do is appoint same numbers of women and men, equal numbers of men and women as ministers around the cabinet table, and of ministers of state. The problem is that he only appointed women to ministers of state positions. And so that's how we ended up in this situation, where now the government needs to waste our time in Parliament in order to try and project this image of equality simply to make up for the mistakes of the Prime Minister. And I think that's a typical attitude on the part of this government. The Prime Minister could have simply corrected his mistake by changing the makeup of the cabinet. And then we could have spent more time on other bills that they themselves say are a priority for them, and they themselves say that they don't have enough time to discuss in the House of Commons. Look, we're here and we're talking about something that was completely unnecessary and that doesn't even achieve the stated goals. Why? I don't know. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-24. Now, I don't think it's a good bill because it attacks two specific points. First of all, it abolishes regional ministers, which I think are very important. And then there's this sort of caste being created, a caste system of ministers who don't all have equal tools for work. But let's just talk about ministers for regional development first. On this side of the House, we believe it's important to see Canada as one large entity. We are all Canadians, of course. And our country is absolutely magnificent. However, it covers a huge area of regions that all have their unique characteristics. Within each of those regions, you find differences. And that's why we feel on this side of the House that we need to preserve strong ministers in each and every one of these regions who are responsible for their economic development. Now, Mr. Speaker, this isn't anything new. This isn't anything complicated. All we've been doing is doing something that was created by William Lyon Mackenzie King in 1821. He decided that Minister Ernest Lapointe would be responsible for Quebec, for example. So the current Liberal government is undoing what one of its own predecessors started, quite effectively, actually. Once again, there's this bias that the Prime Minister has against certain situations. For example, let's come back to the ministers of regional development. The Prime Minister said that this is a way to reduce the kind of politics we've seen in regional development agencies. The Prime Minister said that. What is he talking about when he says this kind of politics? Perhaps he could have been a little more specific. What did he mean by that? Maybe he's referring to, for example, one of his predecessors, Jean Chrétien, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, or the Right Honourable Paul Martin. Maybe he's saying they didn't do things properly. Maybe that's what he's referring to when he says these kinds of politics. Does it mean that there was sort of favoritism happening within Liberal governments? Is that what he was referring to? Mr. Speaker, this is a really pretentious and arrogant attitude. And what it means is that people end up losing trust in the government, and they also feel offended, especially people in the region. So, with all due respect for the Minister of Economic Development, he's a minister from Toronto. Now, that's not a fault. If he were from Quebec, I would say the same thing. If he were from anywhere. If he were from Flin Flon, I'd say the same thing. It's normal and natural to be more focused on the region you come from. That's not politics. We're elected by people to represent them. But when you have a national mandate, you have to be able to think nationally. And I'll just give you one example. When you have one individual deciding on economic development, of course that person is going to look first towards the people he represents. It's just a fact. Here's an example. 1.5 years ago, Bombardier needed money from the taxpayers. It needed money from the provincial government and from the federal government. So the province made its decision. The federal government waited. Now, rather than give $1.3 million to Bombardier, what did the minister from Toronto do? Well, he did a loan of $135 million for the C-Series. And he also loaned $250 million to Bombardier for the Global 7000. But what the surprise is that Bombardier hadn't even asked for that initially. So what does this say? Well, the C-Series, you see, is being built in Montreal, and coincidentally, the Global 7000 series is being built near Toronto. So Toronto got 2 times more than Montreal. They didn't ask for anything for Toronto. Toronto got it, though. That's what happened. So when you don't have a minister who can advocate for regional interests, whether it's Quebec, whether it's Toronto, or whether it's in the Maritimes, it's obvious. It's obvious that, you know, the sun revolves around the minister who's responsible for that area. And you see, in this case, that it's always going to be in favor of the area that the minister comes from. In this case, Toronto. It's a natural reflex, and that's why we need strong ministers for each region. So by taking away those positions, he has weakened Canada's position. Now, I have considerable respect for the minister. And along with his colleague, the Minister of Transport, the minister from Quebec said, let's not be involved in Bill C-62 in Quebec. Now, there's a minister. I would congratulate those ministers. They are senior ministers in the government, and they both said that bill regards Quebec. It doesn't regard Ottawa. And that's what the Conservatives have been saying for a long time. I have to say that this is very important, and it contrasts with what the Prime Minister said, because yesterday the Prime Minister said that bill makes no sense, etc., etc. However, a week earlier, before the election in Lac-Saint-Jean, he said, well, we have to respect the jurisdictions of provinces. In any case, I'm just going to stop that tangent and move on to the topic at hand.
The Prime Minister told me, look at families, don't look at Quebec. You're not the Minister for Quebec. That doesn't make any sense. You're a member from Quebec. Who's going to defend the region of Quebec and the province of Quebec at the Council of Ministers, if not a member from Quebec? The Prime Minister told me you're not there for that, you're there for families. What is this government about? It makes no sense. It's insulting the memory of William Lyon Mackenzie. Régis Labaume, the current mayor of Quebec, said, this doesn't make any sense. When I have a problem, I would call Denis and we'd solve it. Denis being Denis Lebel, who was mayor for Lac-Saint-Jean until recently. What was happening in these kinds of situations? It's normal for somebody to have a point of view when they sit at cabinet. With all the respect that I have for the minister from Toronto, the Minister of Economic Development, it's impossible to know the details of every single region. We need to help Quebec as appropriate. If you were to ask me what's the difference between Milton and Barrie, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I can tell you what the difference between Trois-Rivières and Sherbrooke. It takes somebody from there to explain it. We need someone to make the right choices. That's why it is important to have regional economic development ministers. Unfortunately, in this approach that I would qualify as arrogance from the government, it doesn't make any sense. Another point is that we're putting junior ministers with senior ministers' salaries without the attached responsibilities. And it affects women directly. It's unfortunate because this approach, which in theory wanted to improve things, improves nothing but image. It really changes nothing. Whereas we, the Conservatives, are very proud of our historic record when it comes to the role that women can and must play in public administration. It is our party that had the first woman member of the House of Commons, Ellen Fairclough, from Hamilton. This lady was the first minister of the Canadian government under the Right Honourable Diefenbaker. And she had important responsibilities such as citizenship and immigration. And this lady passed away at the age of 99 years old. We are very proud of this woman. We were the first government under Joe Clark who appointed the first woman to the prestigious position of Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honourable MacDonald. And Ms. MacDonald had to deal with one of the most serious crises in terms of international development.
Under her leadership, Canada welcomed, at the time of the terrifying crisis that was striking the United States, American diplomats who had hidden themselves in the Canadian Embassy in Iran. And that was under Flora MacDonald, a Conservative Minister of Foreign Affairs, that those individuals were able to be evacuated from that country that was at war, that was dealing with a deep social crisis, and the American authorities could do nothing. We were the first party to have the first woman minister, and we had Rona Ambrose, the first parliamentary leader of the opposition, who is remarkably efficient. I think my time has run out, and so I would be happy to answer my colleagues' questions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. He keeps referring to the Minister from Toronto, and I think he's referring to the Minister of Innovation. I think his constituents would disagree with that title because it's a completely different city, and I'm not sure why he's referring to Toronto in the pejorative. Perhaps that's why they didn't win any seats in that city. But that's beside the point. We have regional development agencies, and the Honourable Member, I'm sure, knows that the Canadian economy works in concert. Why shouldn't there be one minister working with developing parts of the country, one voice, one strategy to work together with perspectives from caucus and from the agencies that will remain? Why isn't this a better strategy?
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
To have a local voice to speak about local investment and speaking first and foremost for local development of economic. This is exactly what this minister should do. Yes, at the end of the day, you will have a minister who will decide from coast to coast. But first, Mr. Speaker, you must have someone from the area who can define exactly what is the priorities and what is good for his province, what is good for his area, what is good for his people. Then make the recommendation to the cabinet who will decide at the end of the day. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, we shall have regional representation strong enough to defend each and every region of this grand country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's always a pleasure to hear him, even when our ideas don't match up, as may be the case this morning. In the general public, our lexicon of ministers of this and that, it's somewhat difficult to understand. I know that sometimes the comparisons aren't very good, but I might have one that would work. I come from the world of teaching, and I get the impression that C24 is like saying, well, in a school, there's principals, there's class monitors, there's teachers, there's people who operate the labs, but as everyone works in teaching, everybody will have the same salary. Is it as absurd as that, this model that they are putting forward? The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues. We agree perhaps on two things, that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and that's about all we agree on. And he can tell that I am kidding. It's worrisome to see that the only equality we have is on a salary level, but not on a factual level. These ministers will not have the same authority. Junior ministers don't have the ability to go and make effective binding decisions. As the members from Beauport-Limoilou said, this is nothing but a facade. We are making all the ministers sit at the same level, but we know very well that when one does not have a deputy minister, when one does not have a department working under your orders and your responsibility, and there are no executive decisions, well, I'm sorry, but you are not a senior minister, except on a pay scale.
For Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my esteemed colleague from Louis-Saint-Laurent for his great conversation and his participation in this. As my colleague knows, I come from a rural riding. I come from Saskatchewan in the southeast corner where we have we call rural, where unfortunately parts of the Liberal government believe that rural Canada belongs to communities of 100,000 people. And places like Kitchener-Waterloo, which are now no longer rural areas, but are urban. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more from my colleague as to what he has to say when he talks about these ministers of that represent regions and comment on that, how that represents the rural parts of Canada.
Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
My honourable colleague, for which I pay all my respect day after day, for sure. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that Canada is a great country, and we shall recognize each and every region, each and every area. That's not true that Canada is only focused on cities, as it's not true that we shall focus only on regional. We have to work together. We have to listen to the people. We have to make decisions based for the best interest of everyone, but first and foremost, thinking for the people who live in rural area, in city, in neighborhood, whatever. We want to take it seriously. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when you put aside regional cabinet minister responsible for each and every region of Canada, well, you decide for one size fits all. And what things could happen in this situation is, yes, you will put in first and foremost big city instead of rural Canada, and that's not good for Canada, that's not good for Canadian unity, but first and foremost, that's not good for Canadians.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in the debate on Bill C-24, which will amend the Salaries Act. I have the great privilege of representing my riding in this House since January 23rd, 2006, and the Liberals have been in place since 2015, and I will say that the way they are doing things is an aberration and an insult. Since the arrival of this Liberal government, regions, families, businesses, several sectors of the economy are suffering. Everyone is paying for it except for the little Liberal clique. Believe me, Canadians never expected to be duped in this way after the election. First of all, I want to tell citizens from Lévis-Lotbinière that only the Conservatives will continue to fight tirelessly to reveal the problems of the old Liberal culture, and we will certainly fight against the practices of Liberal ministers, such as the Minister of Finance, who is lacking in ethics and who is filling his pockets with his family fortune in his tax haven in Barbados. We can talk about the Minister of Finance for some time, but I will just give him some advice. Even if he wants us to avoid talking about his personal finances in this House, Canadians expect that those who have functions at the upper levels of government are required to respect transparency. They're also required to be responsible and to inspire trust as indicated in the spirit of the Conflict of Interest Act. In this House, we need to obey this act, including all ministers of this government. There's a principle in Canadian justice that no one can plead ignorance before the law in order to avoid having that law applied to them. Mr. Speaker, it is only under the Liberal era that we've had to deal with a government of such hypocrisy, but worse than anything, it's really disconcerting that Bill C-24 is creating 8 new positions for Liberal ministers. Last year, at the same time, we saw preferential treatment given to people who were able to give more money to the party and who were able to get the ear of various ministers, which set aside a significant proportion of the Canadian public to the benefit of a minority. C-24, it officially eliminates the positions of 6 ministers of state responsible for regional economic development agencies and delegates it to 1 minister alone, a preferred minister, of course, and we are very, very concerned about how that will impact regions. How can a single minister replace 5 others and be aware of the realities of our regions, including those in Quebec? Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of visiting Quebec's regions, and I can tell you that, like all the others, we have our own distinct realities like any other region. This summer, the Prime Minister said that the appointment of a minister in Toronto would be responsible for all the regional economic development agencies, and he said this would be a way of reducing the kind of politics we've always seen in regional development agencies. What a joke. We've known for some time that It's from Toronto that the strings are going to be pulled to direct our country and not the office of the Prime Minister, which explains the great influence of the Minister of Finance, who is untouchable in this government, and we don't understand why. The Prime Minister is adding insult to injury with these cynical words on Canadians in the Atlantic regions, saying that a minister from Toronto can direct a COA because of the type of politics that exists in Atlantic Canada. As the government made the same changes for the Quebec Regional Development Agency, is the Prime Minister willing to say the same thing about Quebecers? The committee, dominated by Liberals, who are responsible for studying Bill C-24, did not hear a single witness about the plan intending to abolish the positions of Ministers of Regional Development. That's not an acceptable type of politics from a government that claims that it is making evidence-based decisions. Contrary to the Liberals, Conservatives will fight for representation and appropriate regional responsibility without insulting Canada's regions. In a democratic country, the least we can offer is the right to be heard. Could you imagine that we are seeing something we've never seen before? Bill C-58, which limits access to information in Canada, is just another example of complacency and lack of transparency from this Liberal government, which is shameful for Canadians. The Committee for Government Operations only heard one leader from the government of the House and one professor when it studied the bill. It's insulting Canadians' intelligence and our fundamental freedom of expression by expecting, as a participant in the decision-making process, to create a policy. Since when do we make these kinds of decisions in Canada? It requires a great deal of arrogance to dare to make such an important decision without consulting people who are closest to the realities on the ground that are unique to each region. As though this were not enough, Bill C-24 lightly changes the Salaries Act in order to ensure equal salary for all ministers. This ensures that junior ministers are going to earn the same salary as ministers with more senior responsibilities, even though they won't have more responsibilities. It's surprising when we see this move, when we observe their lack of results. We have to wonder if there's a single minister that is able to get results to ensure economic prosperity in Canada. On this side of the House, we believe that taxpayers' money belongs to taxpayers and not to the Liberal Party. I would rather choose my own investments than to see the Liberals choose for me. New ministers announced by this government are just additional rewards to their friends, and these budgets are not going to be beneficial for Canadians as a whole. The work of the official critics on this side of the House is more productive and does not cost more for Canada. Also, the Minister of Revenue does not even know what's going on in her own department, as she said, which I observed again yesterday. One can only conclude that the jaws of the trap are closing on her or on the Minister of Finance. We see this government is really letting itself go. This Liberal government has decided not to defend democracy, to be accountable, has decided not to be committed, has decided not to protect anyone regardless of their status, is not living up to its governmental responsibilities, and is not living up to protecting the common good by elevating a minority over it. And worst of all is its refusal to support future generations that it is throwing into a financial void by giving money to taxpayers. The government is just setting up a smokescreen because the reality is that the government never gives money and it is borrowing it on the future of our children. The $2,500 per year that on the backs of taxpayers for the next 30 years to come with interest, in the end, that's $100,000 more per Canadian family. That's going to be left to future generations by this government on the other side. It's shameful. Only the Conservatives can guarantee financial balance that will eliminate the deficit and not living on credit that future generations will pay. We'll never be able to say it enough, but this government thinks it's above the law, and it has to be caught before admitting its errors. This government is anything but responsible, open, and transparent. the problems that required the minister to explain himself before the ethics commissioner are multiplying. We see now that the Liberals are asking Parliament to approve the appointment of 3 future mystery ministers. To conclude, I will say that I often speak to get answers from this government, like many others. I am lost in the dark, in the Liberal fog, a fog that is so thick that I'm very concerned it's going to be blended with the smoke caused from marijuana. I will conclude by saying that too many Liberal decisions remain unjustifiable, have no conscience, do not respect their moral duty, have no ethics, and do not follow any logic. And it costs quite a bit too much, with a whole parade of preferential ministers, when in the end it's the official opposition that's doing all the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, Aurora. It's probably not in that order, but.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that this is a very important conversation, and one that we need to have, and it was fantastic to hear from the member opposite about the Conservative perspective on the value and the job that the ministers are doing. And I would like to understand how he's characterizing that certain ministers are doing less and have less contribution to make and less responsibility than other ministers. I'd like to understand the factual basis that he's using to evaluate that. And we in this government believe that a minister is a minister is a minister. They all have a very important role to do and therefore should be paid commensurately and equally for equal pay for equal work. If the member opposite could give us some idea of why he feels that not all ministers are created equal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Unfortunately, perhaps she did not notice in her government all the ministers do not do the same work. They don't all have same opportunity to do the same work, especially, unfortunately, by taking ministers of state who could have been regional ministers with economic development regions, for example, for Quebec, for the Atlantic, for Ontario, for Western Canada. These ministers were really closer to the reality of people and businesses to do economic development. We're doing economic development region by region with the priorities of every region. Right now, with this Liberal government, there's not a single minister who is able to have a full vision. These ministers no longer exist, therefore, Canadians are not able to effectively communicate with their government. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I am a champion of pay equity between men and women, but I think that equity is equal pay for work of equal value. But if I understand C-24 correctly, there isn't work of equal value being done, so there's no reason to have equal pay. Our salaries as members are publicly public knowledge, but with a minimum wage of $15 an hour, which is obviously no fortune, how is it that it's not the work that's being assessed or evaluated in C-24 instead of the titles? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I'm very happy to answer my colleague and go even further. The official critic on this side of the House, we work a lot harder than some ministers opposite. We in the opposition and the NDP, some of our critics work a lot harder than ministers. And those ministers don't even reveal the injustices committed by their own government. We work very hard here on the opposition, and we're not paid 1 cent more as critics. It's volunteer work. We do it for the benefit of Canadians, and we don't cost very much, but we sure do a good job. Questions and comments?
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm somewhat surprised by the comments. I think that every member inside the House of Commons does their very best in terms of performing for their constituents. At least I like to believe so. And at the end of the day, all members work hard. There's a designation that's made for ministers because of the additional responsibilities that is given to them in terms of government policy and so forth. And that is something in which I think has been fairly well recognized. I'm asking if the member across the way is suggesting that opposition members that have critic portfolios should also be receiving an additional honorarium. Is that something in which is Conservative policy?
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but that's not at all what I was getting at. I was just saying that there are some ministers on the other side that are nowhere to be seen. We don't know what they even do. They're not making any apparent contribution. Some of them work hard and we know what they do, but others are real shadow ministers. We have shadow ministers on this side, but on that side they're truly shadow ministers. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take the floor. I'd like to spend a few seconds to say to the people in Beauport-Limoilou who are listening that I'm very disappointed with what the finance minister did this week. I would have expected, once Canadians learned that he had misled them, that he hadn't put his shares in Morneau Shepell in a blind trust. I seriously expected the minister to apologize. I was expecting him to stand up at the very first opportunity, answering questions last Thursday, I think it was. I expected him to say, I apologize. And not only that, I expected him to say that the extra profits that I've made since I've been in office, I'm going to donate them to charity. That's the least he could have done. He's an extremely wealthy man. He could have done that, and I don't think it would have affected his retirement savings one bit. And when it comes to C-24, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to deal with the issue of ministers and administrative changes that are meaningless. Just very quickly, I'd like to also broach the subject of economic development. So the position of minister responsible for economic development is being abolished. Those are crucial positions. Crucial because most Canadians live in cities now, but those positions are still crucial because the voices of rural Canadians are increasingly going unheard. They're disappearing. So the presence of ministers responsible for regions, for regional economic development regions, whether it's the Atlantic, Quebec, the West, or whatever, those voices will be lost. There'll be no ministers anymore representing the regions. No ministers at the cabinet table representing the regional voice in Canada. The first thing they did was take all those people and get rid of the regional representation, and instead they're centralizing the decision-making within one single individual, and that is the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. That's a Toronto minister. And that shows that it's being centralized. A big contract was given to a company in Mississauga for Northern Ontario development. That's their type of policy. This spring, a Liberals Atlantic subcommittee indicated that processing times for ACOA were 3 times longer since a Toronto minister was appointed. And that's obviously because one minister for economic development in Toronto is completely swamped. He's overwhelmed with the work. And that's why we need independent regional economic development ministers. They focus on development within one region only. So it's very disappointing that the Prime Minister has scrapped those positions of regional economic development ministers. Another problem with C-24, I spoke to this bill, I think, 6 months ago or so, near the end of the spring session, And at the time, well, it wasn't that long ago, but I was still a member of the Standing Committee on Government Operations. And that's an important committee, an imposing committee. It was quite a learning curve for me. A lot of financial and economic issues are examined by that committee. They look at budget and government operations. And on that committee, every 4 or 5 months, we review the supplementary estimates, i.e. the votes to as the end of the fiscal year approaches. Now, I don't remember if it was vote A, vote B, vote C, or whatever, but I think it was Treasury Board. This government, after it was elected, immediately sought to increase the salary of ministers of state, as this bill currently proposes to do. In order to do that, you usually have to table legislation like they're doing today, the bill we're debating, so a Salaries Act dealing with ministers' salaries, but that's not what they've done for the past 2 years. They took a shortcut. They went through the supplementary estimates, and they had these votes passed by the committee for 2 years in a row. We Conservatives were a minority on the committee, so we couldn't stop it. But if it was so important, if this bill were so important, if it were true that this bill was all about equity, pay equity, as between men and women in cabinet, well then why did they use a backroom bypass to increase those salaries? Why didn't they come up with Bill C-24 immediately when they took office? If it was so important to them to have pay equity as between men and women, they could have tabled this bill as a priority right in the beginning. Because that's one thing that surprised me the most in all of this. The member opposite, who I respect highly, she said, a minister is a minister is a minister. Well, that's extreme extrapolation. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, sure, but I'm not sure a minister is a minister is a minister. That's a bit extreme. It's a bit of an exaggeration. But what I find distasteful in all this is that clearly a minister of state is not at all of the same status as another minister. The question is simple. Do they have a deputy minister? No, and this bill is not going to change that. Ministers of state will still not have deputy ministers. They will not have offices with some 40-odd staff members to support them. They will not be able to submit memorandums to cabinet to set out issues. And above all, they will have no officials reporting to them. For example, at National Defense, the minister has 80,000 officials reporting to him, about 20,000 civilians, and then military officials too. It's 100,000 people in total. But a minister of state doesn't have 100,000 officials to direct. Ministers of state will not run an institution, a place. They will not have an office somewhere. For example, if you go across the Ottawa River, that beautiful river, you'll see a building, a huge building, where it says Public Services and Procurement. There must be at least 10,000 people who work there. Ministers of state don't have buildings. They don't have any of the prerequisites that would establish that they're at the same level or status as another minister. There's nothing wrong with this, but ministers of state, quite simply, do not have the same task, the same role, the same responsibility as a minister. It's incredible. The member opposite admitted it 100 times, talking about administrative changes. That's all this is, an administrative change. The minister responsible for the francophonie will not have a building with 10,000 officials. She will not have an office. She will not have office staff that report to her. She will not be able to submit MCs. So the issues are, and a minister of state the portfolio will not be chock full of weighty issues either. One of my colleagues reminded me of something too. They're not equal. It's just simply not true. You can't pretend that the finance minister is on an equal footing with the Minister of Heritage, even though I would prefer Heritage to finance myself for a portfolio. But the House Leader is a minister and also minister responsible for small business. So some ministers have more portfolios than others. They have more responsibilities. It's straightforward. It's simple. Another thing I wanted to say, perhaps on a more philosophical note, Mr. Speaker, is that imposing parity on cabinet has some dangers associated with it, because what does it mean ultimately legally? It means that never in the future will you have a 100% female cabinet. This is a good way for the Prime Minister of Canada to make sure that we will never see a cabinet made up entirely of women. And in fact, I think this might be a way of trying to prevent women from getting ahead in politics. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an interesting way to wind up his comments by saying 100% female cabinet, something which no doubt would be a wonderful thing to see, and hopefully maybe we'll see that at some point in the future. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we recognize that it was Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper actually had the largest cabinet in the history of Canada, right? Well, that is a reality, and the member seems to be fixated on the size of the department that matters. And, you can't compare in terms of the magnitude or the size of a department, let's say the Department of Defense compared to, let's say, Department of Democratic Reform, and so forth. It's when you sit around that cabinet table and you have each minister has a responsibility for developing and advancing government policy around that cabinet table. Those ministers, those so-called junior ministers that the Conservatives want to be sticking on, we see ministers as equals, that there is only one tier of ministers. We understand that the Harper government didn't see it that way. Things have changed. There is a one tier of cabinet ministers today. So their voices around that table are equal, no matter what the size of the department is. There's a variance in size in all of the different departments, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member is, when those cabinet ministers are sitting around the cabinet table, at the very least, no matter what the size of their department, would he not agree that they should have an equal vote? At least under this Prime Minister, that is the case. Would he not advocate that that should be the case?
The honourable member for Beauport-Rimouski.
The bill doesn't speak about equal vote; it speaks about equal voice. I'll tell you something interesting. When I was an intern in the Prime Minister's office, I had the greatest honor in my life to be part of a cabinet meeting, and I was completely astounded to see MPs, not ministers, MPs enter the room to be part of the meeting, stand up, give their opinion on the discussion, and ministers acknowledging and say, "Wow, this is the direction we should take." That's equal voice. They don't need a title. They don't need a ministry. Yeah. Those MPs have equal voice. Equal voice around a cabinet table has nothing to do with which ministry you have, sir. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank that member for his remarks just now, and sort of carry on the theme, because I think this has been one of the interesting windows into the Liberal mind that we've gotten into C24, is that, here we have a Prime Minister ostensibly bringing legislation forward by their own lights to help them take their own cabinet ministers seriously. Because presumably, if they didn't have the title minister, the Prime Minister would dismiss their voice at the cabinet. He would say, well, you're not serious. You're called a Minister of State, so I don't care what you say. It's not as important as what these other people say. That tells us something not about the legislation or the composition of the cabinet. That tells us something about the Prime Minister. And it makes me wonder. Now, I know the Prime Minister might not be the only one not to take the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader seriously, but it does make me wonder if the Prime Minister is able to take him seriously, because he's not a minister. So what does that mean for parliamentary secretaries in the Liberal caucus? What does that mean for Liberal backbenchers? What does it mean for Liberal chairs of committees? They're not called ministers. Are we to understand that we have a Prime Minister that doesn't take good ideas seriously? He just takes the title of the person who's talking seriously? Is that the lesson of C-24?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
And I must put forward a great example, Winston Churchill, when he was Minister of the Royal Navy in 1918. He went on the ship, and things were not going as it should have gone. So he went to see the commanders, and he said, "Put all men on boards, I want to speak with them." He said, "Oh, Mr. Churchill, you never speak to soldiers." He said, "No, I want to speak to the soldiers." And he went to see one of the lowest rank of a Marine that was there, and he asked him, "What should be our plan to go get out of this mess right now?" And so the soldier told him his plan, and Churchill turned around and told the highest ranking officer, said, "That's what you're going to do." And since then, in Occidental armies, we have this kind of practice where everybody listens. I was in the army, I know. Commanders always ask their soldier, what should we do? After they decide, of course. But, so yeah, you're right, sir. In this government, they don't listen to people that don't have any title. Under Harper government, Harper used to listen to everyone.
Before resuming debate, I just want to remind the honourable members, I noticed the conversation kind of went across the floor there, speaking to each other. I just want to remind the honourable members to address their comments through the chair, just so that we can keep some semblance of decorum in the room. It just makes it a lot easier on the speaker, and you don't want to upset the speaker, I'm sure. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to be joining this, what's becoming a more spirited debate. And I want to just reflect for a moment on something the member from Elmwood-Transcona said when he called this debate a creative waste of time. I don't think there's a better description of C-24 so far. I really don't believe there's a better way to describe it. In fact, I was also reflecting on the Minister of Finance's approach to the small business tax changes he had, which I would call creative destruction of wealth. I don't think there's been ever a Minister of Finance who's been this creative in attempting to destroy so much wealth. Hear, hear. So I wanted to mention that because I think it was worth reflecting on, because it's an old tune that keeps replaying. And the best Yiddish proverb I could come up with to describe what the Liberal government is doing and continues to do, especially on C-24, is to every new song one can find an old tune. And this is the old tune of the same old Liberal Party. Nothing has changed. They're back to doing the same old things. If you are a Liberal, they will take care of you. And if you're anybody else, if you're a small business owner, you are going to feel the pain. Like we saw in the Fraser Institute report, the average Canadian is now paying $800 more in taxes. After-tax income is down, and that should be the best metric for the government. But instead of dealing with economic issues, we're debating pay hikes for ministers. In fact, pay hikes they've already received, because as the member for Beauport-Limoilou mentioned, they already took care of their own. They already took care of their pay. And of course, every time a Liberal government talks about transparency, it talks about equity, it talks about fairness, taxpayers pay more. They never pay less. They just pay more. There's more money going out. So instead of lowering the pay, dropping the pay of all the ministers down to the pay of a Minister of State, which they could have done, which there would have been fairness and equity, they chose to raise everybody's pay. And many members have mentioned this before. This is an administrative change. In fact, the main argument of the government right now is this is just an administrative change. Why are we debating this? We could ask the same question. Yes, why are we debating this? We're debating it because the government has put this forward. They're saying this is the important issue of the day, not NAFTA negotiations, not agricultural legislation, not another free trade agreement, small business taxation, mortgage rules. No, it's pay hikes for Liberal ministers. That's what they want to talk about. In fact, there's much vaunted attempt to talk about transparency. There's 3 mystery ministers. And in the previous debate when I participated on this at second reading, very late in the evening in June, I talked about the different types of ministries they could set up. This government purposefully did not put forward a minister responsible for seniors, something that many seniors associations have asked for. They don't have one. They could perhaps they could have some of these ministers come forward to help the Minister of Finance deal with the ethics shield. Maybe a minister for ethics shields would be really good to stand there. And in case anybody from Morneau Chapelle or Bombardier or anything related comes up, this minister for ethics shields would come up to the Minister of Finance to shield them from this trouble that it could get into. Perhaps that's what they should do. I mentioned in my previous debate, pay for performance. That's how we should be rating every single minister on that side. They're responsible to the Crown, but they're responsible to the House. For the mandate letters that the Prime Minister gave them, delivered to them, told them this is what you will do, and then you will deliver your results. But it's on behalf of this House, not just the members of that side, but the entire House. And the mandate letter is how we rate the effectiveness of a minister. And what we've been seeing so far is whenever a minister fails in this House, they're not fired. They get an ambassadorship. They get sent overseas. They get a pay increase. Like, you know, perhaps they'll get a pay increase like the ambassador of France who got a $120,000 pay increase above what a career diplomat would get. Perhaps they're a failed Liberal candidate who will be sent to the consulate in San Francisco and equally get double the pay for what a career diplomat would get in that role.
Shame.
Now they talk about, you know, the pay hikes will be for 5 ministers of state will be transferred to have a new title, which every single member here has mentioned this. It's just a title change. There's no effective change to their mandates. You know, and I said this, they talk about fairness, you know, they called it this adaptive bill. This is a modern bill. And it costs more to taxpayers every single time they mention those words. 30 ministers are supposedly equal. The member for Beauport-Limoilou raised a great point. The mandate letters are not equal. They are not equal in the workload. They are not equal in the content. Nobody can tell me that the government House leader has the same amount of work as, say, the Minister of Health. That government House leader has 2 mandate letters to deliver on. The Minister of Finance has an extremely long mandate letter with detailed tasks to undertake. Nobody can tell me that they bring the same workload on themselves and the members of their staff and the departments that they use as another minister with a smaller department and a smaller mandate. It's the content of the work that they're supposed to do. Of course they're all equal. They're all persons. They're all equal. But ministers are not created equal by the Prime Minister. They have different tasks, different roles, different priorities to undertake on behalf of the government to supposedly deliver on those promises. One of the promises we saw that they forgot at first, like the small business tax reduction that they canceled, now uncanceled, and now they're really committed to doing, but they haven't done it quite yet, is a great example of that. It's in the mandate letters where you truly find the value of a minister. You truly find the quality of ministers. You cannot tell me that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has the equal workload to, say, the Minister of Science, or let's say the Minister of Procurement. The workload is immense at this point in time because the mandate they are required to deliver on is far, far larger, which is why other ministers are then assigned to assist them with those tasks. I think in politics, we've all heard this before. It's a team sport. You play as a team, you lose as a team. I don't think there's any single individual who finds politics to be a solo adventure, a solo journey. But what they're saying on that side is we're going to treat everybody equally by title, but we're just going to keep piling on the workload whichever way the Prime Minister wants to. And the member for Beauport-Limoilou and the member for Elmwood-Transcona mentioned this. It's the delivering of the value, listening to the voices at the cabinet table, listening to other perspectives, has nothing to do with what is written into a law. It has everything to do with your personality, your character, and your leadership skills. Whether you choose or not to listen to an alternative point of view, or to listen to a minister who doesn't have a title, or even a member of parliament who comes in but they have subject matter knowledge, expertise in an area or in a field that perhaps the ministry lacks or the cabinet lacks, it is up to the leadership, ending with the Prime Minister, to bring them in and to hear what they have to say and to take that into account. Now, it's the same old tune, though, because in a lot of ways, a lot of these ministers are invisible. We've been watching this sideshow of the Minister of Finance answering some questions on small business taxation, but the minister responsible for small business has barely stood up in the House to speak to what probably is the most important change or impact on her particular mandate. Barely been allowed to speak to what will, in fact, make or break her success as a minister responsible for small business. You know, ministers come with departments, they come with buildings, they come with civil servants, they come with budgets that they're responsible for to manage. So nobody here can tell me that there's equality amongst the mandates and the ministers, equality of the tasks. I don't see that in the private sector either. When I was a director in a Human Resources Professional Association, I had a smaller budget than every single other director there. The value I brought, though, was I took care of corporate affairs for them and research for the membership, what members wanted. I had an equal voice at the table because my CEO, she allowed me to speak and to defend the points I had to make and to challenge others at the table when they were making mistakes. Now, that's all about leadership. You can't legislate leadership. And that's what they're trying to do with this.
Yeah.
You can't do that. It just doesn't work that way. So this entire debate, I think, is worthy, like I said before, of an episode of the Yes Minister series, which I love to quote here. And in fact, I'll make a suggestion to the government. They have there, as a central character, a Minister of Administrative Affairs. And I really think the government could use that. They could have that singular minister stand up and answer all questions in this House and defend all of the government's initiatives by simply saying that, you know, in time we will consider your ideas, and simply avoid answering all the questions like they have done so far, at times successfully and at times less so. But nobody can tell me that this pay hike for Liberal cabinet ministers is the issue of the day, is the issue of the month, that this is what Canadians at home are talking about. In fact, they are not, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very pleased to be voting against this bill at all stages. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I listened to the former speaker and the member from Elmwood Transcona, and they tried to give a false impression. They tried to give an impression that there's this elite from within, and those are the ones in which the Prime Minister listens to. And, you know, I listen to my constituents as the Prime Minister listens to Canadians. And that's where it starts from, listening to what people actually have to say that we represent in Canadians as a whole. And you'll see just to the degree in which we are listening by the actions that this government has taken. All one needs to do is just address the issue of the middle class and the many different government actions and responses from a wide variety of ministers, and you will see the reflections of what Canadians' needs are reflected in government policy. But at the cabinet level, that's where a group of individuals needs and is required to be able to meet. And that's where there are decisions that have to be made, and all sorts of consultations lead into that, Mr. Speaker. The speaker before me, or the presentation that we just heard, tries to give the impression that you have the hardest working person over here and you have the least working person here, and they should all be paid accordingly. That is what it is that the member across the way is suggesting. We're suggesting that there is a one tier of a minister. There is only 168 hours in any given week. All of us work very hard. Some of us have different responsibilities, and some of those responsibilities include some sort of remunerations, such as a cabinet minister, such as the leader of the official opposition. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that when it comes to those additional responsibilities, that they should be treated equally?
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, no, Mr. Speaker, it absolutely doesn't make any sense. If you're going to have equal pay for equal work, the work has to be equal.
There you go.
It has to be. The value assigned to it is up to his leadership on that side of the House. But the mandate letters that are delivered to each minister, are they going to be made equal? Are you going to punch in and punch out for each minister just to make sure that they put an equal amount of hours into their work? Well, no. We know that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, certain ministries require ministers to work far more hours, to involve way more people, and to have ministers dedicated to assist them in fulfilling their mandate letters, which is why they are different. That is the very basis of setting up a cabinet. And they're not achieving that. It's not working. And we see that with the poll numbers going down. We can see that Canadians are rejecting what they're getting from that side because they're not getting transparency and they are not getting accountability.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Very often, I think in this House, one of the challenges is we can get kind of internal in our focus, and we forget that we're here to actually legislate for the good of the people of Canada. And I've noticed with this Liberal government that increasingly their issues are about them, and it's not about the people of Canada. So while they're focused today here on the pay of people in their cabinet, I think there's a much larger issue of gender equality and struggles of people across this country. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question about people across Canada. If we really wanted to address an issue of equality, and particularly gender equality, I think we would expect to see a government that would be bringing policies forward that would actually help the millions of women and families on the ground in this country. The NDP has pushed for a policy of affordable childcare, as an example, of which there hasn't been a single space created by this government in the last 2 years, nor do we hear a word of that in the recent fiscal update. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what ideas does he have, or what does he hear from his constituents that would actually make a practical difference in their lives to help bring about greater equality, particularly for women in this country?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, in 45 seconds or less.
45 seconds, Mr. Speaker. That's time for maybe one Yiddish proverb at best, but I talked about an old tune from the Liberal government, and the old tune is it's all me, me, me. It's about, look at the nice socks that I have. Look at how great I am on Instagram. Look how good I look on Twitter. It's all about show business and no substance. People in my riding, and I know it's going to hurt the member for Vancouver Kingsway to hear this, but they want jobs. Energy jobs, pipelines, development of the oil sands. I come from a riding where families live there who work in the oil sands business, they work in energy, and that's the top priority. That's what I hear all the time from them. That's the number one thing that they want. They want good paying, middle class jobs, and they want the government to get out of the way, but they don't get that from this side, so I agree with the member on that. It's the me, me, me government. It's a great way to describe them. It's creatively wasting the time of the people of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to be able to rise. Well, pleased. I guess it depends on where you sit. Bill C-24, in my opinion, is simply a masquerade. What's being done is being done through the back door and the side door rather than through the front door, because this is something that Canadians are not very concerned about this. Now, this deals with adding more ministers. Maybe we need to think about the ministers that are there now. Maybe we should think about getting the work done ethically with the ministers who are there. Adding more ministers, including 3 who don't necessarily have a specific position yet, a portfolio, I think, once again, simply reflects the reflexes on the part of the Liberals to please their friends. It seems to be in their DNA. Because once again, it's Canadians who are going to pay for this. Now, when you're talking about equality, gender parity, well, everyone agrees that there should be equal pay for work of equal value. However, when ministers do not have the same amount of work, why would you pay them in the same way? Because in doing that, and by the way, we still haven't done the math, but in doing that, if you give everyone an equal salary, then that means they should have equal responsibility in terms of, for example, cars, size of department, staff. We're not talking about just 1 or 2 staffers. We're talking about several, because these involve important portfolios, and therefore you need the right amount of resources. Now, in terms of gender parity, well, Mr. Speaker, it's all very well to talk about gender parity, but whether you're a man or a woman, you have an ability to speak up as a human being. When there's gender parity, you should have that ability to speak up when you need to speak up, but you don't need to be a minister to do that. A member of Parliament, if that member of Parliament has an opportunity to speak, will speak. But now we have a Prime Minister just taking up all the airspace. And when he's here at question period, well, no one else has the ability to speak. He's the one who answers the questions. And yet there are ministers at his side. They're all equal. They're the ones telling us that they're all equal. Then why don't they have the right to speak? Mr. Speaker, that is dangerous. Now, they want to put other ministers in around the table. The Liberal government has found a way, while adding ministers, to remove ministers of regional development. So rather than appointing these new ministers, why don't you simply reestablish those ministers who were in touch with their regions? I don't have anything against the Minister of Economic Development, Mr. Speaker. I know he's in his ivory tower in Toronto. There are many others from Toronto as well. However, if I need to speak to him about what's happening in Saint-Irénée or Saint-Eustache, I doubt he will be familiar with those issues. He might even think those places are in Europe. Yet if I need to tell him that the producers in Saint-Aubin or Saint-Irénée are struggling to make ends meet, I don't think he'll really understand what I'm talking about. And that's what's absurd. They want to add ministers, but at the same time, they're taking away ministers who are important in our regions. So if he wants to add ministers, fine, but then put them in the regions. Put them where people need to be heard.
Earlier, I was listening to the Liberal spokesperson who was yelling a little bit loud to make us understand on this side of the House, from one side like the other, that we don't seem to understand anything, but I would suggest to him that he open his ears when we want equality between people, whether they be men or women. Let them have their place, the place that belongs to them. And not just a balloon full of hot air. We've already see a lot of that on Twitter. As for Instagram, I'm not there yet. And talking about the socks of the Prime Minister when he's visiting a business or something, I will say sincerely that it goes 20,000 feet over for my head. But when I hear from small and medium businesses and farmers and they're yelling about the trouble they're in, well, that I can understand. C-24, in my opinion, is a nice little bill that they picked out of a hat. Oh, it's Halloween that's coming, and this is what they pulled out. All that to not talk about real things, things that are of concern to us in the House, and that Canadians want to know about. If the Minister of Finance recused himself, for example, of all discussions that could have had even a small link with his responsibilities. This morning, we found out that Morneau Shepell has multiple contracts with various Canadian departments. And the Liberal Party on the other side wants to talk to us about C-24. Well, listen. Are we living a reality show here? We want to know real things. We want to know when they implemented the notion of economic development by region. They want ministers? Well, set them up. We need ministers that are solid. They need to come from various regions. They have people on the other side who I'm sure are reliable from the Atlantic regions, from Quebec. Well, maybe not from Quebec. Never mind. I think we have more representatives from Quebec than they do. But from everywhere else. Mr. Speaker, I find it insulting to present a bill like this one today, when the Canadian public needs answers to their questions. What we're doing today is really just a masquerade. Even the Liberals are saying in their own committees that they don't believe in this. And afterwards, those same MPs will rise to vote for that. So we're saying, when we talk about, oh, the Liberals, it's all free votes. Yeah, we heard that yesterday too. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that Bill C-24 does not have the intention that the Liberals want to make us believe that it does. Earlier, the representative for the Liberals on the other side was saying that he wants everything to be equal. Our 338 members here have equal voices. They are able to express themselves. They can speak. We can say what we have to say, but on the other side of the House, I would say that that's not the case, because every time we ask them to speak, it's always the same ones who do. It's as though members don't have the right to speak on the other side. Before putting forward or putting into effect a bill like this one, perhaps they should consult their own MPs, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
For St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her intervention today. She raised a couple of concerns. First, she says that this bill isn't important, and we'll have to agree to disagree on that. But I was wondering if she could raise the time that she expressed concern under the previous government when they twice amended the Salaries Act. Also, I was wondering if she could list the time she was concerned about the ministry increasing, if she could educate us to the past Parliament when she expressed concern to Prime Minister Harper when he had the largest cabinet in Canadian history, about 33% larger than this cabinet, when she expressed that outrage of the cabinet growing too large. If she could share that with the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer my colleague's question because I was Parliamentary Secretary in the Harper government and proud of it. If you want to increase ministers' salaries, they were all equal. They didn't increase the salaries of parliamentary secretaries. There were no gifts given to friends. What they're doing is just giving gifts to their friends to get them to be quiet, not to get them to speak up. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really liked my colleague's speech. Once again, I would like to insist on the art of setting salary. Usually it comes with some sort of list of responsibilities, and I've got difficulty imagining that ministers who don't have the same workload is equal work. But where I'm even more confused is that Bill C-24 seems to be presenting or suggesting that we create three new ministerial positions whose description of responsibilities is entirely unknown, but their salary will be the same as all the other ministers. By doing so, it's possible that this minister might have more work than a regular minister or a junior minister, but they would have the same salary. In my opinion, that means everyone in this place could have the same salary, because it would seem that the relationship between salary and the description of work to be done does not entirely correspond. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my fellow colleague from the NDP, and I very much agree with him. We're being led to believe, and this is the Liberal aberration, they have Bill C-24 by saying that they're going to create 3 new ministerial positions, but here in the House, nobody knows what those positions are going to be used for. Before voting on a bill like this one needs to know what those ministers are going to do. Are those ministers going to be working in the regions? It's important to have regional development. I have to vote against this bill because it's a bill is being presented by the Liberals who are not strong enough to present something like this one.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her contribution to this debate today. She, in her addressing the previous questioner, actually raised a point of consideration I think we all should have. For example, in this bill, the Liberals are proposing adding 3 mystery minister positions without naming them. First of all, that's not open, that's not transparent, that doesn't show the respect for this place. But also, recently, the government has instituted a new minister for Indigenous Services. So the question is the government adding 3 new positions on top of that? Or is one of those mystery ministers the new minister for Indigenous Services? I don't think the government has been clear, and if they're not being clear with us, they're not being clear with Canadians. What does the member think about this?
The
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my fellow MP. This bill is going nowhere. The Liberals firmly believe in it because from the beginning of the session, since we've been here more than 2 years ago, we're never sure where they want to go. Even they don't seem to know. And by setting up ministerial positions like that on paper, it's really cute, but it doesn't do the job. As my fellow member was saying earlier, my fellow member from Quebec, I can't name him. He's my best friend, but I can't name his riding. Lévis-Lobinière. On this side of the House, we're in the opposition. Everybody has the right to speak. Everybody's doing their job. We're doing our job here. We're asking questions here. Adding more ministers is worse because they're never going to answer any freaking questions.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to be speaking today on Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. And part of the reason that I'm happy to be speaking to this bill today is because it's the middle of the day. And the last time that I was speaking to this bill, I believe it was about 11:30 at night, and that was last spring, when the government decided that they needed to keep Parliament sitting until midnight every night for weeks and weeks and weeks, not because they were trying to bring forward any of the legislation that would cause them to keep their promises that they made in the campaign, but to fill the space, which I didn't think was very useful. And so the first thing I want to cover about this bill is the total hypocrisy of the government bringing this legislation forward at this time. This legislation will pay junior ministers the same as senior ministers, and it will remove 6 regional economic development positions and add 3 mystery positions. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that 2 years ago, the government already made those salaries the same. They already eliminated those economic development ministers, and so this is just the cover-up. Okay? And it shows a total disrespect for this Parliament. The government should be coming here to discuss issues of importance to Canadians, issues that are going to change the way we do Parliament, but instead the Liberal government goes and does whatever they want. They make decisions without consulting duly with Parliament, and then they try to cover up. This is not the first case of this nature. I remember when I was just a new parliamentarian and we were talking about the withdrawal of the CF-18s. Yeah. And I showed up with my speech on the first day to talk about this and found out they already withdrew them. So there was absolutely no point to debate it for 2 to 3 days, which we did anyway. They already withdrew it. They showed a total disrespect for the ability of Parliament to provide oversight. Can we talk about some of the other examples? The CADRA payment, $10.5 million to a terrorist, which obviously was very controversial in Canada. No consultation for that one. What about giving Bombardier $372 million? No consultation there either. And so this government continues to spend Canadians' money, make decisions about changes, and not consult. And then, when it's convenient, several years later, they'll come with a bill and ask us to get up and speak to it. So, that said, let me talk about the specifics of the bill. And I wish I'd had the opportunity to have all these comments before they already took their action. So, first of all, let's talk about making the junior ministers paid the same as the senior ministers. This has absolutely nothing to do with gender. In the real world, where people work in their professions, there are multiple different ways of evaluating jobs. We evaluate them on skills and experience, on level of responsibility, on the demands of the job, any isolation factors. All of these things are taken into account, and there's lots of different job scales you can go look at. The Hay Point scale, there's various like that. And so when we think about the ministers, let's look at the skills and experience of the ministers that we're talking about. Let's look at the responsibility level and see if there's a match there. And then we can also talk about competence, because in some cases people are paid more for their competence and the amazing things that they've been able to accomplish in the role. So first of all, if we talk about the status of women minister, for example, versus the finance minister. The finance minister is managing a budget of $373 billion. The status of women minister is got a far, far smaller budget. I mean, I know about 38 million of it, but it's hidden in so many pockets it's hard to add it all up because the government budgetary system is so confusing. But it's clear that if the finance minister, does something like, introduce unfair taxes or something like that, it could have a huge effect on small businesses. It could cause a health crisis when all the doctors leave the country. Those things are serious. The status of women, what impact will happen if she doesn't do her job properly? Really? I don't see it. We can talk about democratic reform versus the defense minister. Now, if the defense minister doesn't do his job, people die. We go to war with countries. We have serious situations develop, okay? When the democratic reform minister doesn't do their job, nobody notices. My colleagues in the NDP are correct. They did notice that this is not going to be the last election under first past the post. Let's think about the sports and disabilities minister versus the health minister. We could talk about that and the fact that, again, they're handling different levels of things. When the health minister doesn't do her job, this can be a huge thing for all Canadians because we all are impacted. Whereas the sports minister, seriously, I don't see that there's the same impact there. So obviously the responsibility level is different, and so the pay level should be different as well. Now, one really insulting thing I find about the way this government has organized the ministers, especially one of the junior ministers, is to put small business together with tourism, together with the House Leader role. Small businesses create 90% of the jobs in this country. So that is a huge, huge area of opportunity. That's something that's continually changing with the changing competitive environment in the U.S. And so a third of our House Leader on the Liberal side's time can be devoted to that. And tourism, which is supposed to be a great growth opportunity, and we hear all kinds of rhetoric about how great that will be for Canada's GDP and how much more there is to do, but there's only a third of that person to go do it. So that also doesn't really line up. Now, I don't really want to talk too much about the competence thing because, you know what, we've all had our bad days. But certainly, if I look at some of the junior ministers and the women that were put in those roles and the things that they were supposed to do, implementing the democratic reform, that didn't work out. If we think about what have we done as the Minister of Status of Women for women? Well, remember I was on the special committee that studied pay equity and made recommendations? In Budget 2017, how much money for pay equity? Zero. Okay? Zero. Government had a chance to do something, did nothing. What about, let's talk about eliminating violence against women and girls. Okay, so they gave $200 million to Iraq for economic development, but $100 million over 5 years to eliminate violence against women and girls. So for those that can't do math well, $20 million a year to eliminate violence against women and girls, and $200 million on the spur of the moment for economic development in another country. Seriously, okay? So competency, don't even take me there. Now, I've only got a few minutes left, so I do want to talk a little bit about the economic development regional ministers. So the idea was having these regional ministers would mean you'd get focus on areas of economic activity within those regions. So in Atlantic Canada, for example, perhaps they would have heard the voice of the Atlantic Canadians on Energy East if the Alcoa minister job hadn't been eliminated and moved to Mississauga. How about BC and Quebec? They're still waiting for a softwood lumber agreement, and they got nobody to advocate on their behalf for the jobs that have been lost, the 400,000 jobs that are threatened in that industry, in addition to the ones that have already been lost. 2 years on the file, absolutely nothing happened, because there's a logjam with the one position that filled in for those other 6 positions. Alberta has had their oil and gas industry totally decimated. Nobody there to stand up and defend that, because, again, it's all coming out of Mississauga. And then we talk about Ontario. We can talk about the Ontario manufacturing performance, the number of jobs that have been lost there, and that dismal performance. So really, I think it's a huge mistake to eliminate the regional development ministers, but again, was already done 2 years ago, so this is just the cover-up. If we talk about the 3 new ministers, I would have a couple suggestions. First of all, it would be great to have a minister for seniors, because seniors are struggling in our country. This government, goes on and on about the amazing GIS increase that they did, which is about $60 a month, when hydro in Ontario has gone up 130. This is nothing. Seniors need more focus. There's 1 in 6 of them now, and there'll be 1 in 4 in just a few years. Now, I'd also like to see a minister that would be dedicated to getting the independent watchdogs for this House hired. Because we've been, extending the ethics commissioner and the lobbying commissioner and all these people that are clearly not coming to any decisions anytime soon. It'd be nice to have a minister dedicated to making sure that this House had independent people to come and make sure that everything is happening according to the rules. And then finally, I'd say maybe a minister of math, because it looks like there's a big problem with math on this side of the House when they implement taxes that are supposed to increase taxes on the wealthy 1%, and they actually decrease them by over $1 billion, and don't even touch the Prime Minister. So with that, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while I do want to thank the honourable colleague from across the way for her speech, I am completely offended by the compare and contrast and the who will die and who will not die by that member's comments. When we're talking about status of women, and we're talking about women who struggle every single day to make ends meet, when we talk about women who are in shelters, when we talk about women who are abused, you know who stands up for those types of women? Is our Minister of Status of Women, who put together a plan to ensure that we have a gender-based violence strategy. So to say that one minister looks after lives, what does she say to her constituents who are part of that group of women who don't make it to the end of a week without struggling? What does she say to her constituents who fall into that group of women?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for the question. And when it comes to what the Status of Women Minister did about violence against women, let's just look at some of the numbers in this government. Remember, $20 million a year to eliminate violence against women, which impacts 1 in 3 Indigenous women, 1 in 4 Canadian women. But $12 billion given to other countries, $400 million more spent to collect Statistics Canada data. So does that tell you what priority this Liberal government is putting on violence against women? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to get into the debate as to which member of cabinet is more influential, more important, because sometimes that changes with personalities. We all know different cabinets take on different structures. Sometimes somebody with a so-called lower portfolio has more influence over the cabinet table or the Prime Minister. Although one way is to follow the money. That sometimes matters quite a bit. Ministers' portfolios that have a large department and large impact, as she pointed out, defense, finance, those are typically ministries that you then say have proportional influence. I guess the confusion I have over this whole bill, and I wonder if she can help me out here, because I'm often confused by Liberal doublespeak, or I'm not sure how you'd phrase this, because at committee, when this bill was going through, the question was put forward, is this about gender equality? Has this been put through a gender lens, this bill? Is that what this legislation is about? And the Liberals on the committee said, absolutely not. This bill is not about that. And then when the bill gets to the House, other Liberals stand up and say, this bill is everything about that. Can she help me out? Can she help Canadians understand what this bill is actually about that is consuming so many hours in the House of Commons? Is it about what Liberals say who are studying the bill? Is it about what Liberals didn't apply, which is a gender analysis lens to this piece of legislation, or virtually any piece of legislation, which they promised to do? Or is it about what Liberals are now saying it's about? Because the Prime Minister made this great commitment that the Cabinet would be balanced, and then a reporter pointed out that his Cabinet wasn't gender balanced, that he was including in the secretaries, the state level, the sort of traditionally what were called junior ministers, including in that number to make the Cabinet then look balanced. Is this not a sort of a repair of the claim to make what was not true now true by simply changing designations and the pay for each of the individual members of this now larger Cabinet?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent point. He's pointed out, the utter hypocrisy between what the Liberals are always saying and what they do, and the way the message changes as they go along. I mean, we saw this on the most recent disastrous tax changes that the finance minister introduced, where at the beginning he said, we're going after the wealthy 1%. People are not paying their fair share of taxes, and they were really strong on that and doubled down on that. And then when they started to see the huge fire that was created across Canada, it became, we're consulting with Canadians. We're going to listen to Canadians. And then when it became the climb down, it was, well, there's a few tweaks that we've got to make to our proposals. So we see the same thing here, that when this bill came forward, it was not about gender parity. And in reality, it shouldn't be about gender parity, because as we said, jobs are evaluated based on their skills and experience, based on their levels of responsibility, and there are many global systems that people use to determine what the pay grade should be based on those factors, not based on gender. But when it's convenient and the Prime Minister wants to look like a feminist, or he wants to look like he's doing the right thing, for the photo op and for the headline, not for the actual money on the bottom line that he's putting into the budget, then when it's convenient, he does do exactly what you have said, what the members said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for, I'm getting conflicting, I have different notes. Okay, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill. I had different information on my screen here.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, that was actually because I was slightly delayed getting here, and one of my colleagues was about to jump in the fray, and I thank him for that. Okay, so feminism. And the reason why this is material to this bill is because I've had colleagues in the Liberal Party have stood up and talked about the Prime Minister's feminist bona fides. I've had colleagues within my party talk about whether this bill is actually feminist, and colleagues from the NDP raise the same questions. And I want to have a bit more of an honest conversation today. So yesterday in the House of Commons, or 2 days ago, I believe, the Status of Women's Minister was asked a question by one of her colleagues in the Liberal backbench to talk about feminism and different slurs that were used, I guess. She stood up and made a reference to two things that have made the news recently, calling parliamentary colleagues Barbies. I've had the great pleasure of being called that before. In fact, an artist in Manitoba, who I understood actually had grants, I'm not sure at the time, from the Manitoba Arts Council, put together a movie that insinuated that I was a talking point Barbie. So I felt sympathy for that. And then also talked about a very derogatory term, feminazi, being used. The problem that I had with the Status of Minister's response was that she got up and she made a very glib comment that somehow I think was designed to absolve her party of guilt in this particular aspect. And to me, rather than being honest about the fact that none of us, to put it politely, are perfect in this regard, no party is fantastic about this. As the status of women's minister herself stood up very proudly, very glibly, ignored this key fact. I raised the comments made by one of her current colleagues. I could have raised the fact, if I had had more time to find the quote, that I believe that one of her colleagues alluded to, or may have suggested or insinuated that one of my colleagues was akin to a stripper. There are members of my colleagues opposite who are now sitting on the independent benches for various reasons. So, we're all uncomfortable here now, and we should be. Because when we talk about being feminists and we talk about standing up for women's rights, we can't pay lip service, we can't make it a partisan issue. And that's what we do here over and over and over again. So I'm not going to stand here and pretend that my party has been perfect, and I'm not also just going to wave the stick at the Liberal Party. I'm going to ask all members in this House to do a lot better. So when it comes to this bill, if my colleagues in the Liberal Party really support women's rights, they are going to go to the Prime Minister and say, you know what, maybe it's not right that we're passing a bill that calls female ministers equal when they do not have the ability to bring memorandums to Cabinet. For my colleagues in the Liberal backbench who don't understand what that means that there are people in their quote-unquote gender parity Cabinet that are called full Cabinet members and included in the count of their quota who do not have the right to bring a topic to Cabinet for consideration without the approval of a senior and, in most cases, male minister. They also don't have the right to chair Cabinet committees. In fact, when you look at the chairmanship and the composition of the Prime Minister's Cabinet committees, and that's where the real power happens in government, Mr. Speaker, you know that. All of us in this place know that. It's actually a lie and an affront that there is gender parity in that Cabinet. So, if we're going to be uncomfortable, let's talk about that fact. And rather than enshrining that in law and having people stand up here and extol the virtues of this, let's call a spade a spade. This bill does not create a gender parity Cabinet. What it does is it makes women in that Cabinet have to stand up and talk about the fact that they're equal even when they're not because of the Prime Minister's ego. And that is the antithesis of feminism. That's making women stand up and cover over inequality for a political gain of a man. And I don't care what political stripe you are in this place, that's wrong. You know, I've had to stand up and roll my eyes and face palm when some of my male colleagues have said things that have made me absolutely, completely angry and cringeworthy. But you know what? I talked to them afterwards and I said, I'm not going to carry the bag for you, and they know that. And I'm very proud of the advances that my party has made for women in this country. We might not agree on how to achieve gender equality, but I would like to think that if we all are going to move forward on that, we're going to agree that a bill like this doesn't do it. I don't care if the Prime Minister comes forward and calls himself a feminist. He should be putting his money where his mouth is all the time, and this bill doesn't do it. It just doesn't. So I can't support that, and nor should any member of the Liberal caucus. Really, I would like to see them go and talk to their minister and say, you know what, maybe she's got a point. Maybe they should tweak this, or they should look at the fact that, you know, I was appointed as a junior cabinet minister. I was appointed as a minister of state. And I was really glad to do that because it gave me time to understand how the bureaucracy worked, to give me time how government worked, how the cabinet table worked. And there were male colleagues that the former Prime Minister Harper, appointed in the same role. This wasn't about gender. To me, this was a career progression. I had somebody who believed in me and thought that I had potential to be a senior member of government, but he also gave me time to learn how government worked before the onslaught of question period and media scrums. And we know that there are ministers in this government who, again, I'm sure that they're well-intentioned, and I'm sure that they came to Ottawa with with wanting to effect change, but they don't know how to do their job. They don't understand that bureaucrats are going to put up memos to them to sign off on things like taxing an employee discount. They're not going to understand that that means that they shouldn't sign off on that memo and that they should review things. They don't. I had time to learn how that worked before I was stuck in as the Minister of National Revenue. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I'm so honored that I had the opportunity to learn how to do that while contributing to government. So here we are today. We're here with a bill that is saying that it's creating gender parity in a cabinet, and it's not. So how can people stand across the way and say that this is a great advancement for feminism when it's not? It's just not. I think the better way for us to have more women in politics and more women around the cabinet table is that if we understand that there are tools at our disposal right now. One of my colleagues in the debate earlier today talked about the fact that the Prime Minister has in his toolkit already the ability to have full cabinet ministers. Hopefully those would be, as they have been across different governments, people that have a degree of experience in this place, in parliamentary committee, understanding how government works. And that, believe me, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is a different skill set than it is in any private sector industry or NGO. This place is a learned skill set, and that's okay. I think, rather than just focusing on tokenism and then trying to cover it up with a thin veil of feminism that's false, we're actually doing a disservice to Canadians because we're throwing people into a situation where they're not ready to govern. And that abdicates our fiduciary responsibility to Canadian taxpayers. It abdicates our responsibility to the public service in being able to understand how to translate a political mandate into change within the public service. It abdicates our responsibility to Canadians in that you have to be able to understand how all of those two things work together when you're bringing a bill forward in the House of Commons and then through committee. And it abdicates our responsibility to women because we are calling something feminist we're not. I'm not going to stand here and say that I am perfect or that anyone is perfect in this House. But while we stand here and pretend that this bill is feminist, we are doing a disservice to all Canadians. So my colleagues opposite should go into their caucus room next week and say, you know what? Maybe we should make some changes to this bill. Do it in committee. Because it doesn't work right now. It's not doing it for me, it's not doing it for the NDP, and I'm sure it's not doing it for a lot of people in the Liberal caucus. So let's do something that resembles work in this place. Let's have a debate, then translate those changes at committee, especially given the testimony that we saw at OPS, and have a bill that actually creates gender equality, not stymies it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. A central focus point of her concern about this bill was about memorandums to Cabinet. Within this government, and this Prime Minister, all ministers within the ministry can provide memorandums to Cabinet. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, there's some interest on the other side. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, if, given that fact, if that changes the Honourable Member's view of this particular bill, as that was a central focus of concern for her.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
It is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that under the structure created by this Prime Minister, there are certain ministers, many of them women, that are in Cabinet that have to report to senior members within the Cabinet who are men. That is not gender equality.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to continue on the theme of gender equality that I've frankly been surprised to hear Liberals bring up in today's debate. We had a witness at committee, Professor Margot Young from the Allard School of Law, UBC, who said framing this bill that somehow addresses issues around gender equity in the current cabinet composition is a mistake, and it's a mistake of significant ideological character. To respond to a question about women in the cabinet by saying simply because it's 2015 loses a key leadership moment to articulate and shape opinion about what it means to actually have women in positions of equality, in positions of leadership and power. In response to that, Liberals on the committee said this. The member for Don Valley East said, "I thank you for being here, but I don't think we have the relevance to our study of C-24. So if you have any other additional points to make, which is not really regarding this bill because it's irrelevant to what you're saying, and there's nothing that says it's a gender-balanced bill because there is no indication that this has anything to do with gender equality, you might forgive me for being surprised today to hear Liberals saying that this bill has everything to do with gender equality." The member for Newmarket Aurora said in response to the same witness, "I don't disagree with anything you said. I'm not sure that the purpose of this bill was at all to express gender equality. I don't think it's meant to be a tool that's going to address gender equality, pay equity, or any of the other issues you raised in your opening statement."
Voila.
I would like to know what the member thinks about that.
Well, member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm just tired of feminism being used as a word and a tool for political gain by all parties in this House. I'm tired of tokenism. I'm tired of having worked my way up to where I am and having bills like this come in the House of Commons. I'm tired of having Liberal colleagues of all political stripe, stand up on technicalities saying, maybe this isn't this and that. You know what? If we're going to get serious about gender equality, this debate has to stop. This is, oh my God, we've been having this debate for 30 years. Stop putting bills like this forward and stop technicality and stop having announcements about gender parity when it's not gender parity. Start empowering women and overcoming systemic barriers that allow women to participate in all facets of society. Stop saying you're a feminist to sell your socks on the cover of international magazines. That is the difference between a true conversation about feminism that we can achieve through different policy mechanisms. It's not based on one political stripe or one political ideology, but we can't gloss over the fact that it's a convenient label to sell votes, and that has to stop.
Questions and comments? We have time for about a 45-second question and a 45-second answer. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. I want to switch the channel a little bit and ask the member if she could talk about the days when she was Minister of State for Western Economic Development, which is a regional development agency which is going to be cut off, and there will not be ministers for regional economic development agencies under this legislation. What if a minister from Toronto had been the minister in charge of WD? I wonder if my colleague can talk about that and the work that she did in that portfolio.
Calgary, Nose Hill.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I think that there's a lot of Calgarians, Albertans, who are used to Toronto telling them what to do. And I'll leave it at that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for pointing out the vacuousness of the Liberal position on gender equality. It's all show and very little tell when it comes to their position. And thank you for that very gracious and yet succinct effort to expose what the Liberals have really done on gender equality, and that is very, very little. I wanted to go to the other part of this bill, which addresses the regional economic development facilities we have across the country. Bill C-24 effectively does the following. It abandons a decentralized decision-making process and replaces it with a highly centralized, top-down decision-making process when it comes to the regions of our country. When it comes to my region of the country, British Columbia, the West, when it comes to the northern areas of our country, when it comes to Eastern Canada, when it comes to the Atlantic provinces. What this bill does, it effectively creates 8 new Liberal ministerial positions, which reflects the 5 Minister of State roles that were filled after the 2015 election. But it also does something else. It adds 3 Liberal ministers yet to be named. And I'll get back to that in a moment because it comes down to transparency. I will tell you, in 12 years in this House, it's the first time I've seen legislation come forward that creates ministerial posts, undefined, without any idea of what purpose they will serve. Bill C-24 also formally eliminates the positions of the 6 ministers for regional development agencies across the country. So agencies like Western Economic Development, like FedNor, like ACOA in Atlantic Canada, it eliminates those ministerial positions. And that must be concerning to everyone in this House, because what it does, it reduces the accountability of government to the regions, to the communities across this country. Mr. Speaker, in my early years as a politician, I was a member of City Council. Now, it has been said quite correctly that City Council is the level of government closest to the people. And sitting there at City Council, you had residents of your community come forward and make their concerns known, bring to us their proposals about how they wanted to see our city develop. We could make decisions that very night or that very day, and the next day we could start to implement those decisions. But what was great is that as a municipal councillor, because you were from that very community, you could hear directly from the people affected by your decisions, and you could tailor your policies and your programs accordingly. Well, what's happening now, federally, is the exact opposite. The ministers we've had appointed to the various economic development agencies across the country, in the main regions of our country, those ministers were the ones who had their ear to the ground. They were the eyes and ears of the government when it came to that region of the country. And what this government has done quite arbitrarily, without any consultation with the regions, is said, we're not going to have any ministers for the regions. We're simply going to get rid of them. And we're going to appoint a minister from Toronto to make all the major decisions relating to those regions. Now, I don't want to begrudge Toronto and Ontario with a minister responsible for economic development. But I can tell you, once you get out into the other regions of the country, they're saying, what happened? What about us? You've got somebody in Toronto making decisions for us out here in the regions. And that should be embarrassing to this Liberal government. What should be even more embarrassing is that in the last election, the Liberal government, the Liberal Party, elected 32 members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada. And you'd figure that out of 32 members of Parliament, the Prime Minister could find one who could perhaps be the representative for ACOA and represent the interests of Atlantic Canada. Well, he just couldn't get his mind around that and said, you know what, I think it would be better, rather than having an Atlantic Canada minister, I'm going to appoint someone from downtown Toronto to make these decisions. And you know what? When I think of our democratic process, Mr. Speaker, when I think about the accountability that government should be focusing on and responsiveness to the very people that each one of us serve, when we're establishing ministries that are focused on ensuring that every region of our country benefits from economic development, we should make sure we also appointed people to represent those regions and to be the voice in cabinet of those regional development agencies and of the people that live in those regions. Now, why do I know there's a lot of concern, Mr. Speaker? Well, you just have to ask the people from Atlantic Canada. For example, Conservative leader Jamie Bailey said appointing an ACOA minister from Toronto is a sign that the Liberals are taking Atlantic Canada for granted. We saw that with the appointment of a Supreme Court justice from that region, how long it took for this Liberal government to finally understand that they needed to have a voice on the Supreme Court. We go on to Eric Tetreault, president of the Quebec Manufacturers and Exporters. He indicated that he hoped that the situation would not be a total loss, and that a Quebec MP might be put in charge of the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec. Well, did that happen? Of course it didn't, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, and I quote, "We have quite a few development programs with them," being the government, "in areas such as innovation and skilled labor. We're afraid they'll get mixed up with a national policy that won't necessarily work for Quebec. If we have to deal with officials as far away as Toronto or Ottawa to get the government to pay attention to problems with the Quebec economy, we're in trouble," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing that across the country. Let's go back. I was reading the Cape Breton Post, and this is what it said, and I quote, "The more you push out to big centers like Toronto, Ottawa, or maybe Montreal as the base of decision-making for those organizations, the less in tune they are with the regions that they're trying to help the most." Now, Mr. Speaker, as we focus on developing an economy that is truly going to share the prosperity of this country with every Canadian, with every community across this country, and with every region, this government has to understand they need to have their ear to the ground in each of those regions. And it's not enough to say, as my member across the way just suggested, that, oh, we have 32 MPs from the area. Well, do they have any representation when it comes to economic development? Yes. The previous government, Mr. Speaker, understood full well how important it was to have a member of cabinet who was also designated the person to represent their interests in their region. And that's why there weren't a lot of complaints that you heard across Canada. One of the concerns I have, Mr. Speaker, is this decision was taken because the Prime Minister has completely capitulated to our public service. We know that for years our public service has not necessarily been a big fan of these regional economic development agencies. And now, of course, they've got the Prime Minister who will do their bidding and has eliminated the key ministers that could have provided the kind of ears to the ground and the eyes in the region that would have allowed the government to make good decisions for economic development in every part of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, one last thought. This bill, Bill C-24, also lacks transparency. Because what it does, I mentioned earlier, it appoints these 3 mystery ministers for whom the job description has not been defined. And that's a lack of transparency. It's the government by stealth trying to introduce ministerial positions that Canadians have no idea what they're going to entail. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Bill C-24, is very disappointing to me, to our Conservative Party, and certainly to Canadians across this great country of ours.
The honourable members for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I've heard a number of Conservatives refer to the Minister of Innovation as the Minister from Toronto, and we're more than happy to bring forward a map to the honourable members of the other side, because I believe his constituents would think differently about where, in fact, they're from. That being said, the honourable member was concerned about Atlantic Canada, a area of the country which the Conservatives didn't win any seats. But in terms of the hard work of the 32 members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada standing up and demanding better than the previous government, we've seen $282.7 million total invested in ACOA for innovative, evidence-based growth, working with the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Project to increase immigration, which is something that Atlantic provinces want. We have a minister that's listening to the MPs, hard-working MPs who are bringing forward those concerns. Was that a concept that didn't exist in the previous government? Why? The results speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker, and why? How can with the economy firing on all cylinders, how can the honourable member be opposed to this particular plan?
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the disingenuousness of that question. When you think about Energy East, Energy East was strongly supported in the Atlantic provinces. But you know what? The Atlantic provinces did not have a regional minister who could advocate for them. So what happened? Federal government stuck its finger into the pie, messed around a little bit, interfered in the process, and Energy East threw up its hands and said, we're no longer going to invest in Canada. That's what you get from a Liberal government, top-down, centralized government, not in tune with the regions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the focus of the member's speech was more on the issue of regional economic development ministers. I would say, with respect to that, I mean, one of the funny things about this bill is that they're keen to eliminate the option for separate economic development ministries to reflect the current practices of government, but they're not doing other things that would reflect the current practice of government, like, for instance, getting rid of ministers of state. Now, that would be a bad idea in our opinion, but it would reflect the current practice of the government. So there's a double standard there, I think, when it comes to what they want to update the legislation to reflect and what they don't. But I do want to come back briefly to the issue of gender equality in Cabinet and back to the committee meeting where we learned some interesting things from some of the Liberals on that committee. One of the witnesses of the committee said, the second point I want to make is that to claim that it's about gender equality, not only is it a mistake, but it's dangerous. I think it's dangerous because too often we cut off the really important, substantial, and tough conversations about gender equality by claiming that we've already dealt with it, and we've dealt with it in a more formalistic way. And so that's why at committee, I suppose, Liberals on the committee were very quick to deny that the bill was about gender equality because they didn't, I suppose, want to be doing that very thing where they pretended that we had dealt with substantive gender equality issues when we hadn't in fact, and that's why it's such a surprise to see Liberals making that argument again. And I'm wondering if the member has any thoughts on why Liberals today in the House would be so keen to muddy waters that their colleagues at committee thought it was important to keep clear.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's very good question, Mr. Speaker. And as the father of 4 wonderful daughters, grown daughters, who have their own careers and are really, have blessed our lives, blessed the people around them, I know how important gender equality is. But it can't be artificial gender equality. And that's what's happened here with this Liberal government. They're great at the photo op. They're great at using slogans. But when it comes to actually addressing the underlying reasons why women are not rightfully taking their place in our society, they're an absolute failure. We need to empower women to understand that they can aspire to anything in this country. Whether it's in this House, whether it's to be the CEO of one of the most powerful corporations in our country, whether it's to be the principal of their school, or whether it's to be in their home providing leadership as a mother, as a mentor to their kids. So, Mr. Speaker, I concur with this member, even though Bill C-24, pretends to be a bill that strengthens the Liberal government's reputation for gender equality. What it actually does, it undermines it because it's fake.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
Thank you. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act, also known as the Seinfeld Act, as it is a bill basically about nothing. Now let's go back to the origin of the bill. It's 2015 and the Prime Minister announces with great fanfare that the new cabinet will be gender equal. But oops, turns out the Prime Minister reserved the 5 Minister of State slots, the junior ministries basically, operating inside other full ministries for or toward women. But no fear, the government quickly said it was an error and they actually were made full ministers. Perhaps this is the very first recorded example of the early administrative confusion, the finance minister rolled out for his issues and missing out on announcing his villa in France. Now, while I will note that it is gender equal, it had the highest percentage of women in the junior minister roles since Trudeau Sr. was in power. Now, I have no issue with the makeup of the cabinet of it being gender equal in number. But I am disappointed they went with a quota system that excluded so many qualified women MPs in order to find roles for what is shown to be poorly chosen male ministers. Now think where we'd be if the Liberal quota system hadn't foisted upon us the current finance minister. No ethical skullduggery, no conflict of interest by having the finance minister make policy decisions that just happen to enrich his family fortune while hurting average Canadians. The government wouldn't have had to appoint the member for Vancouver South as Minister of Defence, where he repeatedly claimed the glory of other soldiers, battles that they fought and risked their lives for in Operation Medusa. We certainly would not have had the ongoing bungling of the sole source Super Hornet debacle either. Now, mind you, when it comes to gender equality of scandals and broken promises, like using taxpayers' dollars to rent limos from party supporters, the Phoenix Pay fiasco, and electoral reform, well, the Liberals have it nailed. But let's go back to C-24. I call it the Seinfeld bill because it is a bill about nothing. But at least with Seinfeld, we got to have fun with Festivus, the Soup Nazis, and Kramer. With C-24, it's basically a waste of time. A whole government approach to a waste of time. Because really everything in this bill, or everything this bill accomplishes, can be, already has been done. Equal money for ministers and ministers of state, well, it's been happening for the past 2 years. Ministers of state through appropriations and regular ministers, as before, from the General Consolidated Revenue Fund. The government House Leader told us that all 30 members already received the same salary. That's been the case since day one in office and will not change with the bill. So why the need for C-24? Why take up time in committee and House when there's so many other pressing matters? We're told the 5 junior Minister of State titles need to be changed in order to have a voice at the cabinet table. Now, how does this make sense? Are we to believe a Minister of State with a groundbreaking idea or policy would be ignored at the cabinet table just because he or she had a different title? Surely the Prime Minister does not differentiate between opinions coming from ministers and ministers of state based on title alone. Jerry Butts seems to be heard loud and clear at the cabinet table, and he doesn't have a minister's title. On second reading of C-24, the Liberals spoke to the virtues of this bill, saying things like, we are committed to pay equity in our cabinet. The Prowl Secretary to the Treasury Board President said that the government is committed to ensuring that pay equity extends to the cabinet table. A Liberal colleague on the Operations Committee said, we have chosen to say that women deserve equal pay for an equal voice at the cabinet table. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's abundantly clear that the Liberal after Liberal stood up and spoke to C-24 with the intent of framing it in terms of gender equality. That is the message they wanted to be, or they want to send. Now, the Liberal members of the Government Operations Committee, there must have been just giddy with delight when the NDP requested a professor of law from UBC, who was an expert on gender studies, for her to appear to testify in Bill C-24. As first-hand witness their meltdown of disappointment, though, when the witness tore into the government's legislation and communications regarding the framing of C-24 in gender terms. The expert witness said this particular piece of legislation doesn't have much to do with gender equality. To claim it is about gender equality is dangerous because we cut off the really important, substantial, and tough conversations about gender equality by claiming that we've already dealt with that. She goes on to say women need these positions of leadership not because of the actual amount of dollars, but because of the responsibility, the profile, the authority that these positions command. It's very much like a CEO and a branch director being paid the same wage. They receive equal pay, but they are not equal. The CEO has to manage the company, the branch director manages one portfolio. While they receive the same pay, they are not equitable because of the scope and responsibilities are not the same. That is why when the Prime Minister, that is what the Prime Minister's done, and his party dangerously claims it's about gender equality. To frame it as a piece of legislation that speaks substantially to the issues of gender equality and cabinet composition is wrong and it's dangerous, we heard in committee. In response to a question about whether the Prime Minister's claim of gender equal cabinet was cynical, the witness expert replied, it was dishonest on behalf of the government. The Liberals immediately attempted to walk back their previous statements made by dozens of Liberal MPs in this very place that C-24 was about gender equality. The member from Newmark Aurora said, I don't think anyone was proposing that this was a gender equality bill. The member for Chateauguay-Lacolle tried to simultaneously claim that C-24 was a good first step, which the witness rejected, and then tried to reframe the question by asking if the junior ministries are more emerging ministries. Yes, all ministers are equal, but some are more emerging than others.
I hate to interrupt the honourable member, but I'm having a hard time hearing that riveting speech. I'm getting some people talking amongst themselves, and it's nice to hear people talking amongst themselves, and maybe just reduce it to a whisper and not so loud. I'll let the honourable member continue.
I'm shocked. So it's saying all ministers are equal, but some are more equal and emerging than others, it appears. The member for Don Valley East, to her discredit, labeled the witness's testimony as disingenuous because C-24 has nothing to do with gender equality. So if it's not about gender equality, and it isn't actually needed to do anything about what the government has already been doing about pay and organization-wise the last few years, well, what is it for, and what does it do? Well, it also formalizes the centralization of regional ministries under the minister from Mississauga. If ever there was a more perfect analogy for the Liberals' attitude toward the rest of the country, I cannot find a better example than a minister from suburban Toronto, holding regional ministries from the West, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada. Now, it's a slap in the face of these regions in Canada. I'd much rather have a Ministry of Western Economic Diversification to advocate on behalf of the West than the 3 Liberal MPs from Alberta who deem to represent their province second, and they've towing the party line first. Now, this government has been AWOL when it comes to Alberta. The government House Leader insists that a whole-of-government approach will serve regions better because everyone will be in on the conversation. Oh, and of course, she didn't fail to mention diversity is our strength, although she was referring to regional diversity in Canada this time. Here's a direct quote from her. Regional expertise with national expertise is a way for it to work better together to create a synergy to take a whole-of-government approach. Now, I apologize to those sitting at home watching this on CPAC. I know you're rolling your eyes back so far in your head. Listening to this statement, you've probably sprained your eye muscles, and I do apologize. They then went on to use whole-of-government approach 11 further times in justifying having the Minister for Western Diversification being based in Toronto. Except with this whole-of-government approach, we have no one to step up and advocate for Alberta. Certainly not the 3 Liberal MPs we have from Alberta. All 3 who did Oscar-worthy impressions of mimes when it came to speak up for Energy East. Alberta Conservative MPs presented to this government the Alberta Jobs Task Force with many recommendations for help with our jobs crisis. We asked for infrastructure funding to tackle the issue of orphaned wells. It would have put highly skilled people back to work in Alberta and Saskatchewan and help the environment. So what did our Minister of Economic Diversification based in Toronto get us? Well, he managed to find taxpayers' money to pay out bonuses for the billionaire owners of Bombardier. Thank you very much. What about those superclusters we hear so much about? Well, a few weeks back, I received a text from a friend of mine who was flying into Calgary. He noted the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development was on the same plane. I figured, great, he's going to Calgary to announce that we're getting a supercluster. Unfortunately, we heard that the Alberta Supercluster application, which is made by Clean Resource Innovation Network, a consortium of think tanks, universities, and provincial government oil and gas bodies, was shot down. The minister commented that it was rejected because it was an overlap of superclusters for agriculture and construction. Now, that's regional expertise working with a synergistic conversation for a whole-of-government approach working for Alberta. Now, rather than present legislation that addresses the job crisis in Alberta or helps with these parts of the country struggling with the opioid crisis or the myriad of other issues affecting livelihoods and survival of Canadians, we get C-24, focus on upping their salaries and attempt to fix a mistake the PM made. Legislation on titles and salaries that does nothing the government's not already been doing for the past couple years. Now, I wait today that these Liberals move beyond government by words, tweets, selfies, and feel-good statements. Retracting C-24 would be a good first start. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we don't have that regional minister in Western Canada. The member is correct. Having said that, we have had more development in Western Canada in the last couple of years than we have seen in the last many years of the Stephen Harper government. We can talk about the increases of Western diversification, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about infrastructure dollars going into rural Western Canada. We can talk about so much more.
Normally when the Speaker rises, there is some quiet, or at least I would hope there would be some. I just want to mention that as I was having a little bit of a hard time hearing the honourable member for Edmonton West earlier, now I'm having a hard time because it's louder. So I'll just give the honourable member for Winnipeg North the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, funny thing is, Conservative heckles across the floor. You just can't make this stuff up. No, it's real. It's happening today. There is more economic development that's taking place in Western Canada without having that regional minister. The difference is, Mr. Speaker, as you see, under this Prime Minister, we don't need 40. And that's right. Stephen Harper had 40 cabinet ministers. That was a record high in our country. We've never had 40 cabinet ministers, only under Stephen Harper. We have 30, and there is gender equity amongst our cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And Western Canada, like the rest of Canada, is doing quite well. 475,000 jobs in the last 2 years alone. Mr. Speaker, I guess my question to my colleague across the way, when we take a look in terms of what it is that this bill is proposing, I would suggest to the members that it is very much trying to generate an adequate size of a potential cabinet. Yes, it would prevent future Conservative governments from going to 40. It would limit the numbers, and would the member not agree to put a limit as opposed to having that record high of 40 from the Stephen Harper era?
Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his rant. Now let's look at what the Liberals actually have delivered for Alberta. Record unemployment level that we have not seen since the last time we had Prime Minister Trudeau. We've seen, when he talks about infrastructure, we have the Minister of Infrastructure based in Edmonton. So what do we get? For infrastructure spending in Alberta, we get 14% less per capita than the rest of the country. How is that delivering for Alberta? 14% less. Thank heaven.
PBO.
Thank heaven he's not based in Toronto like the Western Diversification Minister. We'd get even less. We get carbon taxes from this Liberal government, and we get a Prime Minister coming out and telling a gentleman who is begging for help, who's been unemployed, and the Prime Minister says, just hang in there. That's what this Liberal government has delivered to Alberta. Nothing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and recounting some of the events that occurred at committee when we were hearing testimony on this bill, who also witnessed what I would call what was verging on rough treatment of the witness by the member for Don Valley East, and I think the member alluded to some of that in his speech. Clearly, the Liberals on committee weren't aware that the government thinks that this bill is all about gender equality. I don't know why that's the case. We have kind of heard in this debate that the Prime Minister needs help from legislation and titles to be able to take members of his own cabinet and maybe his own caucus seriously. Do you think the members on the committee were out of the loop because they're not called minister, and the Prime Minister didn't deem it important to let them know what the major arguments for the bill are from the Liberal side?
The member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for his intervention and his wonderful work on the committee. He really stepped it up, and I appreciate bringing to light some of the hypocrisy of the government. Now, he asked if the committee members were out of touch. I would like to think they were, but they actually spoke in second reading about the bill and explained to us that it was all about gender equality. Now, when the learned expert we had from UBC came in, explained it was a sham, she called the Prime Minister dishonest with his actions. He said, she just very clearly said it was dangerous to say this was about gender equality. And then the Liberal members of the committee attacked her to the point where the chair had to intervene and asked him to show a bit of respect for the expert.
Shame.
So I have no idea why they switched from it's not gender or it is gender equality to not gender equality. I think, like us, they looked at the bill and realized it was a bill about nothing and didn't bother to read the brief on the issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. I just want to point to the honourable member that he'll have about 9 minutes. He'll have a minute left when the topic comes up again, and his questions will take place after that. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although my speech may not be as humorous as my friend from Edmonton West, I'll try to keep up and live up to his standard. So I, too, am pleased to stand and speak on C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act. And as some of you may know, a few months ago, I was given the privilege by the Leader of the Official Opposition to be named as critic for FedNor, an agency now with less accountability to Ontario's north, which I will expand on momentarily. For those of you following at home, Bill C-24 creates 8 new Liberal ministerial positions and formally eliminates the positions of 6 ministers for regional development agencies whose responsibility to local community organizations and businesses will now be in the hands of a single minister. Local development projects and decisions in communities like Prince Rupert, Timmins, Whitehorse, Churchill, Goose Bay, and Miramichi, for example, just to name a few, Mr. Speaker, will now be made by that single minister from Mississauga. The Prime Minister, Speaker, this summer said his appointment of a Toronto area minister for all regional development agencies was a way of reducing the kind of politics, and this is Erfinger's quote, that we have always seen from regional development agencies. Now, I'm not sure what the Prime Minister is actually referring to. Regional ministers being accountable to and responsible for matters of regional importance is not political. Speaker, that's just common sense, something this government has been lacking lately. Now let me tell you what is political. Making a decision without consulting the very people that will be affected by a decision. No wonder in some rural areas, the level of trust in government is decreasing. When you centralize decision-making, especially decisions that have a large effect on a population, and make them in some faraway place, with at times little to no on-the-ground knowledge of the unique needs of each province, region, county, municipality, problems happen. To make matters worse, Speaker, the Government Operations Committee only heard from the Government House Leader and one professor studying this bill. The Liberal-dominated committee did not hear from a single witness on the issue of regional development agencies. That's right. Maybe the Prime Minister felt local folks can't make these decisions for themselves after all. The Prime Minister added insult to injury with his cynical slur against Atlantic Canadians, claiming a Toronto area minister needs to run a COA because of the kind of politics he insinuates exists in Atlantic Canada. Shameful. And what about Quebec, Speaker? I'm sure Quebecers will be going to bed easier tonight knowing that a minister from Mississauga will now be making decisions for that province. After all, I'm sure it's been a long accepted tradition in Quebec that Toronto knows best. I wonder how Mr. Forget, the current president of the Quebec Chamber of Commerce, is now feeling. He was pleased back in November of 2015 to see 3 Montreal ministers in cabinet, but almost with a sense of foreboding, he wondered at the time what would happen to the Quebec Economic Development Agency, stating how important it was for Quebecers to have the attentive ear of a Quebec minister on matters related to local economic development. The Prime Minister's decision, Speaker, to formally eliminate through Bill C-24 of the regional development ministers reminds Canadians that under this Liberal government, they no longer have a regional minister representing and fighting for their region's interests because the Prime Minister thinks this is kind of politics being played. Now instead, again, the Prime Minister leaving all regional development in the hands of a single minister from Mississauga, which again, they seem to think is a better kind of politics. You see a pattern coming here. Now last week, Speaker, I was in Northern Ontario. I was hearing from small businesses, community representatives, chambers of commerce about their concerns regarding the Northern Ontario Economic Development Agency, or FedNor. How they wanted more transparency, Speaker, accountability, and more local influence in the decision-making projects that will have a significant impact on their communities. Now, what I don't think they had in mind, Speaker, was the $150,000 in FedNor funds that was given last fall to a company based in the Innovation Minister's riding, a Mississauga riding. But apparently, this, again, is the preferred kind of politics the Prime Minister had in mind. Now, this spring, Speaker, a Liberal Atlantic Caucus subcommittee reported that they have had reports of a threefold increase in processing times at ACOA since the appointment of this Toronto area minister. The subcommittee noted centralized decision-making is viewed unfavorably as impeding the agility of programs. The subcommittee was asked to advocate for regional decision-making in order to better address regional needs. Mr. Speaker, the future of regional development agencies is cast further in doubt as there are no specific references to any of the regional development agencies in the Innovation Minister's mandate letter. So, not only will local and regional development projects be decided by a Toronto area minister, but that same minister has no mandate, no accountability to his Prime Minister for the stewardship of these agencies. Is this good politics or bad politics, Speaker? You'll forgive me if I'm starting to get confused, but you do see a pattern. And by any claim by my colleagues opposite that this is about ministerial equality is about as believable as Mississauga being in Northern Ontario. Bill C-24, Speaker, amends the Salaries Act to allow for the equal payment of all ministers, ensuring that ministers with more junior portfolios are paid the same as ministers with larger and more senior portfolios without adding any new responsibilities. So, what does this mean? It means these ministers with junior portfolios won't have their own deputy ministers, won't have the same departmental budgets, and won't have the same authority as ministers in most senior portfolios. While the Liberals, Speaker, claim Bill C-24 is an example of housekeeping, and it's a housekeeping item they claim to legislate equal salaries for all ministers, this bill fails to ensure that all ministers are created equal. I see I'm getting the wrap-up sign, so I will continue, I guess, after question period, Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Courtlegs Brock will have 2.5 minutes following question period, and I thank him for wrapping up his comments for the moment. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can see it in the news still. Every time Quebec acts like a distinct society, Canada climbs the walls. The best example was 25 years ago with the total rejection of the Charlottetown Accord on the future of Quebec and Canada. Quebecers and Canadians said no. Quebecers because it didn't go far enough to protect our distinct society. And Canada because every time Quebec is given an inch, that's too much. The political scene was forever transformed. The independence movement took off with the election of 54 Bloc Québécois members the following year. Quebecers spoke loudly enough for the Bloc Québécois to form the official opposition, but basically things never change. We saw this when Philippe Couillard wanted to rediscuss Quebec's place in Canada just before being humiliated by the Prime Minister. 25 years later, the faces have changed, but Quebec and Canada continue to say no to one another. The honourable member for Avignon-Lapétis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. George Harrison, Paul Lemieux, Pierre Vicaire, Véronique Pelletier, Hermel Galland, Jean-Yves Lebrun, Jean-Guy Dionne, Réginald Morissette, Laurette de Champlain, Madeleine Perrault, Édouard Lausier, Jean-Yves Thériault, Daniel Marcoux, Jacqueline Paquet, Marielle Roya, André Métivier, Lucie Lapointe, Marie-Brigitte Lehoulier, Enrico Carpinteri, Serge Gendron, and Rodrigue Boulian are outstanding individuals in my riding whom I gave a lapel pin marking the 150th anniversary of the Confederation of Canada at 2 ceremonies on October 13th in Amqui and Carleton-sur-Mer. The purpose of these ceremonies was to recognize the substantial contributions made by these individuals to the development of our region. I'd like to take this opportunity here in the House to thank them once again for their commitment, leadership, and dedication to our community. You are a source of great enrichment for our riding. Congratulations and thank you.
Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, on October 16, the province of Alberta held its municipal elections. I would like to thank all the candidates in Yellowhead who put their names forward to serve on their local municipal or county councils. To those re-elected or who won, congratulations. You are entering one of the best forms of governing. You will be part of a team that sets directions, goals, and policies for your community. Be proud of what you have accomplished. Enjoy the rewards of serving your constituents. Whether you are one of our small summer resort villages or one of our large county councils, you will play a very instrumental role in governing your community. As a former councillor and mayor, my advice to all of you is to listen to your constituents and work together as a team on your council. The rewards are worth the effort. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity today in connection with Women's History Month to underscore the significant contributions of women farmers to Quebec's agriculture. I'd like to give a shout out to the Federation on its 30th anniversary. They'll be holding a tribute to showcase the significant contributions of female farmers who stand out for their dedication, enthusiasm, and hard work. Women often play various roles on farms, accounting, and others. They make a valuable contribution to agriculture, and this wouldn't be possible without agriculture's success would not be possible without women's contributions. I'd invite all my colleagues to salute the dedication of women farmers, and I'd like to thank all this year's candidates for awards. Thank you.
I want to remind members before we go on that props are not permitted in the House and not to be holding up props when one is making any statements. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Women's History Month, I want to honour the women who took risks and fought for a woman's right to control her own body. It was Canadian women like Dorothea Palmer, who was arrested for distributing contraception information and devices, and Elizabeth Bagshaw, who illegally operated the first birth control clinic in Canada between 1932 and 1966. She paved the way for our access to birth control today. Unfortunately, there are still barriers to accessing contraception. From a human rights perspective, birth control shouldn't be accessible just to those who can afford it. My motion, M65, calls on the government to collaborate with the provinces to provide free access to prescribed birth control. Full control of our reproductive health rights is an essential step towards equality. If the government truly supports human rights and gender equality, it would and should make prescription birth control free for Canada 150.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor to highlight an accomplishment involving my riding and my colleague from La Prairie's too. In connection with Canada 150, Maison Le Payeur in Châteauguay and Kahnawake Tourism organized a very popular event last month, the first edition of the Corn Festival. I was thrilled to attend this festival celebrating the French, English, and Indigenous heritage our region was built on.
Mr. Speaker, this first ever festival, hosted by Kahnawake and Châteauguay, celebrated that wonderful gift of nature, corn, and featured the history of its use and cultivation, much music and dance, and of course, juicy local corn, boiled, broiled, and popped. This collaboration between Kahnawake and Châteauguay is building relationships between our two communities, and we look forward to future collaborations in the sacred spirit of reconciliation. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, this November, my riding of Red Deer Mountain View will once again host one of Canada's biggest agricultural trade shows. The AgriTrade Equipment Expo is a joint venture between the Red Deer District of Commerce and Westerner Park. From November 8th to 11th, AgriTrade will host over 470 exhibitors representing the very best in agricultural equipment, technology, services, and products from not only Canada but from around the world. This is an opportunity for everyone to see how our Canadian farmers and producers ensure that the food on our tables is the best in the world. Our Canadian ag industry is vibrant and innovative, contributing more than $100 billion to our economy. I encourage everyone to come to AgriTrade to Red Deer's Westerner Park to learn more about Canada's innovative farming techniques and meet the hard-working farmers and producers growing our food.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Access to Justice group.
Engage the public on how to leverage innovation in the legal profession to reduce systemic barriers and to provide better access to justice for children in poverty. In the last year, our government has supported these laudable goals by adding $2.7 million in addition to the $11.5 million in legal aid funding, in particular to help refugee and asylum seekers. In family law, we committed $107.8 million over 5 years to provide more mediation and more child services. Quant au droit criminel,
As for criminal law, we're updating the sexual assault laws so that victims can have confidence that they will get justice.
15 court appointments with more women, more diversity, and more talent on the bench. This has the effect of reducing court delays and improving access to justice. I want to commend the Action Group and the Law Society for all their work, and when it comes to access to justice in this government, they will always have a great ally.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Richmond Hill, the Canada 150 celebration continues on. There were even actually more reasons to celebrate as this year also coincides with a number of bicentennial anniversaries. Alongside my community, on October 15th, I was pleased to celebrate the 200th congregational anniversary of Richmond Hill Presbyterian Church, and on October 22nd, the 200th year anniversary of the birth of Baha'u'llah. For 2 centuries, our Presbyterian Church, located at the heart of Richmond Hill, has been providing invaluable community and worship services to a congregation of 200 plus from over 30 different countries, and it continues to do so today with the support and dedication of the Reverend Duncan Jeffrey and his members. Today, millions of people of Baha'i faith around the world follow the spiritual and social teaching of Baha'u'llah. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to celebrate this significant occasion, I'm reminded of the unique values of diversity and freedom that makes this country so great. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, in this free and democratic country, we have so much to be thankful for. I'm first and foremost thankful for a God that loves us and was willing to send his son Jesus to pay the settlement for our sin, and how through faith in him we can receive that gift. I'm thankful for my wife. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful to have the opportunity to represent my constituents of Provencher. And Mr. Speaker, as the harvest winds down across this country, I'm thankful for our farmers. In Canada, we are blessed with the abundance of land with which to farm. But without the hard work and dedication of our farmers, that blessing would not be fully realized. Farmers are incredibly talented, Mr. Speaker. They're conservationists, they're veterinarians, they're mechanics, and they're even meteorologists. I want to thank our farmers today for providing us with safe, nutritious, and delicious food. Food doesn't just show up on our store shelves miraculously, but it's through the hard work and dedication of our farmers. Mr. Speaker, often in our abundance here in Canada, it is easy to take our farmers for granted. Today, I want to make sure that farmers across this great country know that we are thankful for them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, last week a Canadian curling team made up of Thunder Bay's Trevor Bono, Corey Carr, Megan Carr, and Stratton's Jackie McCormick won a silver medal for Canada at the World Mixed Curling Championships in Switzerland. Team Canada went undefeated throughout the round robin and playoffs and earned their spot in the final with a 5-3 win over Norway that came down to the last rock. The final game, which saw Canada close a 5-2 gap to 5-4 in the 7th, ended with Scotland taking the gold and Team Bono bringing home a very impressive silver. Wow. This team showed incredible dedication in the months leading up to the championship, with members living across northwestern Ontario. This medal was hard-earned and well-deserved, and I'm glad to be joining Canadians across the country in congratulating you all.
Honorable député d'Edmonton South.
No, member for Edmonton Centre.
To celebrate an organization that fosters entrepreneurship, shares ideas, and builds leaders.
Young Presidents Organization, or YPO, is a global organization through which chief executives engage across borders, share experiences, and learn from one another. It has more than 25,000 members from around the globe. Today, we are joined by members from my corner of the world. YPO Alberta chose to host their annual chapter retreat in our nation's capital to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. YPO has had 6 decades of success connecting diverse leaders from across the globe. Their mission, build better leaders through lifelong learning and idea exchange, reminds me of the work that we do here every day, empowering, pushing, and even cajoling each other to be better leaders for a better Canada. Please join with me to welcome friends, colleagues, and community leaders from Alberta and Saskatchewan. We are very happy to have you here, my friends. Bienvenue, Ottawa. Welcome to Ottawa.
I'm afraid I have to remind my honourable friend from Edmonton Centre to address his comments to the chair, and that only the chair recognizes people in the gallery. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the performing arts contribute a bright swath to the cultural fabric of my home of Calgary. The Arts Commons in Calgary offers multiple performing spaces and is an important venue for artists. The Arts Commons is a member venue of the Performing Arts Centre Consortium, the executive members of which are visiting Ottawa today for their fall meeting and indeed are in the Chambers Gallery right now. Among the CEOs of the 35 largest performing arts centres in North America is this year's chairman of the consortium, Johan Zietsman, who is also president of Calgary's Arts Commons and a good friend. Mr. Speaker, the member groups of the consortium make enormous contributions to Canadian culture and the arts. These groups enrich the lives of Canadians and contribute to the unique energy of our cities. I would like to thank members of the consortium for their ongoing work in promoting the arts across North America.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
The Catholic Church, in communion with Rome since the 18th century, adheres to the Byzantine tradition and has its seat in Damascus, Syria. His Beatitude Joseph Apsi, Archbishop of Damas and the Patriarchal Vicar, was installed as Patriarch of the Melkite Catholic Church, which has nearly 2 million followers in Syria, Lebanon, and around the world. We are honored to have Patriarch Apsi visiting Parliament Hill today. On behalf of my colleagues in the House of Commons in Canada, it is my privilege to wish him a warm welcome to Canada. Je veux souhaiter.
I'd like to wish Monsignor Apsi, a skilled communicator, every success as patriarch of his followers. I'd also like to wish every bit as much success to the senior clergymen here, esteemed representatives of the Melkite Church. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians are experiencing the harsh reality of losing their pension and benefits when a company goes bankrupt. 16,000 Sears Canada employees are worried there won't be any money left to pay their pensions after Sears completes its bankruptcy proceedings, especially after company executives rake in their millions in bonuses. For anyone who worked for U.S. Steel or Nortel, this is an all-too-familiar story. Far too many companies in Canada are hiding behind the outdated bankruptcy legislation that puts workers at the end of the line. As a result, severance is lost, benefits are cut, and workers only get a fraction of the pension they've earned. When a pension is ripped off this way, it's gone for good. And for retirees, it amounts to nothing less than legalized theft. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, unless this government takes immediate action to protect workers' pensions, their jobs are on the line next.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I was blocked from participating in student government because of my Jewish identity and my affiliations with Jewish organizations. This quote was not written in the middle of pre-war Europe, but 2 days ago by a student at McGill University. Noah Liu wrote these words after being removed from the Student Society at McGill University for voicing opposition to the university's boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. And this was done in public by his peers and with applause.
Shame.
So let me call this for what it is. It is anti-Semitism, and it is wrong.
Absolutely.
To the people and the students who participate in this anti-Jew, non-respectful, anti-tolerant, anti-democratic, and divisive debacle, give your head a shake. Today, we're here to tell you that Canadians will not allow the intolerance you demonstrated to take root in Canada's pluralism. Today, parliamentarians of all political stripes stand here and against your hate. Your anti-Jewish tripe has no quarter here or with the people that we represent. Noah, today we stand with you.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember Jesse Cadman, born in 1976 in my hometown of Surrey. Today, Jesse would have been my age. However, 25 years ago, at the young age of 16, he was murdered at the hands of a young offender for simply wearing a hat that they did not like. In the wake of their son's death, Jesse's parents, Chuck and Donna, showed inspiring bravery, strength, and grace. Both of them went on to serve in this House of Commons. Inside and outside these walls, they worked tirelessly to protect victims' rights, reform our justice system, and tackle the pressing issues of gang and youth violence. The work of the Cadmans should stand as an inspiration to all MPs as we work to ensure that no parent ever experiences the trauma Chuck and Donna endured. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
Ministers are banned from owning stocks. That's because we don't want them to use their power to help the companies they own or inside information to unduly profit. This minister used a loophole to get around that ban by just putting the stocks in a numbered company in Alberta. Simple question. Has this minister owned other stocks in his numbered companies?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that Canadians have confidence in our government. I had a constructive discussion with the Ethics Commissioner this morning. I informed her of my continuing goal of working with her. I also told her of my intent to sell all my family's shares in my former family firm, Morner Chappell, to move forward with a blind trust. And I told her it was the intent of myself and my family to donate any difference in value in my family shares from the time I was elected on October 19th, 2015, until now. This is the way that we will keep
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
Thank the minister for his answer. If he hadn't owned those stocks over the last 2 years while ministers are banned from owning stocks, then he wouldn't have had those profits in the first place. Can he confirm now if he will donate the resulting tax savings that he will enjoy from the charitable tax credit to help pay off his deficit?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's so important that Canadians have confidence that we're working for them on their behalf. That's why, on this side of the House, we lift up to the highest standards of integrity. That's why I'm taking forward and taking these steps, which I know will help Canadians to have real confidence in our government. And I do hope that all members of this House will consider their affairs in a similar fashion, making sure that they can hold up to scrutiny and do it in a way that has confidence of Canadians that we're working on their behalf.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this minister was caught holding an offshore company without referring it to the Ethics Commissioner. Then say he was caught by Canadians continuing to own shares in his family business. Now, after being caught, he's put that money in a blind trust, but he's asking us to blindly trust him about the roughly half-dozen other numbered companies he continues to own. Why doesn't he just tell us what is inside those companies?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said to this House, the confidence of Canadians is so important in what we're doing. As I've also said, I've worked with the Ethics Commissioner and followed her recommendations. As I've said, I'm going to go farther than that. What's really important, Mr. Speaker, is that allows us to do the work that we do on behalf of Canadians, allows us to keep growing the economy, allows us to keep growing jobs for Canadians across our country. We are in an excellent situation right now where we can actually ensure Canadians continue to be successful with an increase in the Canada Child Benefit, with an increase in the working income tax benefit. This will help Canadians over the long term.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you a simple mathematical equation. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So, A, the Minister of Finance, gave $400 million to Bombardier. B, Bombardier is a client of Morneau Shepell. C, the Minister of Finance has been collecting $65,000 in monthly dividends since he became minister. That's called the QED principle in math. What was to be shown? Need I say more so that the minister understand that he is in a conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Clear. A, we believe in the aerospace sector. B, we believe in aerospace sector jobs. C, we believe in growth. D, we believe in investing in employees in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've been doing. All of the above, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to invest in the aerospace sector. We'll continue to make sure we have good quality jobs in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's the bottom line.
Delighted that members know their letters. I encourage them to remember to know the standing orders and not to interrupt. The Honourable Member...
The Honourable Member...
Richmond Athabasca.
For Richmond Athabasca. Thank you. This is so fascinating to see how proud the Liberals are to support the aerospace sector in Alabama in the United States. Mr. Speaker, Morneau Shepell, let's get back to basics here. Morneau Shepell has interests in Bombardier, the Bank of Canada, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Senate, CATSA, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. That totals for Morneau Shepell $14 million worth of contracts with the government. What more is it going to take to understand that the Minister of Finance is in a conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is absolutely correct. Of course we support the aerospace sector. These are 208,000 good quality jobs that on average pay 60% more than other manufacturing jobs. This is an industry that contributes $28 billion into our economy. This is an industry that helps our small and medium-sized enterprises. 800 suppliers across the country, Mr. Speaker, will continue to defend the aerospace sector, will continue to invest in employees, and will continue to make sure the economy continues to grow.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
Mr. Speaker, I could not care less about the finance minister's fortune. What I do care about is governance and plain old-fashioned common sense. And common sense is telling us that the finance minister controlled, directly or indirectly, a massive interest in Morneau Shepell. And the finance minister tabled Bill C-27, for which he actually lobbied prior to him being elected in this House. And because Bill C-27 would benefit Morneau Shepell, he stood to benefit from this transaction. How can he not see that this constitutes conflict of interest?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work on behalf of Canadians. That's what we were elected to do. We very clearly said when we came into office that we would focus on ensuring retirement dignity for Canadians. This is a broader goal. We've been working on it since day one. The enhancement of the Canada Pension Plan was a really important step for the future. Of course, moving back to age 65, the old age security, which was so quickly moved to 67 by the previous government, was really important. and going one step further to help 900,000 seniors with an increase in the guaranteed income supplement was critically important. We will continue to fight for retirement dignity for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque.
Higher standards of ethics. Let's see how it fares.
In 2002, the Minister of National Defence had to resign from the Liberal cabinet because of a $36,500 contract awarded to a company belonging to his ex-girlfriend. And the same year, the Solicitor General had to resign from the Liberal cabinet because he had awarded a $6.5 million contract to a college where his brother was a principal. Morneau Shepell share profits, including the $1 million or $2 million held by the Minister of Finance, jumped to 5% after Bill C-27 was tabled. How can he not see that this is a conflict of interest? What's his definition of a conflict of interest? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, confidence in our government is very important to us. What I said is that I am going to continue to follow the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner. I'm going to go above and beyond. I'm going to sell my family's shares in the company. I will have a blind trust. And I also stated today that my family and myself decided that we would donate the difference in value of our shares since I came to this position. That is what we are going to do. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, this House voted unanimously in favour of Rona Ambrose's bill on sexual assault training for judges. This training is absolutely necessary to raise awareness amongst judges and to encourage women to come forward in cases of sexual assault and harassment. It is more important to act quickly now on this file. Unfortunately, the bill has now been stalled in the Senate. It is absolutely unacceptable that an unelected Senate be able to stall an initiative that was unanimously passed in this House. Will the Prime Minister stand with us and call on the Senate to act rapidly so that Bill C-337 is passed?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. Sexual assault is completely unacceptable, and our government has an unwavering commitment to ensure that victims of sexual assault are treated with fairness, with dignity, and with respect. I was incredibly proud to stand with all members of this House to move forward the private member's bill C-337 into the other place. I hope that this moves forward to provide the necessary training and encourage necessary training for the judiciary, and recognize that we will continue, in absence of that, to do everything we can as a government to ensure that we provide.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, more is possible. The Liberals just need the backbone to make it happen. Everyone knows our bankruptcy legislation is failing to protect Canadian workers. Workers know it, companies know it, we know it, and so do the Liberals. In fact, the Liberal member of Don Valley West said this legislation needs to be amended and that he hopes the government looks into it. So again, will the Liberals do what's right and change bankruptcy and insolvency laws? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member for his advocacy and his hard work. I understand the concerns that he's raising with respect to pensions, and we as a government have been very clear that we support secure pensions as well. That's why we introduced the Canada Pension Plan and enhancements to that. And that's why we'll work with Sears employees during this difficult time. That's why we've also held 82 different sessions through Service Canada to assist these employees during this difficult time as well. We'll continue to make sure that we have secure pensions and assist workers as they go through bankruptcy, through the bankruptcy process, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance told us that he recused himself twice from discussions, given all the conflict of interest situations he has found himself in. The problem is that Canadians are having trouble believing him. There are many conflicts of interest, starting with, say, Bill C-227, C-27, that he tabled, given his dealings with Bombardier and other issues. To solve this once and for all, will the Finance Minister disclose all his assets so that Canadians will know what all his conflict situations are? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important to work with the Ethics Commissioner in order to make sure that she is fully aware of our situation. That's exactly what I did. I followed her recommendations, and I said that I am going to do even more. As I said, I am going to sell my Morneau Shepell shares. I am also going to take another step. I am going to donate the difference in value of these shares since I was elected. That is very important.
Order. Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is admitting then that he was in a conflict of interest. That's why he's doing this, and I'm sure there are other conflicts of interest. Canadians are having trouble believing him. They want to know the whole truth. Now, I understand that the Minister of Finance thought he could just keep his assets to himself, but since he has become minister, since he was elected, his assets actually concern all Canadians. Did the minister recuse himself other times when he was in a conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I think it's very important that Canadians have confidence in our government and that we're working for them. And we know that we can assure them of that situation because we work together with the Commissioner to make sure that she understands all of our situations. For all members of this House, I can say that I will continue to work hard on behalf of Canadians, making sure that, as I have not had for the last 2 years, I don't have conflicts of interest going forward. That's critically important. That allows us to get at the very important work that we're doing on behalf of Canadians, making a real difference for families today and tomorrow.
Order. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister lobbied for target benefit pension plans while he was the Executive Chair of Morneau Shepell, which manages those exact plans. Days after he himself tabled a bill that sets them up, his company's stocks value jumped by millions of dollars. But the PM and the Finance Minister see nothing wrong with using public powers to grow private family fortunes. Meanwhile, Canadians have no idea what else the minister's hiding in his many other numbered companies and trust funds. It's time for him to come clean. What else is the minister hiding?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a process in this country, we do have a process in this House for dealing with our assets. All the members of this House, ministers at this House, ministers before me have dealt with it in a similar way. That's working with the Commissioner of Ethics. That is what I've done. In following all of her recommendations, I've assured Canadians that I'm meeting up to their high standards. I've decided to go further. I've decided not only to sell all of my and my family's assets in the company I built with my father for 25 years, I've also decided to donate any difference in value in those shares from the time I was elected until now. Working together with the Ethics Commissioner will allow us to continue.
I want to remind members that, of course, when they're heckling, they may be taking a question away from one of their colleagues. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last week a spokeswoman for Morneau Shepell admitted those new target benefit plans will increase work for the firm. So the minister's law benefits the minister's family company that's been paying him the whole time. And it turns out Morneau Shepell also does pension work for Bombardier. Of course, the PM and the Finance Minister gave hundreds of millions of tax dollars to Bombardier. What a tangled web we weave. Will the Finance Minister be honest with Canadians and finally reveal what else he's hiding?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, why do the opposition continually undermine the aerospace sector? When our government stood up and said we're going to contribute $372.5 million for more research and development, they opposed that. When our aerospace sector was under attack by the U.S. and particularly by Boeing, they went missing. And now, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to work with the company to make sure they have greater market access. And again, they're trying to undermine the aerospace sector. We will defend aerospace sector jobs. We will defend the aerospace sector suppliers, Mr. Speaker, because it's important for our economy.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, if it was up to the finance minister, Canadians would have never known that he was both an owner of Morneau Shepell and the regulator. And now he wants us to throw him a parade for 2 years later, having finally done what he said he was going to do the first day he took office.
Right.
He has a conflict of interest because of his Morneau Shepell shares, which are sheltered in a numbered company. He has 7 or 8 more such numbered companies hiding his other assets. When will he finally come clean with Canadians and reveal all of his assets so they can determine how many conflicts of interest he's in?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I fully understand why the members opposite want to obsess on my personal situation. What they don't want is Canadians to hear about the rosy economic picture that we presented this week. We presented Canadians with a situation that really has not been one they've seen since before the previous government, and that is a growth rate that's the best in a decade. What they've also seen is more jobs for them and their families. So the level of confidence in our country is going up. That's what's allowing us to continue to invest and put our faith in Canadians. We'll continue to do that and not obsess about things that really, really aren't about our big objective, making a difference for Canadians.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't have faith in this minister because he misled them when he said he would put his assets in a blind trust. He forgot that he had Morneau Shepell shares when he was the regulator. He forgot about his French villa in an offshore corporation, and now we should just believe him that he has no more conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. Canadians don't believe this minister, so why doesn't he just come clean, disclose all of his assets so Canadians can know how many more conflicts of interest he's in?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite well knows, the way that we work in this House is we work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that she understands at a very, very granular level all of our assets. And that is exactly what I did. By disclosing all of my assets, I allowed her to provide me recommendations, which I followed.
A member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, I'd ask to come to order and not to be heckling throughout the answer.
The Honourable Member for Épidie-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, even though his government ignored 3 court orders on appropriate funding levels for health services for Indigenous children, yesterday the Minister of Indigenous Services said that in fact it's the provinces that should have been brought before the Human Rights Tribunal. If that's how the Liberals treat their most important relationship, imagine how they're treating others. It's not the provinces who were found guilty of discrimination, it was this government. When will the Liberals stop blaming others, take responsibility, and end discrimination? Honourable Minister.
Member opposite, as well as all members in this House, recognize the very severe circumstances that Indigenous children are facing, with more than 50% of the children in care in this country being Indigenous children. We have to all work together to address this very serious problem. That requires Indigenous leaders, it requires the federal government, it requires provinces and territories and child and family services agencies. We've got to get this right, and everyone needs to be involved.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, their names are Chantel Fox and Joanne Winter. They were 12 years old and they were loved. And this government was found culpable in their deaths. Specifically, the minister's department's refusal to respond in what was known to be a, quote, life and death situation. So the minister is in federal court, not to clarify, but to, quote, quash the order. $6 million of taxpayers' money has been wasted fighting First Nation children in court. So for Chantel, for Jolynn, for all the other children falling through the crack, will this minister just call off your lawyers and do the right thing and end that federal court case today?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, is an experienced member and knows that he should be redirecting his comments to the chair. The honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite the lengths to which we have gone to make sure that Jordan's principle is fully implemented. This makes sure that every child will get access to the care they need. Up until our government took power, we did not have resources for this. We now have hundreds of millions of dollars of resources. Close to 19,000 cases have been requested. We are working to make sure that every child will get access to the care they need and making sure that it's done right.
I'm afraid I have to ask the honourable member for North Island and Palo River not to be heckling throughout the answer. And the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, not only did the finance minister mislead Canadians about putting his investments in a blind trust, today the Globe and Mail is reporting that the minister's so-called ethical screen is being enforced by his political staff, not Finance Canada officials. The finance minister keeps saying that Canadians should trust the ethics commissioner, but what he's really telling us to do is trust his Liberal staff. Does the minister expect Canadians to trust a system that's being enforced by someone who was hired by and reports to the minister himself?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, for clarity, the Ethics Commissioner suggested a conflicts of interest screen. The way that screen is administered, which is consistent with the previous government's approach, is that the Department of Finance identifies the issues that should be put forward as conflicts of interest, and then that is administered through my Chief of Staff. Entirely consistent with approaches in the past. In my estimation, one that's been working and one that will continue to make sure works.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Order.
It's in fact not at all consistent, Mr. Speaker. He hides behind this so-called ethical screen, but it turns out his political staffer is the only person enforcing it. Really, Mr. Speaker, an ethical screen needs to be enforced by departmental officials, not someone who relies on the minister for employment. This is a complete farce. We now know that for 2 years, the only person policing the minister's ethics is his senior political staffer. When will the finance minister disclose what else he's hiding in the web of numbered companies to finally ensure that no more conflicts of interest exist?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what to say other than the member opposite is flat out wrong. The situation that we've been using has been an appropriate conflict of interest screen as recommended by the Ethics Commissioner. What I've said is we're going to go farther. This is the way that we get confidence from Canadians to continue doing the work that we want to do. The reason we're getting deflected on these sorts of issues is because the members opposite don't want to acknowledge what their constituents are feeling. And that's confidence in our economy, confidence that their children and grandchildren are going to be better off. Because the things that we're doing, Mr. Speaker, they're making a real difference for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't fools. What the Minister of Finance just said at the beginning of question period is very simple. In other words, for 2 years, he has been in a clear conflict of interest, and he only acts when he's caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That's what the Minister of Finance did, and it's unacceptable. Canadians aren't fools, Mr. Speaker, but we know what's been happening. For days and days, he's been saying, no, I'm fine, I have an ethics screen. Well, the ethics screen is his Chief of Staff. So how can we have confidence in that? Just like the Globe and Mail said this morning, when will the Minister of Finance act in the interests of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
To repeat, the Commissioner said that the conflicts of interest screen was the best measure to ensure that there were no conflicts. All I can assume is that the member opposite is actually questioning the Commissioner. That's not what I'm doing. What I am saying is that the Commissioner's recommendations I follow, that I've decided to go several steps further. Mr. Speaker, this is what allows us to continue on the work that we're doing for Canadians, the work that we will, no matter what, continue making a real difference for families today. Things like the Canada Child Benefit, the Working Income Tax Benefit, they make a real difference and will help people to see better outcomes.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to help the Minister of Finance to understand, on behalf of all Canadians, when there's a conflict of interest, it takes a third party to help us think clearly, not your Chief of Staff, not the one who's on your payroll, someone who will think independently. And that's everything that didn't happen under the Minister of Finance. What is the Minister of Finance still hiding in terms of its other numbered companies? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why the member wants to talk about my finances. It's because he doesn't want to talk about the finances of Canadians, but that is what we want to do. We want to continue working for Canadians, all Canadians. And we have been absolutely clear. It's very important to improve the lives of Canadian families, to sustain strong economic growth. That's our goal. That's what's important to us, and that's what I'm going to continue doing.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, this morning La Presse revealed that Netflix employs 3 lobbying firms and that they met the Minister of Heritage 4 times in 5 months this spring. According to the Registry of Lobbyists, over 2 years, they had 13 meetings with 4 different departments, and with the Prime Minister's office, they didn't have any time to waste. They know who makes the decisions. These consultations are great with the consultation sector, but when it comes to who are we listening to, it has to be the Americans and Americans in matters of culture. Is this preferential treatment granted to Netflix and other web-based companies the minister's idea or the idea of lobbyists who live in her office and that of the Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of Heritage, in the context of our consultations, we consulted over 30,000 people. And we've listened to the Francophone and Quebec cultural sectors. I hear their concerns. And that is exactly why we invested. We invested in the Canada Media Fund to make sure that we offer support to Francophone content on television. We invested $675 million in Radio Canada to make sure that we have a good public broadcaster in French. And we are going to modernize our legislation, the Broadcasting Act, the Communications Act, to protect our culture in the digital era. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, we know Netflix lobbied the Liberal government heavily in lead up to the deal they announced last month. A deal that is funded by increasing Netflix rates on Canadians, all the while letting this massive corporation keep its unfair advantage. Now we've learned that other digital giants like Google have lobbied this government 63 times. So are we going to see more sweetheart deals with these massive corporations? And why is this government so focused on preventing big businesses from paying their fair share?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
During the context of our consultations, we heard from 30,000 people from across the country, and I've been in close contact with the cultural sector throughout the country. We announced some key investments in the context of our Creative Canada strategy. We were reinvesting in the Canada Media Fund. We're also reinvesting in CBC, $675 million. But more than that, Mr. President, we announced also our first cultural export strategy, $125 million more. And ultimately, we will be modernizing our Broadcasting Act, our Telecommunications Act, to make sure that we protect our culture. Thank you.
Honorable Député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Our feminist Prime Minister is recognized around the world for our government's efforts to promote and defend women's rights. However, in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier, I hear many female public servants that the public sector healthcare plan doesn't support their choice of contraceptive. The plan only covers oral contraceptives. Can the President of the Treasury Board update this House on the measures he's taking to correct this situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Ottawa-Vanier for her question, but particularly for her leadership. Empowering women and respecting their rights, including their reproductive health rights, is what we do as a government. Women should have their choice of contraceptives. That is why my department has reached out to the public sector unions to make it clear that we agree non-oral contraceptives should be covered under the public service health care plan. And we will work with our public sector unions to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, even before the Finance Minister introduced his disastrous small business tax increases, the Liberals were already clawing back disability tax credits from people with type 1 diabetes. The 80% of people who were receiving the credit became the 80% denied. Why are the Liberals taxing the vulnerable to pay for their out-of-control spending? And will the minister immediately instruct her agents to return to the criteria used in April this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians have access to the credits and benefits to which they're entitled. Let me be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. There has been no change to the eligibility criteria for the DTC related to diabetes. Our government actually made it easier for Canadians to apply for the credit by allowing nurse practitioners to complete their patients' applications. Mr. Speaker, the concerns brought up by these groups are worrisome. We have already met with them, and we will continue to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Kat Grossman is a 27-year-old woman who was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes 5 years ago. Not only does she now have to face the consequences of her illness, she now has to face the pettiness of the Liberal government, which is refusing her access to the tax credit for people with disabilities. What message did this government send to public servants that they're at the point of taking money from the most vulnerable? When will the government admit that is the only one responsible and return to Kat and all diabetics their money and their dignity? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, there has been no change to the eligibility criteria for DTC in relation to diabetes. We've heard the concerns raised by these groups. We've already met with them, and we will continue to work with them. The agency is currently hiring nurses to review the disability tax credit applications. And the first step of the process, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has asked the agency to improve its data collection for the credit in order to better understand the portrait of claims and decision-making process of the agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this week both the Minister and the Prime Minister have insisted that neither the law nor its interpretation regarding the disability tax credit have changed in any way. But we know that the Liberals changed the application process in May to reduce tax credit approvals for type 1 diabetics. Will the Liberals finally admit that they are so desperate for cash that they are raising taxes on diabetics?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be again absolutely clear. There has been no changes in terms of the eligibility criteria for DTC for people with diabetes. The concerns raised by the groups are worrisome. We've already met with them, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work with them. For the 10 years of the former Conservative government cut scientific research, including in diabetes, Mr. Speaker, we've actually invested $41 million in diabetes research. Our goal remains absolutely clear that Canadians will continue to receive the credits to which they're entitled to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to claim that there's been no change in policy, but yesterday I tried to table documents in the House which establish that in May of this year the process did in fact change. The Liberals refused to allow this evidence to be tabled. So having made a decision to raise taxes on diabetics, why are they now denying responsibility for their actions?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Is committed to ensuring that all Canadians have access to the credits and benefits to which they're entitled. Let me be absolutely clear, there has been no change to the eligibility criteria to the DTC related to diabetes. Our government actually made it easier for Canadians to apply for credit while allowing nurse practitioners to complete their patients' applications, Mr. Speaker. The concerns that were brought by these groups are worrisome. We've already met with them, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work with them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Last week, the Minister of Health was at ground zero of the opioid crisis. She visited the downtown east side of Vancouver and heard from frontline workers about the brutal realities of this growing epidemic. For 12 months, we've been urging the Liberal government to declare this a national public health emergency, and for 12 months, they've refused. Shame. Today, Donald Trump declared this a public health emergency. How is it possible that this government has fallen behind the Trump administration in taking action to save lives?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
We are in a national public health crisis in Canada, and we are responding in a way that is comprehensive, collaborative, passionate, and evidence-based. We recently announced $7.5 million that will enhance the development of evidence-based practices that can be used when dealing with this crisis on the ground. To build on this investment in Budget 2017 and many actions to date, we will continue to bring forward evidence-based solutions to help save lives and turn the tide on this national public health crisis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, never once has the finance minister been straight with Canadians. Reporters had to dig to find out about his villa in France. 2 years after telling everyone he'd put his Morneau Chappelle shares in a blind trust, did he have to admit that that wasn't true? And now that he's been caught profiting from a bill that he himself introduced, he's trying to buy his way out of the problem. Maybe on Bay Street, when someone commits a crime, they just ask the judge, how much do I have to make the check out for? But it doesn't work that way in the House of Commons. This is an admission of guilt by no other means. So I asked...
I want to remind the honourable member, as I said during the statements by members, that props are not permitted in the House of Commons. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Oh, come on. Go.
Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear. When we are elected as members of this House, we are granted resources for the exclusive use of serving our constituents. They are not granted to benefit ourselves personally or our family members. The Calgary Herald is reporting that last Monday, which was coincidentally Civic Election Day in Alberta, that the Minister of Sport used House of Commons materials to support his father's campaign for school trustee. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask if the Minister has granted permission from the Ethics Commissioner to use House of Commons materials to enhance his father's electoral efforts.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Sport and People with Disabilities.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any discussion regarding the finances of Parliament need to be held within the rules and the standards. This is a new file. We are going to send it to the Ethics Commissioner. We're going to send all the information required and then determine a decision to be made. We are a transparent government.
Signal Hill, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's well and good, but I want to know also from this particular Minister of Sport, he's also the Minister of the Crown and a member of Privy Council. And additional resources are granted to have that portfolio help all Canadian taxpayers. So I would like to know if the Minister used any of his ministerial resources to try and help his father get elected as a school trustee.
Wow.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I already said, it is very important in this House to respect the rules and laws and regulations. We know that we have an Ethics Commissioner that's going to answer all of those questions. If you have any criticisms, please report it to the Ethics Commissioner and we will answer.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one guarantee with this government. They can never take enough money from hardworking Canadians' pockets. They're raising taxes on diabetics. They're raising taxes on employee discounts. They're raising taxes on bus passes, kids' hockey, piano lessons. Yet this Minister of Sport, like all Liberals, always finds money to help himself and his friends, like the Minister did for his father. Why is the taxpayer on the hook for the Liberals' generosity to their friends and insiders?
Honourable Government House Leader.
I always appreciate the opportunity to rise in this place and to remind Canadians the important work that this government is doing. Historic investments in this infrastructure by working with provinces, territories, and municipalities, lowering the tax rate on small businesses from 11% in 2015 to 9% in 2019. This government has given more money to families with children that need it the most through the Canada Child Benefit to ensure that those families that need it are able to help grow this economy. This government will continue to make strategic investments to ensure that Canadians are succeeding. Those are the very people that we will continue to...
The order. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of September, my office organized a roundtable with women involved in economic development in my riding. The Parliamentary Secretary for Trade was there, and it was an opportunity to discuss the challenges for women in business.
Gender equality, one of its most important priorities. Can the Minister tell this House what the government is doing to secure a better economic future for women in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for her leadership in advancing gender equality. Our government's efforts to empower women and girls is working. We're applying an intersectional gendered lens to every decision Cabinet makes. We are actively encouraging women and girls to enter STEM fields, and we're investing over $60 million in organizations across the country to do this work. Our most recent call for proposals is encouraging partnerships to advance and address systemic barriers to women's economic security. We encourage all eligible organizations to apply.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Somewhat ominously, Mr. Speaker, President Trump recently called upon Congress to, quote, improve infrastructure and security on the northern border. Our Minister of Public Safety was in the United States pleading with the Americans to help solve the illegal border crossing crisis, which we know has already created massive backlogs and a long-term impact on Canada's social assistance system. What he failed to do was even broach the topic of closing the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement with President Trump, which begs the question, when will the Prime Minister stand up to President Trump and for Canadian interests and make him close the loophole?
Wow. Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad to have this opportunity to note that last weekend at the G7 meetings in Italy, I had the opportunity for a bilateral discussion with the Acting Secretary of Homeland Security. We discussed a variety of issues pertaining to the Canada-U.S. relationship, including the value of our border, a border that accommodates 400,000 travelers every day, a border that accommodates $2.5 billion in trade every day, and a border which we are both dedicated to thinning, making more efficient and more secure for both countries.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted against my bill on bilingualism of Supreme Court judges, even though they supported it 3 times when they were in opposition. Their argument was that the bill might be unconstitutional, even though several constitutional experts said the opposite. Even the Liberal member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel told La Presse Canadienne that this constitutional argument doesn't hold up. Why didn't the Liberals defend official languages, especially Quebecers, Acadians, and Franco-Ontarians? Have their principles disappeared?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate standing up here to speak about the Supreme Court of Canada process that our Prime Minister put in place to not only appoint one Supreme Court justice, but moving towards supporting another Supreme Court justice in the very near future. Our Prime Minister and our government are fundamentally committed to appointing Supreme Court justices that are functionally bilingual, have the highest meritorious qualities, and represent the diversity of the country. I am very honoured to assist the Prime Minister in making this second choice for the next Supreme Court justice.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, on October 17th, Russian President Vladimir Putin placed one of his fiercest critics, Bill Browder, on Interpol's most wanted list for the 5th time. It was removed a few hours ago for the 5th time. Mr. Browder led the campaign seeking justice for murdered Russian lawyer Sergei Magnitsky. The notice was submitted to Interpol one day after this Parliament unanimously passed Magnitsky legislation. Does the Minister of Public Safety believe this is an appropriate use of Interpol resources?
Honourable Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. Canada vehemently disagrees with the Russian government's abuse and misuse of the Interpol listing system. The Kremlin does not determine admissibility to Canada. That is done by Canadian border officers implementing Canadian law. Bill Browder has a strong record of human rights advocacy, and the member for Scarborough-Guildwood has long made that very point. In 2015, Parliament unanimously supported Irwin Cotler's motion recommending the legislation Mr. Browder has been calling for, and we all unanimously adopted that legislation earlier this month.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, first this Liberal government left mention of Jews off the National Holocaust Memorial dedication plaque and muted the horrors of the extermination chambers with euphemisms. But now we learn the Liberals, who doubled their modest deficit with a runaway $20 billion, Liberals who spent almost $250,000 on an artsy budget cover, are economizing by not clearing snow at the National Holocaust Memorial. Mr. Speaker, the death camps operated year-round. Why shouldn't Canada's commemoration?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we were proud to stand with members of both sides of this House to inaugurate the National Holocaust Memorial, which commemorates the 6 million Jews that were murdered during the Holocaust, along with other victims. And this government is completely committed to building a more inclusive society. I'm surprised to hear these concerns coming from the opposition, as these conversations were initiated under their watch. The NCC is responsible for the day-to-day operations and management of this monument, including snow removal.
Order. Some people want to go home, I'm sure. Allard.
Order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, only Quebec's National Assembly may legislate on matters under its jurisdiction, including the religious neutrality of the state. Not Toronto, Calgary, or Ottawa. It's for Quebec to decide. But it would seem that the Prime Minister has not yet understood. Can the Minister of Transportation explain to the Prime Minister that his government has no intention of getting involved in a law passed by the National Assembly? Because as it stands, it does not seem very clear. The Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we know that in Canada, diversity is our strength. Canadians expect for our government to defend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's been said several times that it's not up to the state what a person can and cannot wear. We are going to follow the discussions that are ongoing in Quebec. And we want to carefully understand the application of the law that was recently passed. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'm not sure that's much more clear, Mr. Speaker. Instead of being briefed by the Minister of Heritage, the Prime Minister should perhaps listen to his Minister for Families. Yesterday, the Minister was clear and precise by saying that it's not up to the federal government to tell Quebec how to do things. It's not complicated. Quebec decides on its laws. Ottawa decides on its own. It's simple. Will the Prime Minister listen to his Minister for Families rather than his Minister for Heritage and let Quebec legislate in its own areas of jurisdiction? The Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I understand that my colleague is very concerned by this matter and is doing politics with the matter. But our position has always been clear. We are going to make sure that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is upheld. We are going to carefully study the application of the law that was passed by the National Assembly. We have often said, the Prime Minister has always said, again, during the last election, it's not up to the state to tell a person what they can and cannot wear.
And now I believe the Opposition House Leader, the Honourable Opposition House Leader, has the usual Thursday question. Oh, excuse me, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge is rising on a point of order, or rising some question, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would seek permission to table two documents that will establish that there in fact was a change of policy and process under which the applications for type 2 diabetics are processed.
There appears to be no consent. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I thought that was a great idea. I'm just rising to ask that the Government House Leader would please share with us what we will be looking at for the remainder of this week and next week when we come back. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in a few moments we will begin study of Bill C-17, the Yukon Act. Tomorrow we will begin a debate at third reading of Bill C-46, the Drug Impaired Driving Act.
Debating Bill C-49. On Wednesday, we will commence report stage of Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act. Finally, on Thursday, we will start second reading debate of our second budget implementation bill. We intend to allot 4 days of second reading debate for this bill, and we look forward to the debate as well as the discussions at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, and commons.
Commencement of debate at report stage of Bill C-17, the Yukon Environmental Assessment Act and an act to make amendments to other acts.
Point of order. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for me to table a petition on behalf of people in my riding of Oldham and Norfolk who are deeply concerned with Clause 14 of Bill C-51. As it stands, Clause 14 will remove the only provision in the criminal code that directly protects the rights of individuals to freely practice their religion, whatever that religion may be. The petition calls on the government to remove Clause 14 from this legislation and protect the religious freedoms of all Canadians.
Order. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the petition in not unusual form? Does the honourable member have consent? Yes. Let me try that again. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Yes. Agreed. Now, there being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moves that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the on division? On division. Carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Madame Bennett, appuyée par Monsieur O'Regan, propose.
Seconded by Minister O'Regan, moves that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Business relations.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for the Yukon who we would like to recognize for the exemplary and effective representation of Yukoners in this House. Today we begin third reading debate.
The honourable member is asked to split her time, but as in this situation she would have to have unanimous consent to do that. Is there unanimous consent to split her time? Agreed. The honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we begin third reading debate on Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, or YESA.
I would like to underscore that we are here on the unceded territory of the Algonquin.
Sustainably developed resource sector is essential to the economic success of Yukon. A prosperous resource sector will serve as an important foundation for Yukon's future economic and job growth. Yukoners have also made it clear that unlocking this economic potential must be contingent on environmental sustainability and on impacted Indigenous communities being engaged as equal partners. They understand that this is not only essential to support reconciliation, but a legal obligation as well. This is even more significant in regions like Yukon, which are subject to comprehensive land claim agreements and self-government agreements. The original 2003 YESA stems from the umbrella final agreement between Canada, Yukon First Nations, and the Government of Yukon, which required a 5-year review of the YESA. This was carried out by the previous government and resulted in a number of mutually agreed upon recommendations. Bill S-6, the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act, was introduced in the Senate in June of 2014 and received royal assent in June of 2015.
A large part of the bill implemented provisions, consensual provisions based on the recommendations of the review.
Despite spending years working with Yukon First Nations on the comprehensive review, the previous government added 4 further controversial changes outside that process and pushed them through absent meeting consultation. As members are now aware, these controversial changes included legislated time limits on the review process, exempting a project from reassessment when an authorization is renewed or amended unless there had been a significant change to the project. The ability for the federal minister to provide binding policy direction to the Yukon Environmental Assessment Board, and fourth, the ability to delegate the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions under the Act to the territorial government. This disregard for meaningful consultation reflected the previous government's unfortunate and misguided paternalistic approach regarding Indigenous people in Canada. Rather than working in partnership with Indigenous communities to find common ground and mutually beneficial solutions to issues, they forced Indigenous peoples to resort to the courts to assert their rights. This not only led to unnecessary costs for all parties, but often caused unnecessary delay, legal uncertainty, and undermined reconciliation. Cela a également entraîné au gouvernement.
That also resulted in loss after loss for the federal government.
Of these four contentious provisions, 3 Yukon First Nations launched a court challenge in the fall of 2015. The court petition claims that the amendments are in violation of the Yukon Umbrella Final Agreement and that there was inadequate consultation. Despite their court action, Yukon First Nations entered into subsequent discussions with the governments of Yukon and Canada about how to resolve this situation outside of court. These discussions led to the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding in April 2016, which clearly outlines the steps required to resolve the First Nations concerns with Bill S-6. As a direct result of that collaborative process, the Yukon First Nations pursuing legal action have adjourned their hearing dates while this bill proceeds. This bill will reestablish trust with Yukon First Nations and restore legal certainty for responsible resource development. It will also remove a key impediment to increased investment, development, and jobs in Yukon. La grande majorité de Yukonais.
The vast majority of Yukoners support this bill.
Unanimous motion supporting Bill C-17 was passed by the Yukon legislature last spring. In addition, the Council of Yukon First Nations, Yukon Government, Yukon Chamber of Mines issued a joint letter last March urging the passage of Bill C-17 without change as soon as possible. The letter also stated that they look forward to passing the bill so, quote, the Yukon economy can benefit from the certainty established by the final and self-government agreements in Yukon. My office spoke with the Yukon Chamber of Mines earlier this week, and they confirmed their support for passing this bill on an expedited basis, with the understanding that issues including reassessments and reasonable timelines would be dealt with through other policy mechanisms shortly thereafter. First Nations, the governments of Canada and the Yukon government agree that issues, including reassessment of projects and reasonable timelines for assessments, require a strong policy framework. Canada, Yukon, self-governing Yukon First Nations, industry, and the board are all committed to working in collaboration through the regulatory process to establish practical timelines, the assessment processes, and clear and sensible rules when reassessments may be required. L'opposition conservatrice en fait
The opposition has said that this bill should be put aside, not only until the process is finished advancing, but until it has been completed.
In response to concerns expressed by some industry representatives about delays in moving forward with the regulatory discussion I referenced above. Yukon First Nations have been clear. Passing Bill C-17 is an important show of good faith and a first step in moving forward with these important discussions. It is disingenuous of the Conservative opposition to cite delays they caused by filibustering this bill last spring as justification for further delaying moving the legislation forward and the subsequent needed regulatory discussions. By trying to further delay or even derail this bill, the Conservative opposition risks driving this matter back into litigation and undermining the very certainty for industry they claim to be advocating for. Bill C-17 clearly demonstrates our intent to work closely with all partners, including Yukon First Nations, the Yukon industry, and the Yukon government, to reestablish trust with Yukon First Nations and restore legal certainty for responsible resource development. J'invite tous les députés à...
I would invite all members to support this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And clearly what the Minister said in her comments identified the fact that timelines and the reassessment process are critical to the industry, and they have expressed that. They did come to committee and express significant concerns that the government basically couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time. There is no reason. They had actually anticipated replacement language in this legislation, or at least the conversation would have started around what were proper timelines in terms of the legislation, what would be the policy criteria. So, you know, clearly the Minister and her department have left industry hanging. There was no reason that they couldn't be having those conversations as this bill progressed through the process. So can she explain when and how they are going to ensure that there will be reasonable timelines and good policy language around reassessment?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this. As it's very important that we clarify that the Chamber of Mines wants this bill passed expeditiously, as does the Yukon First Nations and the Yukon government, as was demonstrated by the unanimous vote in the Yukon legislature. As we have discussed with the Chamber of Mines this week, they are very comfortable to have ongoing conversations about reasonable timelines and reassessments, and they want us to get on and pass this bill, and I think that's what this House needs to do.
Questions and comments? The Deputy de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. I congratulate the government's initiative to repair what was broken by the Conservative government previously. However, it's a step in the right direction, but there are still more things to improve. More could be done. I'd like to quote somebody who talked about the new financial approach imposed by the Conservative government. This approach goes against our expectations in fundamental ways. Canada cannot put in place this financial approach and respect its commitments in modern treaties for Yukon. That's the chief of the First Nation, Little Salmon, and that was at the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs in 2016. I'd like to hear what the Minister has to say to that chief. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our colleague for his question. Treaties with First Nations and agreements for financial matters are very important, and it's important to now have good discussions with First Nations in the area of self-determination so that they are able to provide their citizens with programs and institutions they need.
With the excellent conversations that are going on now with the self-governing First Nations on a new fiscal relationship that will give, as we have promised, stable, predictable, and adequate funding.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. And I am very glad to hear that the Minister and her office reached out to last week. I'm sure that was after they heard very troubling testimony at committee. And I guess I want to go back to the reassessment process. What we heard was, since this legislation was passed, there was over 100 times where that particular feature was used with no environmental detriment. It just saved industry enormous amounts of money and time. So again, I'd like to ask the Minister, given that it was used over 100 times, how have they not reached out and had new policy and regulatory language that will actually address these issues, because these are absolutely critical for industry?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, that we had received a letter on March 13th of this year that was signed by the Premier, the Grand Chief Peter Johnson, as well as the President of the Yukon Council of Mines, in which they urged the government of Yukon self-governing First Nations, Council of the Yukon First Nations and the Yukon Chamber of Mines look forward to C-17 passed without change as soon as possible. In the final paragraph, it says, we look forward to the support of the House in moving this bill through so that the Yukon economy can benefit from the certainty established by the final and self-governing agreements in Yukon. As the member noted, we were surprised by the testimony by the Chamber of Mines at committee, and we sought the clarification, and they reaffirmed they want this bill through the House right now, and that look forward to any conversations about appropriate timelines and reassessment process.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to be here today.
I will speak on report stage of third reading of C-17. I speak from the traditional territory, the Algonquin Anishinaabe. In 10 words or less, what today is all about is that C-17 removes 4 clauses that were illegally put into law. We are all legislators here, and we should be the first to unanimously agree just to pass the bill for that reason. That's why, as the minister said, the Yukon legislature was unanimous, including the Yukon Party, which is the Conservatives, that to get this bill passed. So I should, in theory, just be able to sit down now and we would all vote unanimously to pass it, as the Yukon legislature did. Agreed? But I would like to thank every member in the House today for their very cooperation, thoughtful debate, and cooperation in passing report stage, as we just did very quickly. I'd like to tell you a story to try and get a sense of the feeling behind all this. Think, and people at home can participate in this exercise too. Think if you retired, decided you wanted to get into business with a couple of partners, friends that you had, and you all got together, you spent a couple of years working really hard to get a business set up. Think of what your favorite business might be. Or think, if you can't think of one, maybe it's a resort in a wealthy country. You would sit there and have pina coladas and enjoy it. Your kids would go to high-class schools. And then one day, and you mortgaged your house, everything was on the line. So it's pretty important to your family and your life. And then one day you come and you see a sold sign. You go to work and there's a sold sign. And 1 or 2 of the other partners who you had this great deal with have sold the business, your dream business, your life savings, and put it into a factory in a third world country with millions of people in a slum where it was very dangerous, where you would have to try and get your kids in school. How would you feel under those circumstances? Obviously, you'd be very angry. You'd feel betrayed. In fact, really, you'd be apoplectic. And under those circumstances, what type of relationship would you have with those 2 partners? Would you ever do business again with them? Never, never, never. You just couldn't imagine that. But in the case we're talking about here, the 3 partners, the federal government, the Yukon government, and the First Nation governments, they can't just walk away. From now forever, they have to work together on things for their people. So you can imagine the great deal of rebuilding of trust we have to do with those partners because of this situation. So how did we get here? As the minister said, after 20 years, not just the 2 years that you did in this scenario we just set up, but after 20 years, the modern treaty, the UFA, was signed, and out of that, and it's constitutionally protected. So even us in the House here, we couldn't change that. And that prescribed that the YESAA, Y-E-S-A-A, the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, would be created for assessments in the Yukon. And that took 10 years and was approved in 2003. So you can imagine, as in the case I just talked about, after negotiating for 30 years, if all of a sudden one of the partners or 2 of the partners added 4 significant clauses without negotiating with you after you negotiated for these 30 years. So this is what happened. So these 4 clauses are probably illegal, if not technically illegal, certainly not within the spirit of the law or the honor of the Crown. So anything done illegally, regardless of the content, whether it's good or bad, has to be undone and cancelled. So that's basically the end of the story today. So normally I refuse to talk about, for that reason, any of the content of those 4 items. But nevertheless, because I have 5 minutes less, or 4 minutes left, there were some concerns raised that I might just try to alleviate a bit. And the Minister already and the opposition have mentioned the cooperation, the reaching out that's already been done, the process that will start right away to deal with timelines and reassessments. And I have to really thank the mining associations and the mining companies, because in the years when government wasn't really following the honor of the Crown, they made partners. Individual mining companies made partners with First Nations. The Chamber of Mines worked with the Council of Yukon First Nations and really took a great leadership role. So kudos to the mining industry. So, but in the second reading debate on April 10th, 2017, there were some comments like the removal of time limits or taking out time limits, or they want to remove all quote-unquote time limits. And then another speaker said, we put time limits on the review process. Another said, I think the removal of timelines. Another speaker said, time limits do matter. Another speaker said, by eliminating those timelines, the removal of timelines. Another speaker said, would repeal the time limits, removal of time limits. Another, removal of time limits. You would think by someone watching on TV, hearing all those comments, would think there was no timelines. There was no timelines. But there were timelines put in right from when the bill was established. In the nature of the bill in 2003, it explained how timelines are created through the rules of the board. These were gazetted, and they've been in place ever since. And my understanding is they haven't even changed in all those years since the first project was approved in 2005, that those timelines are still there, still working. And the opposition had said in second reading debate, too, it's important to leave decisions in the hands of Yukoners, and that's exactly what this bill will do, because those timelines are created by Yukoners, not by, I'm sure the opposition would rather that people in their riding made deadlines of important things in their riding as opposed to our government making those timelines in Ottawa. The timelines, those timelines could fare favorably with some in other jurisdictions. Some of the projects are half the time of British Columbia assessments. The timelines have not been increased in recent years. There's two categories of projects. District office, the average is 70 days only, and the small projects are considerably less. So the timeline that they put in S6 is 270 days. It's way, way longer than those projects. And on the executive committee, the other category, the very serious projects, of which there have only been 7 projects, the fault was in the other direction. It just wasn't enough time that they put in. So what's happened is the First Nations haven't been able to put in the appropriate analysis, as have the territorial or the federal technicians on various departments. So what happens if you have an assessment where you don't have the appropriate input, the appropriate analysis, the appropriate assessment? I think 2 things probably happen. One is you just, for integrity purposes, you say no, you reject the process, the project. And of course, the mining or any other developers wouldn't want that. The other thing that could happen is you could approve it, take a chance, but it could be challenged, particularly by the, is that 3, mister? 2, okay. By the, it could be, especially by the First Nations, because there's requirements in YESA for their input. The final point I would like to make is on reassessments again, and I have about 10 quotes here, but I won't read them. But basically, there's 2 things I'll say in the limited time I have. First of all, technically there are no reassessments. If something's exactly the same, Section 40 of the Act does not allow a reassessment. And in fact, what's happened in reality is when a project comes up, quite often on the ground, the decision body will say, look, that's exactly the same, they're just renewing a license, and they won't go ahead. So those 100 projects that the member from the opposition quite rightly brought up, is a very good point. A lot of those under the present system would not be reassessed, so it wouldn't be 100. The second thing that's happened in that 5-year review, one of the policies that changed, the good things that came out of it, was they've gone to temporal scoping, which means instead of just scoping like they used to, just to the license and causing those reassessments that were a concern, they can scope a lot longer in the life of the project, and that would result in a lot less reassessments. So for those reasons, all those reasons, those reassurances, I'd just like to go back to what I said at the first. We have to remove 4 clauses that were illegal, not proper, and I hope we can do that really quickly because it'll bring back certainty for the mining industry, for the developers, and for the First Nations, and hopefully it'll start to rebuild that partnership that's so important for any development in the Yukon.
Questions and comments? And the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the member from the Yukon's presentation here today. Recently, the Finance Committee went to Yellowknife, heard from a variety of people from the north, obviously not from his neck of the woods, but important voices. I would hope he would agree. One of the things that's been raised, Mr. Speaker, is that many of these groups that he's speaking about, whether we're talking about industry or Indigenous people, do not always have the resources capable to meaningfully consult, particularly if you have on an array between the Ministry of the Environment, the Minister of Natural Resources, Minister of Indigenous Affairs or whatnot, all hosting different consultations on a whole host of items. They do not have the resources, the staff time, the technical expertise to meaningfully engage. So most of the time, Mr. Speaker, they just simply do not engage. They do not do that. So his government is responsible for putting out a tremendous amount of uncertainty and at the same time making it seem impossible for these groups to be meaningfully consulted. How does the member propose that we work on this issue?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. That's a very good question. First of all, on the uncertainty, of course, that's what we're doing today, is returning the certainty. He did make a very important point that in this particular case that the Yukon is different than NWT or any other part of Canada because this assessment, the rest of the Canada has to go through SIA, but the Yukon does not. It has its own assessment, its own regime. So talking about intervenor funding, each First Nation gets a specific amount of money from the federal government for the exact purposes that the member said. Now, I will say that there could be this possibility, a way of improving the allocation of those funds, because some projects are heavier in, say, mining or other districts where there's a lot of development. They have a lot of projects, whereas another First Nation may not have any projects in a particular year, and yet they both get the same amount of money from us. So there may be, he may have raised a point unintentionally that we could do a better job of distributing the money, but we do distribute the money so they can do some analysis of those projects.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Yukon for his remarks. I know the honourable member from both of his times here in this place. I know him in particular as the chair of PROC, and so I know him as a person who is not very partisan. And I'm sure that reflects both him and his territory. My question would be this, and I say that because I wouldn't ordinarily ask this kind of a question in this kind of circumstance, but because it's this honourable member, I am quite comfortable answering, and I know I'm going to get a fulsome answer. My question is this. So far, it sounds like most of the major players affected by C-17 or have an interest are on side, with maybe a couple of questions and clarifications. I would ask the honourable member, are there any entities in Yukon, any of the players, anyone affected, either entities or individuals, that are still offside and there's still more work to be done, or would he answer me that no, virtually all of the players who have a vested interest in 17, they've had their issues addressed in this bill, or at least they know that any details are still going to be followed through. So if he could give me that assessment from his territory, I'd appreciate it.
Member for Yukon.
Thank you. There was, as I think the opposition member mentioned, there was a particular mining company, for instance, that's been through a lot of assessments on changes in the projects and the definitions of when that could or couldn't occur. I think they still probably have questions about that. But I think, as the minister mentioned, that the negotiations are starting on that as soon as this bill is passed, to look at those reassessments, to look at those timelines, and I think that any person would want the certainty to get it out of the courts, to get the uncertainty, even those members that have concerns, because those should have been addressed in negotiations and they weren't. So if we get the bill passed, then they go into those negotiations right away. It'll actually deal quicker with the concerns that those several people might have.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly it's my pleasure to stand up and speak to C-17. I do want to make a few comments first in response to what the minister said, but then I also want to go to maybe 100,000-foot level and then sort of narrow down into C-17. The first thing I do want to note, she sort of accused the opposition of filibustering and keeping this bill going. There could be nothing further from the truth. They have had 2 years in which to do a fairly simple piece of legislation. There was some modest debate in the spring, but to be frank, the House Leader and the government did not see this as a priority to bring forward. I know in committee we moved it through quite rapidly. We did not, we did due diligence as any committee should do, but we certainly didn't spend inordinate amounts of time trying to delay the process. And then, as you saw by the earlier vote this evening, we passed this on division, so it did not have to have further delay. So I do want to take note that to suggest that it is the opposition who really has a responsibility to look at legislation and assess it and bring forward some of these issues, that to suggest that we're responsible for the delay when they have all the tools as a majority government at their fingertips to move these types of pieces of legislation through, I think, was perhaps a little bit disingenuous. So, I think to start, I want to talk big picture. And, there was a very difficult economic time. We had a global recession. Certainly we had 10 years in government where not only did we use spending to sort of drive Canada through the global recession, but we did many things to try and set our environment up, our economy up for success. And actually our plan worked. We did exactly what we said. We got back to balanced budget. And so this government not only had a balanced budget, but they had a system that was sort of set up to create success that would continue to power the economy. And I think we all know that, government spending cannot drive the economy. It takes business, it takes, and in particular, it takes a strong natural resource sector to move us forward. So, I think it's important to recognize that not only did we get them back to balanced budget, but we created hopefully an environment where things could continue to grow. So that there is a strong economy right now, and I think they can look to some of the benefits and the wisdom of what we had done. So anyway, I think if I'm going to go to the bigger picture, first of all, I want to talk about natural resource development. I want to talk to the north and to some degree about the coast. And first of all, it's interesting, the government talks about caring about the north and the importance, but it is interesting that they certainly have no representation on the executive. Not a single minister resides north of the 60th parallel. And, as much as the Atlantic Canada found it very difficult to have a minister from ACOA, from from Toronto, downtown Toronto or Mississauga, I think the North in particular really notices the fact that their Minister for Economic Development and what they're doing is, again, from Mississauga and certainly more familiar with things like GO trains and the 401, and I think perhaps, would have some problem identifying with some of the issues in the North. So, I think the lack of representation is one challenge that the Liberals do have, and, that lack of perspective can sometimes create challenges. The next thing I want to note that the government has done that is going to actually make things very difficult for Northerners is they have brought in a carbon tax, which is going to affect them more than any other place in Canada. The reliance on carbon, first of all, the impact from warming is felt more. Global change, climate change is felt more in the North, but the impact of things like the carbon tax are going to be felt in an extraordinary way by the people there. I mean, they rely on the diesel to receive food and other vital supplies by boat, plane, ice road, and this carbon tax will increase the cost of everything. So the government, when they brought in this carbon tax, gave lip service to saying we recognize it's going to create a challenge for the North. It was interesting yesterday, we had a piece of legislation that said, please, tell Canadians what the carbon tax is going to cost you. It was a private member's bill, and, even though the government knows what it's going to cost Canadians, they refused to reveal that. They voted against a piece of legislation that would tell Canadians what a carbon tax would cost them. There was a commitment, as I understand, talking to some leadership from the North, that they would not only sort of do an analysis of what the impact would be, but there would be measures put in place. And certainly as we traveled with committee this week and talked to many of the leaders in the North, we heard that there has been nothing. We have no idea what the impact of this carbon tax is going to be, nor do we have any commitment in terms of how we're going to deal with that. So certainly they are going to be disproportionately affected by climate change, but also going to be disproportionately affected by this particular initiative. Another thing in terms of, again, big picture and how I believe that the government is failing the North, and they talk about consultation and the critical importance of consultation and the partnerships, and again, they had a moratorium. It was just before Christmas. The Prime Minister announced a moratorium on oil and gas development in the Arctic. There had been zero consultation with the people and the communities that would be most affected. So, and it was a unilateral decision. And 2 days ago, we heard from representatives of the government of Nunavut in committee that they learned of the decision. This is a decision that was going to impact potentially their prosperity, potentially their lives. They weren't asked about the decision. They weren't consulted about the decision. They heard about it 20 minutes before it was implemented. So they get a phone call and say, oh, by the way, we're making a decision that is going to really potentially impact you, your lives, and your future. So to take a quote from Nunavut's Premier Peter Taptuna, he says, we do want to be getting to a state where we can make our own determination of our priorities. And the way to do that is to gain meaningful revenue from resource development. So at the same time, when one potential source of revenue is taken off the table, it puts us at practically square one, where Ottawa will make all the decisions for us. Northerners have been very clear. They want a greater say in their own affairs and more control over their own resources. So here we have a bill where the government says it's to give more control, but you see by every other action that they've taken, many have been unilateral in nature, whether it be carbon tax or whether it be moratoriums. So that's, the park issue, and I think, protected areas are important, parks are important, and I think many people care about having a system of marine protected areas and parks that makes sense. But I think there has also been a worry expressed in the North that they really, they just want us to be a park. This is what they want. They don't want to support resource development at all. They want us to just be this nice park where they can enjoy the protected area. So another example where the government really has taken kind of unilateral action is the Northern Gateway. The government arbitrarily overturned a legal decision from the National Energy Board. They had approval. At that time, there were 31 First Nations who were equity partners in the Northern Gateway pipeline who were profoundly disappointed with this government's decision, and they had stood to benefit more than $2 billion directly from this project. So then, for them, it was a lost opportunity for jobs, education, long-term benefits, and for the band members, and especially the young Indigenous members who would have had an opportunity because, Mr. Speaker, I know you probably have traveled, as I have, throughout the North. Resource development is absolutely critical for their future. So, it's all right to say we're going to consult, but they don't consult about, they didn't consult when, again, they made an arbitrary decision around the Northern Gateway project. I could keep going. BC tanker ban. It's in my home province. This is another legislation which is, they're really focused on phasing out the oil sands. It's the only purpose. Venezuelan oil, Quebec oil in Quebec is okay. Saudi Arabia oil on the East Coast is okay. Canadian oil in Vancouver is okay, but not in northern BC. So they have this tanker ban. Again, what kind of conversation did they do? What kind of consultation with the Indigenous communities in that area before they arbitrarily made some decisions? So, I think when they suggest that, the past government made some mistakes in terms of not consulting properly, I would say putting some timelines and some assessments on, or some small parameters on some projects in an environmental assessment process is much less egregious than the absolute lack of consultation that they have done in terms of issues that are of incredible importance: oil tankers, pipelines, moratoriums. So I think, I could go on in terms of that particular issue, but I think I perhaps have made my point that consultation, in spite of what they say, has, there was a trilateral process, there was many recommendations that were implemented, there was a few that, to actually, make some common sense we heard from the minister, from the member from the Yukon that, in actual fact, the timelines, we usually exceed those timelines, so really, why do we need those timelines? Well, I think that sort of shows that that decision to put in timelines was actually really not all that significant. And, we can talk about the reassessment process. He was saying the reassessment process would have been okay anyway. Well, then it doesn't matter that there is in legislation a piece that kind of just finalizes it. So, perhaps the trilateral conversation should have been stronger, but I think ultimately the actual legislation and the pieces that are in the legislation are not that significant. So I think funding transfers, we can again talk about lots of money going to the north, but the finance minister stunned northern premiers by cutting $91 million from the federal transfers to the territories, and it wasn't until February that they sort of walked back this and dropped it to a $24 million in core funding. $24 million might not sound like a lot in terms of a federal budget, but I can guarantee in those three territories that is a significant amount of dollars. Another thing that just came out yesterday, going to be new regulations around diesel. Diesel powers more than 200 remote communities. They need to keep the lights on, including in every Inuit community in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories. Where was the conversation about what the impact is going to be? I didn't see anything in terms of what the impact is going to be and how they're going to offset. I know there's a little bit of money, there's not a lot. They talk about climate change. Alert Weather Station, where they actually are doing the important work of measuring. It's a more recent attack. They are cutting back on absolutely vital environmental measures in Alert and possibly surrounding for 6 months due to a staff shortage. Mr. Speaker, there is a number of people that live in the north. These are well-paying jobs. I don't think that the training is so difficult that they could not train people, that they could not manage to keep that weather station in the north doing those important measures around environment and around climate change to keep that measurements going so that they have information. But what did? They said, oh, we can't find anyone. Well, let's get creative. Let's find someone. Let's get someone in that station and let's do the work, because I believe that if there was a bit of creativity, they could easily have some people that are there doing that work and getting those important measurements, which they claim are incredibly important. So I guess you've heard sort of the big picture in terms of where I think perhaps this government is failing the North, failing in terms of their consultation, and perhaps setting up for some significant challenges down the way, because they have really lopped off, above the knees, the ability for the North to create economic success. I know the minister's special representative is going around talking about parks, and what she said was, you know what, parks are okay, but what people in the North are wanting to talk about is they're wanting to talk about suicide, they're wanting to talk about the housing crisis, they're wanting to talk about jobs and opportunities. So if you look at the creation and the goals of the government to create whatever % of the area to be national parks, it is way down the list of the conversations that the people in the North want to have. They want to be talking about how can we improve our lives, and by these arbitrary decisions, they are certainly cutting off many opportunities. So, of course, in the Yukon, the mining industry contributes about 20% to the GDP. As mining representatives told the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, reconciliation isn't theoretical to them, and I think in many ways the rest of Canada has a lot that we can learn from the North in terms of how we move forward in partnership together, because I do think that there's many ways that the examples are extraordinary in terms of the ability for everyone in communities to work together for the benefit of all. Jonah Smith of the Yukon Producers Group said, quote, "These are small communities. Everyone goes to school together. The kids play hockey together. It's one community. It's not an academic concept in the Yukon. It's everyday life." And then Mike Burke of the Chamber of Mines told us, "We are really on the forefront of reconciliation. We're working in all the First Nations backyards, and the economic benefits flow through to the community. It's not the old days where you had employees from local communities. We're seeking partnerships. That's what we're trying to do, and to make a difference in the Yukon, especially in the communities that we're involved in." So, we have talked, about the process. We've talked about the items that went into some legislation that we had passed and the items that they're looking to remove. I really still fail to understand that as the government was taking two plus years to move this legislation through, which they committed to doing, how they could not actually have the conversation at the same time as to what they could replace it with. So I think there was an opportunity that was missed, and I think that was a legitimate point that was brought up with industry, and it goes back to my, chew gum and run at the same time. There's no reason that they couldn't have done those two things concurrently, because now what we're going to have is we're going to get this legislation passed. It still has to go through the Senate, so we're going to have process there, and they're not planning to start talking until this legislation is passed. So in the meanwhile, we potentially will be putting creating some real problems. I think I see that my time is coming to an end, and I still have lots to say, Mr. Speaker. But I think, the one thing that Sheila Copps actually said is that she was on a panel last night, and she said, to be clear, don't assume regulations are going to do the job for everything. There are some things that really are important to have in law. So policy frameworks. Policy, as we know, is not as strong as perhaps having legislation or having things in the agreement. So really, I think if there's anyone to be blamed for the slowness of this going through the House, I would leave this at the hands of the government. I think I would encourage them to start the work now while it's still in the Senate in terms of having those timelines that are going to be in place and having something in terms of the reassessment process that's going to be acceptable so that when this legislation is passed, they have a new regime that will continue to support our industry and continue to support Yukoners in the way that they need to be supported with a strong and vibrant economic opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, for her remarks. She's a colleague of mine on the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, and this is a subject we've debated together. I'm curious, though, because I think that there really is a question that goes to the heart of the Honour of the Crown. I'd really like to get her understanding of the Honour of the Crown. She was a sitting member with the Harper administration at the time that these unconstitutional amendments were made to this bill, to the law that we are now seeking to amend. And I've enjoyed some magnificent experiences on rivers that are subject to this bill. Magnificent experiences with First Nations who have shared their salmon, who have shared their experiences and their knowledge. And I know that their understanding of the Honour of the Crown is that you don't go and unilaterally change all sorts of provisions that go to the heart of the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. And that's exactly what happened with this law that we are now amending. There is just no other way of putting it. And I would really like to understand better, for the sake of the Indigenous peoples across this country, what is it about the legislation that is in place that wouldn't be overturned if the court proceedings were to go forward?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we heard is that the things that are being removed from this particular piece of legislation are actually regular minor pieces that they're actually in effect. The member from the Yukon talked about timelines and saying we do it faster. He talked about the reassessment process not mattering. So, I would suggest that this legislation put in legislation what was indeed already in policy, but I would sort of go back to him and suggest that if he wants to talk about making decisions in collaboration and partnership, perhaps he should be looking at what they've done in terms of moratoriums on oil and gas in the north, in terms of overturning the pipeline decisions, in terms of tanker bans, and what kind of consultation and collaborative process and what kind of honour was there when they unilaterally made those particular decisions.
Questions and comments? C'est commentaire. La députée de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but I wanted to ask her a question that is very simple, that concerns the consensus that seems to exist in Yukon in favor of the environmental assessment process, which was set up over the years, which was a process that was developed in the Yukon by Yukoners for the Yukon, whereas the Harper government imposed without consultation on the First Nations its own will. So I want to ask her why she would be opposed to changes that are the very reflection of the demands of Yukoners who live there. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that question is very similar to the one that was just posed. We did hear that this is the practice. So what we are going to do is we're going to take out of legislation what is, best practice, common practice, and we're going to put it into a policy framework. So really, I think what we're doing is, certainly going to ultimately have the same impact. But the big problem is we're going to have delays, and we're going to have delays while they don't wait to have that conversation, which should have started perhaps 2 years ago if they were going to repeal these 4 sections. What were they going to replace it with in their policy framework? And that, quite frankly, and that was what industry was concerned about at our meetings, was they don't have anything to replace it with, so we're going to leave a void in the legislation.
Questions and comments? Kassia Kamantaya, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the honourable member from Kamloops, and she was talking about closure of a weather station in the north because they couldn't find anybody, or maybe it was that they didn't look hard enough. I remember living in northern British Columbia, and we had a weather station locally, and you know, when they opened that weather station, there was nobody in the community that were trained, but they came in, and it didn't take long to train several people to work that weather station, including some Aboriginal people at the time. So I was just wondering if the member could kind of clarify if she thinks that they really couldn't find somebody, or maybe they didn't look that well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
This is a station in the high Arctic which is doing very, very important measurements. To read that they were closing it because they couldn't get the manpower for 6 months, the initial reaction, and I think certainly the initial reaction from many Northerners was, that's a great paying job. I am sure that if the government had gotten creative, had used a little bit of industry, they would have gotten someone that they could have trained, that could have gone in and taken over. Because what's going to happen, for all our talk about the importance of climate change, the importance of science, for lack of a little bit of ingenuity in terms of how to get some manpower up there, we're going to have 6 months worth of important data gates.
Kassia Kamantaya, questions
and comments?
The honourable la députée.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased that we can finally speak to a bill that is going to restore powers over the territories to the people of the territories, and that is why we are supporting Bill C-17. And it is a bill that restores power, whereas the Conservatives under Harper had stripped away these provisions. In fact, 4 different provisions. And the Conservatives at the time said that they had conducted vast consultations, whereas the only consultation that took place was the 5-year review that was provided for by law. So there wasn't really any consultation. So if that had been the case, then the First Nations would not have gone to court regarding this bill. So if the Conservatives say that they did do this consultation, then how can they explain that the First Nations are now in court and they're waiting to see what is going to happen with C-17, but that says it all, the fact that they're before the court. So how can the Conservatives continue to say that everything went well and that they consulted, whereas the First Nations are before the courts right now?
Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, through the debate, what we've heard is that there was an issue around timelines, there was an issue around reassessments, and that the court process has been deferred. But what we also are hearing is that there's no question for industry, the ability to have timelines is absolutely critical, and to compel under a minor change, a complete reassessment process is very, very costly. So I think it's certainly what we're hearing is there is no concern with the actual spirit and the intent of what's happening, that timelines are important, understanding when reassessments are needed is important. So what we're talking about is a discussion around was there enough process. And, you know, in this case, the government has determined that there wasn't enough process, so we've got legislation to take away those guidelines, and then they're going to have process to put, hopefully, very similar ones back in terms of, because they are very important for everyone in terms of moving forward with certainty.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Pontiac.
I guess this is It feels like it's reflective of the high-handed, unconstitutional approach that the previous government took to relations with our Indigenous peoples. And I'd like to return to the argument that the member from Kamloops was making before. She alluded to the fact that there was a global recession, as though that was some kind of justification for unilateral changes to rights that are constitutionally protected. Could the member please articulate why a global recession would justify the breach of the honour of the Crown?
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
That is absolutely not what I said. I was talking about the global recession and indeed how the government was lucky to be left in a positive economic position. But the point that I was also making is they talk about the honour of the Crown, but then they regularly do things like moratorium in terms of the North for oil and gas, tanker bans, pipelines, no consultation. Where is the honour of the Crown there?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Hamilton Centre. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, does he have the unanimous consent to split his time with another member? Yes? Carried. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I do confirm that I will be splitting my time with my wonderful colleague, the member for Hamilton Centre. So I'm rising today, Mr. Speaker, as a New Democrat to speak in favour of Bill C-17, even though there are things that we do have to criticize the government about on how it has managed some of its affairs and its relations with the Indigenous peoples, and concerning its management of environmental matters as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to have a bit of fun. I was doing some math while I was waiting to go back to the reality of Montreal and my riding there. And I was listening to the honourable member from Yukon, and I realized that that Yukon has 442,000 square kilometres for some 38,000 people, so that's less than one person per square kilometre. I have a population in my riding of 110,000 people over 11 square meters, and so I have 10,000 people per meter square, so that's an awful lot more people than in his territory, the territory that he has the honour to represent. And it's a territory that I myself had the honour of visiting when the Electoral Reform Committee was sitting and traveling around the country, and so I was able to go to Whitehorse for the first time in my life and to visit the surroundings as well. And obviously the member for Yukon represents an absolutely magnificent area, and it needs to be protected by good environmental assessments, but we'll come back to that. I would just like to digress a bit, Mr. Speaker, because given that I was there with a committee on electoral reform, I simply can't help but think that we're within a system where the government says things and then the following government undoes those things. So if we had a more consensual way of creating public policy, then we wouldn't have this flaw in our system as much, whereas one government does one thing, the next government undoes it, and then the other government puts it back, and that wastes a lot of time and energy and a lot of money as well. So that's the end of my digression on electoral systems. The three things that I want to address under C-17, the first thing that I want to underscore is why it is so important to have men and women who take part in politics. According to our party's values and principles, I would say that one of the primary reasons is to seek to put in place human dignity, social justice, and other values like that. And that's why we try to fight unfairness, and because we want better equal opportunity. Secondly, why do we engage in politics? Well, I think that all parties would agree that we do so for public safety. to ensure the safety and the protection of the public, and that is a fundamental role of all governments, and that depends, in our opinion at the NDP, it depends on good environmental and socioeconomic assessment processes, because those processes will help preserve our environmental ecosystems, but also to ensure public safety, public health, and the protection of Canadians against potential abuse by large companies that might create pollution and therefore disease and therefore problems for citizens who live near some of these industrial activities. So you might think that I'm not getting to the point, but I am, because it reminds us of why we need to pass laws that ensure public protection and the protection of the public health. And I think that this bill is a step in the right direction in that regard. It is also important regarding the respect of First Nations. The Liberal government talks a lot about having a nation-to-nation relationship between the federal government and all First Nations on the ground. And I said when I put my question to my Conservative colleague that there's this full-on attack. There was this full-on attack by the Harper government against the Yukon Environmental and Social Economic Assessment Act, and which was conducted without any consultation with the First Nations at the time. So I think that the bill we have before us sets the record straight in that regard, and it respects the will that seems to be shared by all partners on the ground in the Yukon. So I think that this bill shows respect for First Nations. It shows that there's a will to engage in dialogue, and it was commended by everyone who used to criticize the bulldozer approach of the preceding Conservative government. So in that sense, it's a good thing. Now, as concerns the respect for First Nations and our ability to have a respectful and equal relationship with the First Nations, I must take this opportunity to say that although C-17 is a step in the right direction, even though it is a step backwards at the same time, the Liberal government, unfortunately, does not always walk the talk. And I'm going to give you two quick examples, Mr. Speaker. I think the fact that they do not want to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, I think that speaks volumes about the fact that they are boasting about all of this, but they have concretely refused to implement changes that would be beneficial for all First Nations communities across this country. So I would like to emphasize to the Liberal government and to all people who listen to the speeches in this House is that we're dealing with a government that has refused to implement UNDRIP, and the minister said all of a sudden that it was unapplicable, whereas countries across the world have implemented it, and I would call on the government to revisit its position thereon. And I would also ask the government to address the court challenges by First Nations that are ongoing, especially with regard to child welfare on reserves. My colleague from Timmins, James Bay, reminded us today that public funds have already paid for lawyers' fees to the tune of $6 million to challenge the rights of First Nations people. And we're talking about children's rights, so I find it appalling that the Prime Minister and all of the Liberal government says one thing, but then we can see that they're using public funds to challenge Indigenous people's rights to have their cases heard in court. What we don't see in 17 either, and the Minister earlier seemed to open the door to potential changes, and I hope that this will happen, is that they're solving some things with regard to environmental assessment, but there are many First Nations chiefs are saying, well, the government is doing that, but it has also unilaterally imposed a new financial approach on us. And that new financial approach is extremely binding, extremely restrictive, and they say that it counters the treaties that the federal government had signed with First Nations. So once again, there are many people who have said to the federal government that the job isn't done yet. There are many things that still need to be changed. And I just want to refer to Eric Fairclough, who's the chief of the First Nations, the Little Salmon Carmacks, who came before committee in February 2016, who said that the new financial approach, which C-17 does not change, this approach flies in the face of our agreements. Canada cannot put in place this financial approach and respect the financial commitments that it made at the same time with the First Nations in the Yukon. It's a step backwards for self-government in the Yukon. It flies in the face of the final agreements in the Yukon instead of fostering reconciliation. And so that goes against what the Prime Minister has said, as well as what the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs has said as well. So obviously, Mr. Speaker, this sheds light on the fact that we can commend the re-implementation of measures that the Yukon people need, but the job isn't done yet. There is still much to be done in order to change this financial approach. And perhaps the last thing I could say, Mr. Speaker, Ruth Massey, who's the Grand Chief of the Yukon Nation, who's also said in February 2016, she said, this financial approach is being imposed on us. We did not accept it because of the wording of our agreement. How will it affect us? We will have to defend our agreement, and that means we'll have to go to court because it is not what the provisions of our agreement say. So I would call on the Liberal government to get the job done. I understand that they're holding dialogue right now, but if they want to walk the talk, they need to undo this unilateral imposition of their way of doing things.
Comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, certainly I hear the conversation around the approach and the process, but I guess what I would like to ask my honourable colleague is, does he agree that timelines are an important feature of an environmental assessment process, and would he agree that there should be clarity when there are going to be changes to a project? Is it important for there to be clarity in terms of when a project requires a reassessment and when a project doesn't?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I would say yes. Time management is important when there's an environmental assessment, but from our point of view, the necessary time must be taken to conduct a good environmental assessment. It's arbitrary the way the Conservatives did it, to try to restrict timelines in a unilateral way for all environmental assessments, because people who are doing the work on the ground are restricted. They need to be able to get the most clear result. To say, as the Harper government did, that things should be sped along as much as possible and to reduce the environmental assessment process, well, that's not what obtains the best results. It's a way of cutting corners and of signing blank checks so that everything is done as quickly as possible. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. The Harper government, in S6 at the time, gave the minister the power to give binding instructions to the board that supervises the environmental assessment process. So there was less time available to do the job right, and there was interference from the minister who could impose his or her views on a supposedly independent organization. That's why these changes are necessary today.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And I thank the member. He's one of my favorite members. He speaks passionately, very passionately. I love to hear him speak, so I want to give him a chance to speak more passionately again about this bill, particularly about the fact that the unanimous support of the legislator of all political spectrum in the Yukon. So why would someone go against that? And secondly, is not a treaty in this country one of the most sacred things? as my member from Pontiac said, the honor of the Crown, constitutionally protected. Why would you go against that? But so given some time to think, I just want to correct something for the record, and that was the member from the Conservatives suggested there was a cut of $24 million in the transfer payment. First of all, it's not true. What happened was the new stats came from the provinces, the transfer payments based on a formula, and what was really amazing for me, it never happened, I've never seen before, I was amazed it happened, the finance minister actually came to the rescue and he found a way of rejigging the formula so that most of that money was actually recuperated. And in fact, in the next budget, when the budget came up, more money was added so that the territories all got more transfer payment, not less. And the member did make the good point that $24 million is an awful lot of money for a small territory. Well, a couple of months ago, the Prime Minister came and provided $240 million for the mining people in the Yukon. So based on the Conservatives saying how important $24 million, you can imagine how much that was appreciated in the Yukon.
Député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Yukon for his question and for his rectification, his comment there. It's very interesting. If S6 at the time was universally condemned by almost all stakeholders, now re-establishing what was necessary, what was called for by the people of Yukon and many First Nations, that is unanimously approved. I think the vote in the territorial legislature is a good example of that. But once again, I take the opportunity that my honourable colleague gave me to tell him that a good part of the work has been done, but to have respectful relations with First Nations, there's still a lot of work to be done. And I call on my honourable colleague and the party he represents that forms the government to re-examine its position on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and also regarding the fact that we should review budgetary restrictions that were imposed with the new financial offer.
In debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. Normally, one of the first things that we do when we rise is to establish our bona fides on what we're about to talk about. And I got none of that. The fact of the matter is that I love the North. I've been to Resolute in the Northwest Passage. And I got to tell you, I urge members, I see some nodding, take the time, Speaker, through you to colleagues. It's a magical place, it's a historical place, and it gives you a sense of the vastness of this beautiful country. Just the flight alone, being in a great big jet flying for hours and hours and hours and hours and looking down and going, it's all Canada. It's just an amazing feeling, and it's a very magical place. And if I can, I just want to say parenthetically that one of the things that struck me about Yukon is that my friend from Timmins James Bay, who's been mentioned, and I'll be mentioning him also, he was in Yukon not that long ago, within the last couple of years, and at the risk of giving him problems with his own constituents, what he came back and said was, now remember, Timmins James Bay, the beauty of of Ontario's north, is also leaves you reaching for the words. It's stunningly beautiful. And the member who represents Timmins James Bay went to Yukon, came back, and he said to me, you know what? I could live there. It's that beautiful. So it's a wonderful place. And just to establish further, I've been to Iqaluit a couple of times, Yellowknife a couple of times, Pond Inlet once. And other than that, I represent downtown Hamilton. We don't do a lot of mining, not a lot of mining, and so it behooved me to try to find, what am I going to do? I could come in here and I could read a canned speech that spoke to all the details and everything, and one that I fully didn't understand. I thought, no, what I want to do is I'm going to go in, I'm going to listen to the debates, I've read the material, it's not that complicated a bill, but it's not straightforward either. It really does help if you either sat in on the hearings or you live there. So, let me say this about the debate. Notwithstanding the great feeling that it is to see things that if you consider wrong, to be righted, and to be a part of that is a good feeling. Aside from that politics of it, which needs to be mentioned, the cons aren't in power now, but they were, and they're not finished paying their price for all the things that many of us didn't like. However, it's not the main focus today, and I won't be spending a lot of time on it, unless somebody provokes me. So I was struck by the debate. I thought one of the things since I've been here, Speaker, is that as much as possible, particularly when we're talking about provincial or territorial specific issues, we don't have that as much. There are some things that affect Ontario uniquely, but not that many. In the main, it usually affects broader parts of Canada, and certainly I don't get a lot of Hamilton legislation per se. But I have to say, if I represented a territory like the Yukon and a bill came forward, I really would hope that honourable members would try to ratchet up the honor of the debate just a bit to recognize that it's not quite like all our other files. And Yukon, because of its size, doesn't always get a whole lot of attention, certainly not nearly as much as it deserves. But this is their moment. And so as much as possible, I think it's important for us, particularly those of us from completely opposite parts of our great country, to show as much respect as we can, a little bit more than when we deal with sort of regular business. And I've been very, very pleased. I got to tell you that that is the debate here. There are some criticisms that, hard to have debates without any of that, but it's not the main focus. The main thing has been what's in the best interest of Yukon, the people, the First Nations, of course, and also just what's fair and what's right. And so I am pleased to support this. I'm very much moved by my colleague, who, as I'm sure this House will appreciate, the member from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik, and I apologize, I should have checked this ahead of time, EU or IU? EU? EU, good. Speaker's telling me EU is it, and I apologize to my colleague, I should have checked that ahead of time. Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik, EU. When he speaks on issues affecting First Nations, I can tell you, you can hear a pin drop in our caucus. You can hear a pin drop in this House when he speaks. And what he had to say about C-17 really sort of set the tone for me as I came into this honourable chamber. And he said, and I quote, speaking to C-17, Speaker, he said, "I want to acknowledge the importance of this legislation. There is a lot of talk today about nation-to-nation reconciliation and so on and so forth. This is one example of how to get it right. This is one example of how to proceed." End quote. And that, I have to tell you, alone would be enough to make me vote for this bill. I wanted to also just mention, if I may, just as an aside, my friend from, everybody's writing down, where did I put it? Sorry, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Just a little aside, happened to mention that from a 100,000-foot level, and then went on to give a couple of comments. It's a colleague of hers. I just want to take a few seconds to tell this great story. We're at committee. One of my favorite expressions when we're doing things like this is to say 30,000 feet. That just happens to be the number I like. And I'm like, from 30,000 feet, and then I went on and on, as of course I can do. And Laurie Hahn, the former MP, Conservative MP, great guy, he took the floor right after I did my from 30,000 feet and did this, I really went after them, tore them right apart. He said, "You know what, Chair?" He said, "I got to tell you, I'm a former fighter pilot. You know what you see from 30,000 feet? Nothing." And I've always thought that was one of my favorite committee stories, and certainly speaks to Laurie's sense of keeping us all on our toes. You know what, Speaker, as you can tell, I don't exactly have an incisive speech on the details, and if my friend from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou wants an opportunity to lay me wide open on that issue, now is that opportunity. But I did want to stand and express my respect for the government. Thank you. 2 minutes. I made it. I want to express my respect to the minister and to the member from Yukon for righting a wrong. I believe there's been a certain level of cooperation, even on the part of the official opposition, who along the way has taken a couple of cracks. But in the main, I think that this House is showing the kind of respect and concern for a part of our country that doesn't get talked about a lot, but is clearly one of the jewels of our great country. And I look forward to standing up and casting my precious vote in favor of C-17. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as always, I listened to my colleague with great interest, although, as he noted, the details were, in terms of the legislation, were a little bit shy. But I do appreciate his talking about how beautiful the Yukon is. And my first trip there, of course, got to paddle the river. And it was just an amazing experience to paddle on the Yukon River. But I guess I think we do need to talk a little bit about this bill, and perhaps I'll repeat the same question to him as I asked his colleague, is when we are moving forward with something so important as, you know, the economic opportunities, not only for the Yukon, but for across the north, because our northern communities, more than the rest of the country, depend for their prosperity on their economic opportunities, their natural resource development. Does he believe that it's important to have timelines around an environmental assessment process? And does he believe that it's important to, when there is a small change, does he believe that a company should be put through a very expensive reassessment process to deal with something that is very inconsequential? Because those are two of the items from this bill that are going to get removed, and I do think it would be nice to hear if he does think that those should be somewhere in the way we do our business.
The honourable member for Hamilton, Hamilton Centre.
Okay, Hamilton Mellon's right beside me. Hamilton's well represented here, just in case. Let me just say to the honourable member, I appreciate the question. A little disappointed she didn't take a different course, but that's fine. Since she asked the same darn question that she asked before, I'll just tell her to read the answer from my colleague from Rosemont, Le Petit Patrie, because I agree with everything he said on exactly the same question that she asked. But let me say this. If the member wants to start going down that road, I have a lot more faith and trust in Bill C-17 in recognizing and respecting First Nations rights, because I understand that fully, and I understand this bill well enough to know that it's gone a long way to fix the damage and the outrage and the disrespect that the previous government showed as they dealt with this issue. Now we're at least dealing with it properly. I hope that answers the honourable member's question.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess this member, while he's flying on the jet across the Northwest Territories, he must have learned a lot of drama. It's obvious from his display here. But you know, you talk about he believes in the bill, yeah? And I believe that we need to work with our Aboriginal communities. But let's look how well this government did work with our Aboriginal communities on the Northern Pipeline through British Columbia. The Aboriginal communities wanted to see this go through. They were very excited about the economic development that they were going to see through a segment of BC that has been relatively dead for years, because I lived there for 30-some years. Yet this government decided to disregard even the environmental review that was done, agreed to by the Aboriginal communities. And what does that member have to say about that?
Hey! Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Whoa, whoa. Now I'm really shook. Now I'm shook. Oh, man, now I'm really shook. No, I was like this for a long time before now, before here. That's just the way I am. I got to tell you, I got to say this, Speaker. I think the official opposition's lost their mind. Because why they would want to get up and pick fights on a bill that reflects the horrible way that they used the power they had is beyond me. And my advice to them, and it's too late to give it, and you wouldn't want it anyway, would have been just shut up and let it go by. Because there's no win here. The fact is, the last government, and yes, I understand the member's points, and that's part of question period. Read the question period Hansard from my friend from Timmins, James Bay, as one example, and you'll see who's standing up holding this government to account on that file, just as we did the previous government. But the fact still remains that it was the last government that showed so much disrespect to the people of Yukon, and that's why I feel so good about supporting making it right. And I just think it's crazy politics for the official opposition to get up and try to nitpick to find something that they can say when what they ought to be doing is hanging their head in shame and be thankful that it's finally being fixed.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Yellowhead, in respect to Parks Canada,
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemins-Lévis, concerning taxation. And also the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, on the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straight off, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Bow River. One thing is for sure, it's not easy to speak after such a great orator as the member for Hamilton. And I do somewhat share his vision of respect and admiration for the Canadian territories, Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. And I admire those territories and have done so since I was a very young boy. When I was a child and a teenager, I had a particular dream, and one that I haven't entirely lost. We'll see what happens over time, but then I had a dream to spend my golden days up at Great Bear Lake, to build a house on the lake, and to live out my golden years up there. At the age of 14, I took a plane from Toronto to Osaka, Japan, and just as the member for Hamilton described, I flew over the Northwest Territories, the Yukon, Alaska, and it's true that it's amazing to discover how vast our country is. There are millions of lakes. Sometimes you actually have the impression that there's more water than earth up in the north. So that's how I understand that the winter is so important when it comes to moving around, because, of course, when the ice freezes over, that creates new highways. So that makes it a lot easier than having to go around the many lakes. So these are wonderful territories. And straight off, I would like to say that I rise with a great deal of humility today. As the member for Hamilton said, we're talking about the Yukon, and it's rare that the people of the Yukon have the opportunity to be heard in this House. So I hope that I will be able to speak very respectfully as possible, about that, while still making the points that I think are important to be made. I'd like to come back to some of the comments that were made by the member for Aurora, Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill, who said that the opposition should be ashamed of the way that we treated Aboriginal peoples when we were in power. I think it's paradoxical to hear a Liberal say that, because one of the first things they did when they came to power was to abolish the Financial Transparency Act for reserves. And as soon as that happened, our Aboriginal Affairs critic started receiving a lot of correspondence from a lot of different Indigenous groups, because this affects women, Indigenous women, first of all, and other Indigenous people in general. And we had done everything we could to ensure that First Nations chiefs were being accountable not only to the departments, but also to the people who lived on their reserves. And I think that was a very respectful thing. That was something that Aboriginals wanted. The first thing the Liberals did was abolish that. So often when I go door to door, people tell me that this is a real problem. My colleague for Yellowhead mentioned this, and I completely agree with him. Also, now, despite all of the humility that I have on this subject, I think it's important to remember that the Yukon is a territory that belongs to all Canadians. So the way I see this is, I mean, of course, a territory doesn't have the same status as a province. For centuries, Canada's North has been part of Canada's economic development. It played a key role in the economic development of the whole country. And I think that it's perfectly normal that the federal government might be involved in the Yukon's affairs. Now, okay, if it were to become a territory, not a territory but a province, that would be a whole other story. The member for Yukon says that there's a lot of support. There's unanimous support for this in his territory, which I understand. But I think that in Bill S6, which was tabled in 2015, there were some positive elements. And I also believe that there are certain negative aspects in this bill, despite the fact that the government is saying that everything in it is positive. So I'd like to just touch on those points. One of the negative aspects, in my opinion, in Bill C-17 is that the government is really too focused on centralization. They've eliminated the regional development ministers to have only one single regional development minister based in Toronto. So that's their solution, to centralize. They abolished the post of the lieutenant for Quebec.
Rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the members' comments. And this point of order will go for if there's any other speakers. But basically, it's on relevance. And I know how you're going to rule. But the lead critics from both parties couldn't even fill their entire speech on this. So there's really nothing new on this bill, I don't think, in anyone in this House can add. And because of the goodwill that's been told to all parties about how cooperative they've been so far, I hope we won't continue with irrelevance or repetition so that we can get on with other important work of the House.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and of course he's right in indicating that, of course, two of the rules in the House with respect to speech is to avoid repetition and at the same time ensure that members keep their comments within the bounds of relevance pertaining to the subject that's before the House. The member will also know that members are given a great deal of liberty around posing arguments on either side of the question that the motion brings forward. And I will continue to listen to the honourable member for Beauport Limoilou. I note that he has made references to the motion that's before the House and in respect to its relevance, and of course ask him to make sure that he stays within those boundaries through the remaining half of his speech. The
Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly understand the member's point, but even the NDP members were saying, we're talking about the Yukon here, and I think that we should keep talking about that. I'll come back to this issue of centralization. Now, the carbon tax, there was no consultation with the provinces. The health transfers, they imposed conditions that the provinces were against, and they bullied the provinces into saying yes. And now I'm getting to my main point of the debate, which is the devolution of powers. Now, in the 80s, under Mulroney and also under Harper, a process of political transfer of power started in the territories. And I think the Bill C-17, now not all of it, but some points of C-17 go against that process, which in my opinion is a good thing for the citizens of Yukon. Why? Well, because they will abolish the federal minister's ability to delegate powers and functions under the Act to the territorial government. Now, I remember when I learned about this bill, I thought, well, it's fantastic that our Conservative government, and we, of course, are decentralizers, just like the Conservatives in Britain who transferred some power to Scotland, which is now semi-independent. And Conservatives in Canada are also like decentralization, and we've transferred significant powers to the government of Yukon throughout history. And that started under a Liberal government. It was 1978. That was the first transfer of power. Then it continued in the 80s under Mulroney. There was significant transfer of federal powers. In 92, the agreement between First Nations and the government, and that was at the end of the Mulroney term. And finally, under the Martin government, they were given powers very similar to other provinces, except for when it came to criminal prosecution. Now, the industry in the Yukon is mainly mining, Mr. Speaker. It's very important for the people of the Yukon and for the government of the Yukon to be able to make their own decisions about environmental development and the projects that will be accepted. What I see in C-17 that's negative is this desire to move backwards from that delegation of power, which we had started when it came to accepting mining projects, when it came to the Yukon government's ability to say yes or no to various resource development projects. So for me, this is really a step backwards. The member, I can't remember his name. It's the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. He was saying that he thought it was unfortunate that the government was always taking one step forward, two steps back. But if there's one thing that we should not be backing off on from government to government is this important action of delegating power to the territories. The Yukon was one of the territories that benefited the most from this. And in 2015, S6, despite its flaws, did allow for that transfer. So I think it's unfortunate that that's happening, Mr. Speaker. And to conclude, I want to say that the member across the way is probably the most hardworking member of the House of Commons, a very brave man. He's very brave to be taking the airplane for all that time every week. I'm sure it's a lot of work. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. After hearing the last two speakers talk about flying to Japan, I took an overnight flight, so I missed all of that beauty. I'm feeling a little jealous. But as Canada and the world, and I'm sure constituents in your riding, move toward achieving the 17 goals and 169 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, can you speak in particular to the members of your constituency on the importance of ensuring that sustainable research development and respects Indigenous people, especially as they are stewards of the land?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Indigenous people are stewards of their land. My wife works for the Inuit. My mother worked for the Inuit. My father works for the Mi'kmaq. I know quite a bit about Indigenous people, and I respect them a lot. My name is an Inuit name. I can't say my own name in this house. But no, I understand what you mean. But that's why I think we need to always continue to devolve as much power as possible to the territories, as the Nunavut is requesting, I think, right now. And it is their choice for them to make on an ongoing basis. And I think S6, under the Conservative government, was positive in that way.
I should make a reference here at while members are not allowed to use given names of other honourable members, they may, if they wish, include their own names in comments that they make in their own speeches. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by what my colleague said. He accused the Liberals of too much devolution and then not wanting to have devolution. But in the Conservatives' bill S6 under Harper, and also he said that he really respects First Nations and all that, but there was a devolution of power to the Yukon, but it wasn't the same devolution of power to the First Nations who share the territory, who share the land in the Yukon. So this is something that the Indigenous people and the NDP called out. When S6 was adopted, Ruth Massey, one of the chiefs in the Yukon, appeared before the Senate committee and said that pursuant to the definitive framework agreement, Canada and the Yukon led an exhaustive review of YESA, and they participated in the interim drafting of the bill. But in the end, Canada systematically rejected the recommendations of the First Nations of the Yukon. So the First Nations Council said that the 5-year review was not actually conducted and that the 3 important points raised by the First Nations of the Yukon were not addressed. So I think it's surprising that my colleague has said that S6 was so wonderful and that it was better than what C-17 is aiming to do. And the First Nations of the Yukon have gone before the courts. They have agreed to defer their lawsuit to wait to see how parliamentarians vote on C-17 because they want us to pass C-17. If it is passed, then they might agree to drop their lawsuit concerning S6, that is. So I'm really perplexed about this. If people really want to respect the nation-to-nation relationship and they really want to move towards reconciliation, we need to stop throwing a wrench in things and stop trying to impose things that they don't want. The Honourable Member for Bapaume-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would tell my colleague that quite to the contrary. I said that S6 did have many flaws. It's rare that members recognize flaws in their own bills, but I recognize that. Now, I wasn't at the table at the time, so I can't say why that decision was made. But as I said, one of the things that I think is a bad point in C-17 is that we're moving backwards when it comes to transferring power to the Yukon. I think it's the Yukon government's responsibility to ensure that everyone who lives there is satisfied with the decisions that are made relating to industry. So I can understand that maybe the government should have done more consultation at the time, but at the same time, the federal government has to discuss with its vis-a-vis, which is the territorial government.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand up and speak, and I appreciate the speech that the member gave from the Yukon. He speaks it very forthright and talks about his constituency in a very manner that's understandable, so I appreciate that. So, you're not going to have heard this from somebody else, but I'll say it anyways. I remember the Yukon in the sense Pierre Burton, being not an old guy, we remember the books he wrote, the TV shows he did, Chilkoot Pass, we remember the Gold Rush, we remember the stories of Dawson City, but what we all learned was how to memorize the cremation of Sam McGee. And that doesn't happen in our schools anymore, and I wish it did, because those visions of that poem bring back from Robert Service, I mean very, very literally, to our minds pictures of the Yukon that he had with that. And we also grew up with Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. And again, those are stories that we grew up with. So the Yukon is a part of our history, part of the youth that I grew up with and the stories of it. So interesting now that we talk about the resource development in it. In Canada, the Ring of Fire is a phenomenal resource sector in the Canadian Shield, extending all the way across the country. And in the territories, the more modern times of developing the diamond mines. I have relatives of mine that work in the diamond mines in the territories. So we have a tremendous resource sector, a very resource sector that we need to learn how to develop. So one of the things that, as we work through this particular document, C-17, which we've heard some positive things about it, one of the things, I have more questions that I would say that probably than statements, but the renewal piece in the sense, and I know the honourable member has mentioned a little bit about it, but according to the CYFN, these times will not provide adequate time to complete a thorough and environmental assessment. Specifically, the CYFN suggested these time limits will make it difficult for the Yukon Environment and Social Economic Assessment Board to meet its obligations under the Act, and for the First Nations to review the assessments and provide input. So I would hope that as you work through this, that does happen, because that's a critical piece. And so the timelines that are stated there need to be worked with so that all partners in this can come to an agreement on it of what will work. So those timelines you've mentioned, they're important. When the Yukon has a very different piece, this is a concern for me in the sense, will you be able to draw investment to the Yukon when it's different than the rest of Canada? So the mining industry, the investors worldwide, when they see what the Canadian, other than Yukon, rules and how it works, will the Yukon, because it's a small piece out there and they have to deal with it differently, will it cause a problem for investment in the Yukon? Because that's the last thing we want to see, as a small segment there that's different, and the Mining Association saying, we're not going to bother with that because we have to go under a different set. So that's something, a concern. Again, we've got to make it so it works for investment into the Yukon, or this could be a problem. The regulatory from the Canadian government has been implemented sometimes differently than others. I mean, we saw with the pipelines, upstream, downstream greenhouse gases being put as part of the regulatory process that wasn't there before. If you, as the Canadian government implements things, you've got to have a understanding, if you're going to have investment, that those things won't change. So that's a concern I have, that could happen. Under the projects, the environmental assessment, the CYFN stated that project renewals and amendments are part of the assessment process and should be completed by the Yukon Environment and Social Economic Assessment Board. Further, the CYFN suggested allowing governments instead of the Yukon Environment and Social Economic Assessment Board to determine whether a project renewal requires an assessment could introduce perception of political interference. And that's another challenge that you will have, is to try to keep that political interference out. If you've developed this three-pronged approach to making decisions, and that should be recognized as to keep that political interference. So I hope that that's something you can address too. As a major employer, it's critical that you work with this, and the delegation of powers has slightly been mentioned, but the amendments enable the federal minister to delegate any of his or her powers and duties under the YESA to the territorial minister. The CYFN has stated this amendment has the potential to change the distribution of powers and responsibilities under the Act. Further, they suggest that this amendment creates a bilateral relationship between the federal and territorial government, which is not in keeping with the spirit and intent of the Umbrella Final Agreement. My colleague had referred to that. So that's something unique in this particular area of the Yukon, and something I think you have to pay attention to, something you have to address, and realize there's challenges in this process of who has the powers, who are they delegated to, and who perceives them as something different than what they are. So, As remembering what you said a few minutes ago, my colleague from the Yukon, you don't want repetition. I'm trying not to keep from being repetitious. Carbon tax I will mention because in the north this will have a bigger effect than anywhere else, and you need to keep that from creating problems for the economic development. The mining industry, as I've heard in the Transportation Committee about service they have there, you will have a deep sea port in the next 20 years. You now have road to the ocean in the Arctic. What you need to do is have the development to be able to use the deep sea port and those roads for economic development. Carbon tax is going to be a tough piece to add on to that. You've got to find ways to work with that. So I hope with this process of development, with the all-weather road to the ocean, with the possibility of deep sea ports, you need to be able to get around that particular handicap, as it is harder in the Yukon than it is in the lower provinces. Let's see. One more other thing I was going to talk to, but I think I'll leave it at that. You got a beautiful part of our country. We all appreciate it. I appreciate the histories and stories that I grew up with, and they're truly representative of a part of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm probably more excited about this speech than any others today for several reasons. First of all, the cremation of Sam McGee, he's absolutely right. I learned that in grade 3, and that's why I moved to the Yukon. It was a great, and became chair of the Robert Service Society. So thank you very much. Bring back those old memories. The other reason I loved it so much is the 3 main points that he made related to the bill. I'm assured now he's going to vote for the bill because they were all in favor of C-17. The first one was about, first of all, if it's different, will people invest there? Well, people will certainly invest there because, as I mentioned to the media this morning, our unemployment rate is at full employment ahead of the rest of the country because of people investing there. So if you have a better assessment regime than anywhere else in the country, it's going to encourage people to invest. In fact, one of the most senior mining executives in Canada told me that yesterday. I was talking to someone yesterday because there was an assessment forum here about an assessment in another part of the country that had to go through 4 assessments, whereas this regime has only 1 assessment. The other point that he brought up from the Grand Chief of the Council of Yukon First Nation was that would change the distribution of power, that it would be then bilateral, it wouldn't be in spirit of the treaty. Well, that was all the comments you raised were criticisms of S6, the previous bill, the one that we're changing. So I think it's great that you've raised those, and I assume you'll, now that all your points were in favor of our bill and against the previous one, I'm delighted if you will be voting for it. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Well, he didn't ask me a question. He just restated that, and I thank you for doing that.
I just remind honourable members, when we start using the U word, for some reason it starts to proliferate into our speech. And remind members too that they are perfectly willing, if they wish to, during this 5-minute time for questions and comments, they can pose either a question or a comment. That's the way it's intended, at least. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and certainly appreciated my colleague's speech. And I think coming from the province where he comes from, he perhaps knows more than anyone how important it is to put timelines around an environmental assessment process so that you don't end up 5-10 years waiting and spending enormous amounts of money. So could he speak to the fact that this particular piece of legislation, although the government commits to a process where they're going to put timelines back in, it won't be in legislation, it'll be in policy. So can he maybe speak to how important timelines are and perhaps how a legislative framework is a little bit stronger than a policy framework for those particular components?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for a question. Absolutely very true in the sense if people are going to invest, and we're talking billions, and we talked about Canada East through the process. We had an investment process of $1 billion spent on a timeline that just went on and on and on until they finally said, there's no end to spending more money on this and we don't know where it'll end. So it needs some timelines. Northern Gateway went on for a long time, got an approval, but then got canceled outside of that process. So timelines and processes are critical for investment. It's really handicapped the resource sector of the oil and gas industry. This needs to be clear in this one to make it work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raises several points that caught my interest. First of all, the need for infrastructure to develop our resources in the north. I'm from the Northwest Territories. We have 3 functioning mines. We have a number of mines on the horizon, and infrastructure is really what decides whether it's a feasible project or not, and I'm glad the member has recognized it. He's also recognized that the Yukon is looking at a different model when it comes to the regulatory process. We in the Northwest Territories take great pride in our regulatory process. It consists of 50% of the members being Indigenous or Aboriginal, representing Aboriginal governments, and it works well. The timelines are shorter. It allows communities to be more involved. And I would like to ask the member if he wants to talk about regulatory processes that are different. Maybe he should look at this, and if he would commit to studying that model to see if it's a better model than what he's seen in other places. Thank you.
The honourable member from Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. Absolutely right on the infrastructure. It was interesting when I was on the Environment Committee, and I have another member, a colleague who was sitting there at the time, and when we talked about protected spaces, and we had panels with people, Indigenous people from your particular area, from the territories, and it was interesting how they would suggest, yes, it's great to protect spaces, but we must have the right to develop them. And that was very interesting in their sense of how they wanted to deal with their own territories. And I would agree that the infrastructure, we need to have a northern strategy. We need to have the infrastructure for it. We need to make it work because there's great resources. The people there understand them. They understand the environments they live in, and they want to develop it their way, the right way for them. And I think there's great resources for them and great possibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to speak to C-17. This bill, C-17, is a justice bill. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker. Why do I say that? Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that fundamentally government is responsible for justice. Now, how does justice come into C-17? Well, Mr. Speaker, in every decision that must be made, and that is what governments are about, making decisions, in every decision that has to be made, the interests of each group that are impacted by that decision must be balanced out, and a decision must be made which takes into consideration all the interests of each of the groups. Now, in the past, we've passed a bill that brought into place the YESA agreement. The YESA agreement was the process by which decisions would be made on how the resources in the Northwest or in the Yukon would be developed. Mr. Speaker, I think that it was a great piece of legislation that the YESA was. It brought in stability to the region. It brought in immense development into the region. And by all accounts, most people were very happy with it. Now, what has happened is that there has been some political decisions made to change YESA. What's frustrating about this, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that there does not seem to be any principles underlying these changes to YESA. Now, you'd think, Mr. Speaker, decisions that are made on one particular project would have underlying principles that would be the same on another particular project. That would be consistent, that would be fair, that would be equitable. Well, Mr. Speaker, consistent, fair, equitable, those sound like justice issues, if you ask me. Now, I want to go through a couple of so there's four major changes to YESA that are impacted by C-17. And two of them in particular, I want to try to explain some of the logical inconsistencies that come with C-17. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the time limits. Mr. Speaker, when YESA was developed, there was put in place time limits for decisions. I believe it was 18 months. So when an applicant brought forward a project, they were guaranteed within 18 months they would have a decision. This brought stability to the decision. It brought a timeline. Mr. Speaker, from when you launch an application to when you receive a decision, there's often a lot of activity that goes on with that. There's a lot of documents that have to be found, witnesses have to be found. All of that costs money. Now, if there's a decision that has to be made in a particular time frame, that speeds the entire process up. And the process being sped up makes it so that you have a definitive answer in the end. Now, it was said that that time limit was unnecessary, Mr. Speaker, because most of the decisions were come to in 52 days. That was the average, I think, not most. The average decision was made in 52 days. So the 18 months was irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, because we made the decisions in just 52 days. Now, the logic was that we didn't need the time limit because the decisions were being made in very short order. Now, Mr. Speaker, the fact that there was a time limit may have been the reason why decisions were made in 52 days. Not the decisions being made in 52 days means we don't need a time limit. It's the very fundamental reason for the decisions being made hurriedly or being made in a short amount of time was because everybody knew there was a time limit to it. And so whether you drug out the decision making or whether you sped it up, it was a benefit for all to have that decision made earlier rather than later because we knew at some point the decision was going to have to be made. Now, Mr. Speaker, if there is no end date to it, there is no reason why anyone would come to a quicker decision. There would be all kinds of incentives to ensure that if you do not like the decision that's going to come on, you can throw sticks in the wheels. You can do all kinds of things to slow things down. We've seen this over and over again with other projects that have come along. Energy East is a prime example of the changing goalposts, Mr. Speaker. Now, the irony, I guess, of all of this is that the time limits, saying that they were unnecessary because most decisions were being made in 52 days, is the opposite logic was being used on delegation of authority or delegation of powers. So they said, we've never needed the time limit, so we shouldn't need to have time limits. Now, as I understand, the delegation of powers hadn't necessarily been used ever. It was just there for security purposes. Agreeing with the ability for the minister to issue a binding policy directive, that as well had never been used. But it was there to offer security, there to offer a definite reason for people to negotiate, because the minister had that backup, that power to do that kind of thing. If the parties could not come to a decision, if all the interests that were coming to the table could not come to the decision, the minister could step in. But it had never been used. So on the one side, you had the time limits, and on the other side, you had the ministerial directive. Now, what's interesting is the one instance, it was the same people were arguing that it was a hammer hanging over their head, and in the other instance, they said, oh, we don't need it because it's never been used. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that if we're going to use the logic, we need to have a principle in place for when we make these decisions. Now, the principle in place would be what, from my perspective anyways, the principle would be is what can we do to bring stability, to bring predictability, to bring a reasonable time to these decision making. That is the underlying principle when we put in place these policies, like time limits, like the ability for the minister to issue a directive, like the minister's ability to delegate authority. That, Mr. Speaker, is the underlying principle, is that we need to come to timely and efficient decisions so that we can encourage development in the north. Mr. Speaker, I've been to the north a number of times. I have not made it to the Yukon, but I've made it to Nunavut. I've made it to the Northwest Territories. I understand. I've been to northern BC, and I understand that the landscape is very similar from northern BC to the Yukon. So I can definitely imagine what the Yukon is like. I know that I enjoy very much spending time in northern Canada. I consider myself to be from northern Canada, although I do still live in the boreal forest in northern Alberta. So I do not have the rugged landscapes like there is in the north. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that bringing the development to northern Canada is essential for all the Canadians that live in northern Canada. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because that's what puts the food on the table. So when we are discussing these particular policy points, time limits, renewal or amendment projects, or policy directions, or delegation of power, when we're discussing those things, they are fairly abstract things, but the reason that we're discussing them is because we want to ensure that people that live in northern Canada can put food on the table. That's what we have to remember when we're discussing this. And in order for that to happen, we need to have resources coming into the communities. And how does that happen, Mr. Speaker? Well, it happens in the free exchange of products, the free exchange of ideas through the free market. And that happens when one party has something that they have to offer to another party. And what does Northern Canada have to offer to the world, Mr. Speaker? Natural resources. Diamonds, gold, forestry products, oil. All of these things make our lives significantly better, Mr. Speaker. If you look around here, I estimated one time, I figured, just if you look at the surfaces in here, I bet you'd say 30 to 40% of the surfaces in here are made out of wood, Mr. Speaker. You know what? That wood started out in a forest somewhere, perhaps in northern Canada. The trees that were harvested, we paid somebody to cut down the trees. We paid somebody to cut the trees into lumber. We paid somebody to carve the beautiful carvings that we see all around us. All of that, Mr. Speaker, put food on the table for some family in Canada. All of that, Mr. Speaker, put roof over the head of somebody in Canada. And that is what we were discussing when we were discussing the YESA Act. We want to ensure that the people of Yukon can get the beautiful resources that they have in northern Canada, the forestry products, the gold, the oil, that they can get those products to the world where the world needs it, and they can therefore put food on the table for their families. Mr. Speaker, I have several constituents that travel to the Yukon on a regular basis. They are involved in gold mining. I've talked to several of them. I'm not sure if they make a lot of money gold mining, but it looks like they have a lot of fun. Mr. Speaker, the very fact that they can go up there to make that money, or to mine that gold, like I said, I don't think they make a lot of money because they spend a lot of money to find a lot of money, is essentially what it is. But it spurs on activity. It feeds it ensures that the hotels are full. It ensures that the restaurants are busy. It ensures that the mining or the heavy-duty equipment dealer is selling mining equipment. It ensures that the mechanic has a job. It ensures that the gas stations are busy. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because people are in search of the resource. People are in search of helping other fellow human beings enjoy their life. And how do they do that? By gaining natural resources that we can use to build houses, that we use to heat our homes, that we use to build automobiles, that we use to build a cell phone. All these things that make our lives here in very much southern Canada better. Mr. Speaker, I know each and every one of us carry a cell phone in our pocket, and many of us could not survive without that cell phone. Or at least we think we can. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Every single piece of that cell phone started out in the ground somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I see the chairman of the Northern Indigenous Affairs Committee is reminding me that my own cell phone I went off in committee, much to my embarrassment. And so she continually reminds me of that. But nonetheless, lithium, the thing that runs our batteries, a lot of it comes from Northern Canada. The metal, the rare earth metals that are used in our cell phones come from Northern Canada. I know I was just recently in the Northwest Territories Airport, and while you stand in line in the Northwest Territories Airport, Mr. Speaker, there is a whole collection of minerals just on the other side of the glass from the security line in Yellowknife. And it was fascinating to look at, oh, look at that, there is copper, there is nickel, there is gold, all of these things that are used to build all of the things that we use in our life. Mr. Speaker, if I look from here, I can see copper wire used for our headsets. I can see copper wire that brings the lights up the lights. There's copper wire used for the microphone system. There's copper wire used for charging my phone. All of that copper, Mr. Speaker, started out in rural Canada, somewhere in the ground, and we had to mine it out of there. So when we are talking about YESA, you might be wondering, Mr. Speaker, how does this apply to YESA? When we're talking about YESA, we need the natural resources that are in Northern Canada in order to continue to live the life that we live. We need those resources in order to have the cell phone that we carry in our pocket, Mr. Speaker, which we all know make our lives incredibly better. I know one of the things that I really enjoy about my iPad, Mr. Speaker, is the very fact that I can do FaceTime with my children. This particular job takes a lot of time away from my family, and I know that without the modern technology of Facebook and my iPad, I would not be able to see my children as often as I do. But because of Facebook and my iPad, I'm able to do FaceTime with my children. Mr. Speaker, if it weren't for mines in Northern Canada, if it weren't for mines in Northern Alberta, or if it weren't for mines in Northern BC, we wouldn't have the copper, we wouldn't have the rare earth metals, we wouldn't have all those things that build our iPad. Mr. Speaker, Western civilization is truly astounding. The ability for us, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of my committee is laughing at me, but I am dead serious about this. I am dead serious about this. The reason that our lives are so incredible is the free exchange of ideas and products. Not only does it allow us to have incredible things like iPads, but it also allows us to live in every part of the world. Mr. Speaker, Northern Canada in particular is a very cold place. I'm not sure if you've ever been there, but I'm going to assure you that it's a very cold place. In order to survive in Northern Canada, we need to ensure that we have the resources that it takes to heat our homes. We need to ensure that we have the resources it takes to build those homes in Northern Canada. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to YESA, we need to ensure that we can get the resources out of the ground, off of the landscape, to the refineries, to the sawmills, to the diamond cutters, wherever it might be, so that all of us, Mr. Speaker, can have a better life. It is absolutely critical. Why would we be changing the process to make it less likely that we can attract the business from around the world? Well, that's another thing, Mr. Speaker. I never even got to that yet. We are in a competition with the world. Mr. Speaker, lo and behold, we have diamonds in the Northwest Territories, and that's a great thing. But perhaps there's diamonds in other parts of the world. We must consider that as well. And we must ensure that our diamonds, that we are able to get our diamonds out of the ground and to market as cheaply or cheaper than our competition around the world.
I believe we have a point of order. The honourable member for Yukon.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm enjoying the speech. I'm enjoying the treaties on Western civilization and diamonds around the world, which we don't have diamond mines in the Yukon at the moment. But as a point of relevance, I would be really appreciative, and Yukoners would appreciate if we could really concentrate more on this bill that will enhance mining.
Hear, hear.
As I often mention when relevance is brought up, I've heard some speeches that go off when I think are tangents but honourable members have this amazing amount of ingenuity and managed to bring it around. So I'll leave it with the honourable member to continue his speech. He only has about a minute left. I'm sure he'll bring it around to make it relevant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I think that we need a system of principles that are used across the country to ensure that we have stable time limits for decision making, we have complete justice when it comes to decision making, and we need to ensure that the resources of the Yukon can be developed for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order papers. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate. Second reading of Bill C-43. Act respecting the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts. Ms. Boucher.
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I am pleased today to rise to speak to Bill C-343, an act to establish the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts and to amend certain acts. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to establish a new department supporting the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts, and it would drastically expand the role, mandate, and powers of the current Victims Ombudsman, and would thereby incur associated costs. Bill C-343 also proposes to make the Victims Ombudsman an agent of Parliament with unrestricted investigatory powers and, in my opinion, an overly broad mandate. To better understand Bill C-43's proposals, I think it's important to review the existing mandate of the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime. The current office was created in 2007 pursuant to a decision of the Prime Minister as part of his prerogative for the machinery of government. The Ombudsman's mandate, established the terms and conditions of an order in council, provides that the office is to do the following: to assist individual victims with regard to the provision of the Corrections and Conditional Releases Act, to promote and facilitate access to federal services and legislation which are available to victims of crime, to increase awareness of victims' needs and victims' issues among criminal justice personnel, to promote federal legislation for victims of crime amongst criminal justice personnel, to identify and review emerging and systemic issues, including those issues related to programs and services which are provided or administered by the Department of Justice or the Department of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman is required to submit an annual report to the Minister of Justice on the activities of the office. The bill's sponsor has stated that the Department of Justice can remove anything from the Ombudsman's annual report that is unfavourable to the Department before tabling it in Parliament. I must, Mr. Speaker, correct this statement as it is simply untrue. Neither the Minister of Justice nor officials in her department have any authority whatsoever to alter the Ombudsman's report in any way. The Minister of Justice tables the Ombudsman's annual reports in Parliament along with the government response that often responds directly to criticisms or recommendations included in that report. In addition to the annual reports, the Ombudsman may also issue special reports at any time to either the Ministers of Justice or Public Safety concerning any matter within those ministers' mandates. These special reports can be made public by the Office of the Ombudsman 60 days after being submitted to either minister. As is the case with the annual report, the Ombudsman's special reports cannot be altered by the Ministers of Justice or Public Safety or officials from those departments. Since the establishment of the office, the Ombudsman has published 9 annual reports, 7 special reports, and 2 systemic review reports. In addition, the Victims Ombudsman has made numerous appearances before House and Senate parliamentary committees in order to provide recommendations on various bills addressing issues such as online crime, increased penalties, victims' rights, firearms, elder abuse, and amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Releases Act affecting victims. The sponsor has stated that the bill will improve the functioning of the Victims Ombudsman Office by making the Ombudsman independent and directly accountable to Parliament. While the proposed changes would make the office a separate department, the bill curiously proposes to have the Ombudsman report to Parliament through the Minister of Justice, who would table the annual report. And as this is in fact exactly the same process that is currently followed, the bill appears to fail in its goal of making the Ombudsman directly accountable to Parliament. The current Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime is funded through the Department of Justice, but operates at arm's length from the federal departments responsible for victims' issues. This arm's length relationship is critical to the credibility of that office. There is no evidence that the existing system for ensuring independence is failing in any respect. It allows the Ombudsman to address victims' concern by working directly with the relevant federal departments and to propose options for policy and legislative reform that would benefit victims. And yet it does not involve the additional expense associated with the creation and maintenance of a separate department as proposed in Bill C-343. Mr. Speaker, the victim's sponsor has stated that there would not be any new costs associated with the proposed new Ombudsman's office. We know that this is simply not accurate. New costs would be incurred on an ongoing basis to develop internal services to support that office, such as human resources, security, communications, information management, and technology and financial services. These costs are currently borne within the Department of Justice. In addition to these costs, there would be extra costs incurred as a result of making the Ombudsman an agent of Parliament. And as previously noted by the Honourable Member from Eglinton Lawrence, Section 54 of the Constitution requires that bills that appropriate any part of the public revenue must be recommended by the House of Commons to the House of Commons by the Governor-General. Standing Order 79-1 similarly prohibits the House from passing any bill that requires the appropriation of funds without the support of the Governor-General. Bill C-343's sponsor also has suggested that the Ombudsman's existing mandate does not allow her to fully discharge her responsibilities. Most notably, the sponsor is concerned that the mandate does not permit the Ombudsman to conduct reviews of complaints under the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree. The existing mandate is sufficiently broad to allow the victim's ombudsman to provide a second level of review for complaints of alleged rights infringements under the Canadian Bill of Rights. And since coming into force in 2015, that Act has enshrined rights for victims of crimes at the federal level. These rights apply to victims in their interactions with the Canadian criminal justice system. One of the key objectives of this Act is to foster a culture of change in the system to ensure that the police, Crown prosecutors, correction officials, and others provide victims with the information they need about their case, provide them with the necessary measures of protection, give them opportunities to be heard, and to facilitate their ability to seek restitution for the losses incurred as a result of the crime. The Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights also expanded the role of the Federal Ombudsman for victims of crime with respect to addressing victims' complaints, as it provides that victims who are not satisfied with the outcome of the internal complaint mechanism of a federal department may file a complaint. The website for the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights complaints mechanisms indicates very clearly that the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime is the second level of review for the listed federal departments and agencies, and this mechanism is open and accessible to all Canadians. The Ombudsman's website currently shows that her office assists victims by providing them with information about their rights under federal law and how to request that her office conduct a review of the victim's complaint about any federal department, legislation, or services related to victims of crime. The office report that has responded to 713 issues that were the subject of complaints in 2015-2016. Victims' rights were included among the top 5 topics for which Canadians sought the assistance of the Ombudsman's office. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the sponsor's assertions to the contrary, it appears quite clear to me that the Ombudsman's current mandate allows her to provide assistance with complaints related to the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, I value the important role that the current Office of Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime plays in our criminal justice system. She is a former colleague and a close friend. But in the absence of compelling evidence that the Ombudsman requires any of the measures suggested by the sponsor, I am unable to support Bill C-343. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill C-343, an act to establish the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts and to amend certain acts. The NDP has proudly and always been a strong advocate for victims' rights, and I therefore support this bill because it seeks to better support those victims on their road to healing. By ensuring the independence and the long-term existence of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts, this bill is placing a priority on the rights of the victims. No matter what government is in power, it's victims who are considered. The Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts, an act which was created in 2007, is an institution under the auspices of the Ministry of Justice. The important and declared purpose of this institution is to help victims of crime and their families. Its mandate has evolved ever since, notably with the introduction of the Conservative government's Victims' Bill of Rights, C-32, in 2014. And at that time, we supported the Victims of Rights Bill, which sought to ease the burden for the victims by granting them this set of rights. Although some experts argued that it would not meet all the needs of victims, as was made clear by a significant number of witnesses during the 2014 committee study, victims have to be put first. Much remains to be done in that regard. This is all the more important given the current legal context and the implications of the Crown versus Jordan decision. Timelines on unreasonable delays for trials have been imposed, up to 18 months in the lower provincial courts and up to 30 months in superior federal courts. In the wake of this decision, many charges related to violent crimes have been stayed. This is notable in the case of a man accused of killing his wife, a father accused of child abuse, and a sexual assault of a toddler in a daycare center. This brings to light the abysmal lack of resources in our justice system and its terrible consequences. It underlines the necessity of appointing more judges, of creating more courtrooms, and of providing the system with adequate resources. If not, many other charges like those already mentioned will be stayed due to unreasonable delays. We must put ourselves in the victim's skin to understand how terrifying and disheartening it must be to learn that an offender escapes justice. The government must come to realize the additional emotional trauma and stress it can cause people victimized by crime and the urgent need for those victims to have access to a legal system that allows justice to be done. The government must act accordingly. Victims must be confident that their government is there to help and support them in this difficult and often bewildering journey. However, despite these pressing needs, the previous government and the current government did not do their best to address the situation. Quite to the contrary, they contributed to the deterioration of our justice system while they were in power and when they were in opposition. Although the former Conservative government introduced strong criminal laws as well as the Victims' Bill of Rights, it also slashed police budgets and undermined police resources. Moreover, the actual delays on trials are nothing new. This situation has been a reality of the system for decades. These deficiencies are the result of years and years of neglect and cuts to our judicial system. The former Conservative government could have done something to prevent the present chaos when it was in power. Why did it not give the judicial resources that were needed? Why instead did that government cut resources drastically? I am, however, pleased that one of the members of that previous government has seen fit to at least partially redress that neglect by introducing C-343. For their part, the Liberals' justice agenda is equally insufficient. It is under the current Liberal government that charges for sexual assault and first-degree murder are being stayed. What is the government doing to ensure that those accused of these crimes are brought to trial? This government has been very slow to address this situation, but, Mr. Speaker, it must act now and deal with the crisis to make sure that no more charges are unfairly stayed or withdrawn. Quite simply, the government must adequately fund the justice system. This is a priority, or at least it should be. Why the government feels it doesn't need to adequately resource our justice system is a mystery. Do they regard Canadians as a group of lumpen proletariats? And noticeably, it could make a real and important difference by appointing more judges and providing sufficient resources to our courtrooms. Proper funding is essential. Mr. Speaker, it's crucial if we are to have any chance to bring hope to victims and those accused of violent crimes. It is the only appropriate response if we are to truly respect those who have suffered, their families who have likewise suffered, and our communities. We need to bring them a sense of closure, a sense that the system has served them well. In addition to providing proper resources to our justice system, everything must be done to ensure the victims are offered adequate support on the road to healing and recovery. Bill C-343 seeks to promote a better provision of help and services for crime victims. This, of course, is very much in keeping with the values of the NDP. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're aware that since the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts operates as a program under the Department of Justice, it isn't necessarily independent, and this is a problem. Freedom from political interference is exactly what the proponent of the bill presently before us wants to address. The intent is to strengthen the office of the Ombudsman by upgrading this position from a program and making it equal to that of the correctional investigator. For instance, the Ombudsman is currently required to submit the annual reports to the Department of Justice rather than to Parliament. Now, no matter what is said, this means that in the event that the department doesn't agree with a recommendation or is concerned about a criticism from the Ombudsman, it can remove things from the report. This goes against the fundamental goal of the institution. How can the Ombudsman be the voice of the victims that it serves if its recommendations are at risk of being removed? To make absolutely sure the Ombudsman can effectively represent victims and their righs, the position has to be independent and accountable directly to Parliament. This is crucial in order to better protect the rights of the victims and to prove to all victims that they matter. I therefore strongly recommend that Bill C-343 go to committee where its effects can be examined and where there can be discussion in regard to how better strengthen the role of the Ombudsman. However, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't change the fact that the Liberal government must take immediate action to amend the current crisis. We must always bear in mind that the road to healing after suffering a great trauma is very difficult. The experience of the victims of crime can be a very painful and arduous experience when they become caught up in the justice system. By testifying in court and when sometimes having to challenge a ruling, they have to relive the terrible crimes they experienced. And this is often complicated by added administrative barriers, difficulties, notably the problem of understanding the legal jargon and the necessity to fill out form after form after form. This is the reason it's crucial and critical to the healing process that the voices of those who have suffered be truly heard and that their rights be truly respected. We must ensure that the road to healing is as seamless as possible. By passing Bill C-343, we can show the victims that we support them. This is something that we as parliamentarians must take seriously. Every party must be committed to the well-being and the healing of the victims. Action must be taken now out of respect for those people. Those folks who need to know that their needs will always be addressed and who need to know that real and just action is possible. And finally, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, that victims will be treated fairly and in Canada's justice system. And I would hope that the latitude is given to the Ombudsman to make that so. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today in support of the honourable member from Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, de Lorient, Charlevoix, the private member's bill, an act to establish the office of the Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts and to amend certain acts. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully that all parties represented in the chamber will join me in resounding support for this bill because it ensures the protection, information, assistance, and liaison services that will remain in place for victims, much as they currently are for criminals from the Ombudsman for Federal Offenders Office. And having an arm's-length regulator in place for the victims of crime is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, and I will speak specifically about the services offered by the Victims Ombudsman, in addition to laying out the case to ensure that equivalent supports and services are accessible to victims of crime as they currently are to offenders. The mandate of the Victims Ombudsman is to ensure that victims are informed, considered, protected, and supported. The service offers the victims of crime the opportunity to learn about their individual rights under our federal laws, what services are available to them, and if necessary, lodge a complaint about any federal agency and their dealings with victims of crime. In addition to this, the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime ensures that policies are made to reflect victims' needs and concerns. By being in communication with victims, the Ombudsman is able to identify the areas in which there may be of concern to victims or may negatively impact victims. And when appropriate to do so, the Office of the Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts may make recommendations to the government. The mandate relates exclusively to matters of federal jurisdiction and enables it to specifically promote access by victims to existing federal programs and services for victims, address complaints of victims about compliance with the provisions of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that apply to victims of crimes committed by offenders under federal jurisdiction, promote awareness of the needs and concerns of victims and the applicable law that benefit victims of crime, including to promote the principles as set out in the Canadian Statement of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime with respect to matters of federal jurisdiction, and to identify and to review emerging and systemic issues, including those related to the services by the Department of Justice or the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness that could negatively impact on victims of crime. I am proud of the Harper government's initiative to create the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime as an independent resource for victims of crime. I was there, Mr. Speaker, in 2007 when the government launched this. I was very pleased of the support of people like Senator Boisvenu, who was not a senator at the time, but very, very interested and involved with victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, all members would agree that this office has served an important role to all victims of crime. And at the present time, Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman operates, as we heard, within the Department of Justice and therefore does not function as a completely autonomous body. This could prevent the Ombudsman from conducting a formal investigation within the Department of Justice itself. Another example of this would be in a federal prosecution where a victim of crime felt that his or her voice wasn't afforded the adequate opportunity to be heard. This could ultimately undermine the confidence of victims towards the Minister of Justice and the Department of Justice. Other examples could be when a victim has not been invited by the parole board or the prison system to a hearing on the offender's release, when the federal Crown and defense make a plea bargain without consulting the victim, or when a victim is refused to make a statement before a sentence is given in court. This illustrates the importance of the Ombudsman to become a parliamentary officer answerable to the Parliament of Canada. Because, Mr. Speaker, an Ombudsman is a person with authority to conduct thorough, impartial, independent investigations and make recommendations to government organizations with respect to the difficulties and problems experienced in the case of victims. Normally, an Ombudsman will investigate in response to citizen complaints, but they can also investigate on their own initiative. In most cases, an Ombudsman is appointed by Parliament and can issue reports and recommendations to government officials and ultimately to Parliament itself. The same protections are offered to criminals through the correctional investigator as the Ombudsman for federal offenders. Mr. Speaker, if criminals are protected by their own autonomous Ombudsman, it's only fitting and reasonable that victims of crime should be afforded those same rights. And by the same token, it's only equitable to ensure that the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime is equivalent to that of the position of the correctional investigator for offenders. This is in line with the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights mandate: information, protection, participation, and restitution for victims. Victims must be strongly and independently represented. This is a fundamental right that criminals have had since 1971. At present, the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime must table its annual report to the Department of Justice, meaning that if a recommendation and/or criticism are mentioned in the report that is not favorable to the Department of Justice, the minister could remove it, and such a possibility is not acceptable. It could have the effect of challenging the faith that victims of crime should have in our overall justice system. The ability to monitor, to make recommendations, or necessary criticism is imperative. And I would like to highlight some of the more high-profile submissions and the importance of this work. The Ombudsman submitted to the pre-inquiry design process in order to facilitate a national design process for the current National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. The Ombudsman also has made recommendations for Bill C-26, which sought to make a number of changes to the criminal code and other legislation to address some issues related to sexual offenses against children, including creating a new national public database containing information on high-risk child sex offenders. The Ombudsman has also made valuable contributions to the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. I remember my colleague Peter MacKay and how important this was to him and the leadership that he showed on this. These are just to name a number of them, Mr. Speaker, but ultimately the mandate of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime is to inform, consider, protect, and support victims. And it's the obligation of parliamentarians to ensure that Canadians who are victims of crime can continue to rely on their elected members of Parliament to ensure that they are adequately informed, that their needs are taken into consideration, that they are fully protected as citizens of Canada, and that they are fully supported by the federal government, by the respective departments they represent. And the way to ensure that Canadians are fully and impartially represented is to put the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime at arm's length from the Department of Justice. I respectfully ask my colleagues in this House to do the right thing by all Canadians and support the honourable member from Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix, her bill to ensure that they are effectively and independently represented. Together, we will ensure that the victims of crime in Canada will continue to be informed, considered, protected, and supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, before starting my speech, I'd like to recognize the hard work of my colleague, the member for Beauport de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix, as well as the work of Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu, who worked very hard to defend victims across Canada. Mr. Speaker, today we need to talk about how important Bill C-343 is. It aims to amend the Victims' Bill of Rights in order to define the role of the Ombudsman as an independent organization within the Department of Justice. This would create an independent office, so independent of the department, and that's very important. In 2017, it is high time that all victims' rights be equal to the rights of criminals. In fact, I think they should even be superior. This bill is not a partisan bill. It simply focuses on the victims, on the well-being of victims and their families. It's important to understand the role of the Ombudsman. He plays an essential role because he represents the victims of criminal acts when their rights are violated. Trials and investigations can be very difficult for victims and their families, and this can slow down the healing process or the grieving process. So it's not a surprise that many families and victims decide to give up along the way. It's clear that the Ombudsman's office is an extremely valuable resource, but because it currently reports to the Department of Justice, it's not independent, so it can be abolished at any time. In fact, this is the only ombudsman that is not independent of the department. Mr. Speaker, the ombudsman for criminals is independent, but not the ombudsman for victims. Can you believe it? So the criminals currently have more rights than victims. Bill C-343 would give the Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts the importance that he should have within society. The creation of an office for an Ombudsman of Victims of Criminal Actions would make him an officer of Parliament, the same footing as other officers such as the Auditor General or the Parliamentary Budget Officer. These people are accountable to Parliament, not to a department, which of course is under a political leader. Thanks to this new status, the Ombudsman would have the power to force the government to be accountable in the interest of victims. Victims will be able to trust the office when they file a complaint against the government, including against the Department of Justice. Thus, victims will be assured that they will be invited to the parole board hearing, for example, and that if there is a plea bargain that happens, they will be able to make a declaration before the sentence is pronounced. This will also ensure that the office will be permanent. In other words, it will no longer be able to be abolished. Currently, the Ombudsman is simply a program that can be abolished as quickly as the Liberals increase taxes, for example. Because it's currently under the Department of Justice, the Ombudsman is limited in his actions. For example, if he wants to conduct an investigation, he can't necessarily carry that investigation to the end, because he's prevented from doing so by his status. And if a victim were to file a complaint against the Department of Justice, the Ombudsman would have to investigate the very department on which his existence depends. So this is a question of trust for victims and for Canadians in general. It's essential that they believe in the legitimacy of our judicial system. Can you blame a victim whose rights have been violated and who has no recourse and who thus loses trust in our system? Can we blame the victim for feeling betrayed and abandoned by us, the decision makers? I want to say that this bill would make the position of Ombudsman equivalent to that of the correctional investigator, who is himself independent of the Department of Justice. This is another important organization within our government, which is dedicated to criminals who have more and more rights compared to this program that defends the rights of victims. How is that fair, Mr. Speaker?
For victims of crime, being represented in a strong and independent manner should be a basic right, just as criminals have been for many, many years. Offering victims access to the services of an office that will defend their interests without running the risk of being in a conflict of interest is a question of fairness between victims and criminals. In addition to broadening investigation possibilities, the Ombudsman's office will be able to better defend the rights of victims of crime under the 4 pillars of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Victims. That is the right to information, the right to protection, the right to participation, and the right to compensation. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. To clarify this image for my colleagues from the other parties, the lack of independence of the Ombudsman is sort of like a union representative being his own boss. So that really doesn't make any sense. Because of the indispensable role that the Ombudsman fulfills, it is perfectly logical to make this position independent of the department. It is not about discrediting this person, but about giving him all the power that he needs to better assist victims. It would give this person the investigative powers with regard to different departments and the independence that this position requires to defend and enforce the Canadian Charter of Victims' Rights. Victims of crime must be at the heart of Canada's justice system, not criminals. This bill is a step in the right direction. If more of my colleagues put forward bills like that of my colleague from Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, Canada would have a justice system that all Canadians could trust implicitly. This bill is just as important as the one put forward by my former colleague, the Honourable Rona Ambrose. Her bill changed the way that sexual assault victims are treated by ensuring that judges are properly trained to meet the specific needs of victims. Might I remind you that this bill had been adopted unanimously by the House of Commons during the previous parliamentary session. The Liberals had even recognized that victims of crime need help and recognition. They don't need our partisan games. Mr. Speaker, imagine how much easier it would be for victims to denounce their aggressors knowing that justice will be done. Imagine a father who has lost his daughter, a mother who has lost her son, and they imagine that they know that the murderer of their children will pay for what he or she has done. This bill is not partisan. It seeks to ensure the welfare of victims and their nearest and dearest. C-343 must make those must be a priority, which is not being respected by those who are talking at the same time on the other side. C-43 is more than just a bill. It is a question of principle and respect towards victims and their nearest and dearest by giving them the support that they so desperately need. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all members in this House to show their support for victims of crime by supporting Bill C-343. And I would like to thank the members who are going to vote for this bill and Senator Boisvenu for all of the work that they are doing to support victims and their families in their fight for more justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming rebate, I want to remind the honourable members that there are speeches taking place in the House, and if they have a conversation, maybe they can either whisper, talk a little bit lower, or take it into their lobbies, respective lobbies. Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-343, introduced by the member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. This is, Mr. Speaker, a good bill. It's a common-sense bill. It will go a long way to strengthening the role of the Victims' Ombudsman so that the Victims' Ombudsman can better fulfill their mandate of promoting and advancing and protecting the rights and interests of victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, just by way of background, the Victims' Ombudsman was established about 10 years ago by the previous Conservative government. It was established through the government's National Victim Strategy. Now, the purpose of the National Victim Strategy was to give victims of crime a voice at the table. And as part of that strategy, the Ombudsman was established to provide an important link between victims and government. And among the responsibilities of the commissioner, the victims commissioner, or ombudsman rather, includes assisting victims access programs and services, promoting awareness around the needs and issues of victims, and dealing with certain complaints brought forward by victims. Over the last 10 years, the Victims' Ombudsman has evolved. It's changed. Part of that has to do with the passage of the Victims' Bill of Rights, which our previous Conservative government brought into law, which statutorily enshrines rights of victims, rights that include the right to information, promotion, protection, and restitution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that with the passage of the Victims' Bill of Rights, the role and the importance of the Victims' Ombudsman is all that much more important. And I believe consistent with that, Bill C-343 does much to help strengthen the Victims' Ombudsman to protect and defend the interests of victims. Among the things that Bill C-343 would do is it would make the Ombudsman truly independent. Now, it is true that the Ombudsman does operate on an arm's-length basis, but the fact remains that the Ombudsman is housed within the Department of Justice. The Ombudsman reports directly to the Minister of Justice. Bill C-343 would change that by moving the Victims' Ombudsman out of the Ministry of Justice, and instead of reporting directly to the Minister of Justice, the Ombudsman would report directly to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, requiring or having the Victims' Ombudsman report to Parliament rather than the Minister will do a lot to help the Ombudsman better carry out their mandate. After all, policy recommendations or a report of the Ombudsman might concern matters that pertain directly to the Minister or the Department of Justice. So moving the Ombudsman out of the Minister's office, out of the Department's office, to have it independently housed, to have the Ombudsman completely independent, makes sense from that standpoint. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-343 would make the Victims' Ombudsman permanent. Right now, Mr. Speaker, the Victims' Ombudsman is a program of the Ministry of Justice. And as a result, the Ombudsman could be cancelled at any time by the government. Bill C-343 would change that by statutorily establishing a Victim Ombudsman, which I believe complements the first part of the bill, which is to make the Ombudsman independent, and will help ensure that the Ombudsman can carry out her work without interference and without the perception of interference, not to mention the possibility that the government could, in an instant, shut the Ombudsman down simply because perhaps the government didn't like a report or recommendation of the Ombudsman. And in addition to making the Ombudsman independent and permanent, what Bill C-343 would also do is give the Ombudsman some additional powers, some additional tools, including investigative powers. And that is consistent and important in light of the passage of the Victims' Bill of Rights to help the Ombudsman ensure that the rights of victims, including those that are statutorily enshrined, are respected. Mr. Speaker, in short, Bill C-343 is a good bill. I know there have been some issues that have been brought forward by the Liberals, but I would submit that the concept of independence, of permanence, makes sense, and at the very least, it merits going to committee for further study and review. And I would just say that in terms of the establishment of the Victims' Ombudsman, it was a part of the recognition on the part of the previous government, unlike this government, that far too often our criminal justice system has placed criminals and the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of victims. Indeed, far too long, victims have been ignored and they haven't been given a voice. And over 9.5 years in government, our government not only created this ombudsman, but took many meaningful steps to give victims a voice again in Canada's criminal justice system to ensure that their interests were addressed and that there was a place for them to go. And while there has been a tremendous amount of work that had been done and a whole lot of successes over 9.5 years, there still is a lot of work to be done to give victims a voice and to restore the place of the victim in Canada's criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Bill C-343 is a step in that direction, and on that basis, I urge this House to pass Bill C-343 so that it can go to committee for further study and review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, for her right of reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu and my staff, because without them, I would not have been able to put forward a bill that is this important. I would also like to thank my colleagues who support my Bill C-343. I might remind that the position of a federal ombudsman for the victims of crime was created in 2007, and it was requested by victims of crime for the victims of crime. Since 2007, under the former Conservative government, the advancement of laws regarding victims of crime have evolved significantly, but much work remains to be done. We have been waiting for 2 years for the government to take up the torch regarding assistance to victims and to support its future efforts. I'm very pleased to have been able to table my first private member's bill, BC 343. I'd like to be able to speak uninterrupted, Mr. Speaker. If on the other side they're not interested, I would ask them to leave the chamber. We all know that it is abnormal and unacceptable that the recognition of the rights of victims of crime in Canada are not recognized systematically, and they are far behind those of criminals. Close to a decade ago, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who cared about the victims of crime, was very active in advancing their rights. The recognition of the rights of the victims of crime came through because there was a will to recognize that the rights of victims should be just as respected as the rights of criminals. A number of aspects were considered, including the creation of a federal ombudsman for victims of crime, which is the equivalent of the federal ombudsman for victims. This comes under the Department of Justice, and so it is not independent, unlike the Ombudsman for criminals. This is a program within the Department of Justice and could be abolished at any time because of its status. The power of the Ombudsman for victims of crime are more restricted with regard to the Ombudsman for criminals, including its investigative powers when victims file complaints, especially those under the Department of Justice to which the Ombudsman reports directly. The victims of crime under Public Safety, the Correctional Service of Canada, the National Parole Board, and the Director of Prosecutions. These people listen to the complaints of victims and work with them in order to ensure that their rights are not violated. So if victims of crime do not agree with what the department says, then these victims can appeal to the Ombudsman for victims of crime. But since it is not independent of the Department of Justice, which it must oversee and criticize, this could threaten its impunity, and it could be in a conflict of interest situation, and this would be to the detriment of victims. Apologies to victims or the reconsideration of a victim's requests. It is very delicate to contradict a decision issued by the department that it reports to, and victims might ask for a re-examination of their complaint. So Bill C-43 seeks to make the federal ombudsman for the victims of crime equal to the Ombudsman for Criminals, which is independent of the Department of Justice, unlike the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, because it cannot work freely. Any criticism of the Department of Justice means that the Ombudsman could be seen as overstepping its boundaries and therefore be unable to be the voice of victims. For victims of crime, having a voice and a representation, a fair representation before the Minister of Justice, is clearly indispensable, especially since the adoption of the Canadian Victims Charter, which broadens the responsibility of the ombudsman, who protects the fundamental rights of victims. Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that everyone here in this House will rise to protect victims and vote in favor of my bill. Thank you.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Ms. Boucher, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-343, an act to establish the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts and to amend certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? May all those who support the motion please say yea. All those who oppose the motion say nay.
À mon avis, les non.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Okay. Conformément à l'article 93.
Pursuant to Section 86, the standing vote will be in November, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, back in mid-70s, when I was an RCMP officer, I was stationed in Fort St. James, and I saw the outbreak of the pine beetle in one of the provincial parks in British Columbia. And I remember some of the people that I knew in the area that I was working had stated, forestry personnel said that we should burn that portion of the park and try to destroy the pine beetle before it spread. Well, because it was a park, that was ruled against them. And I watched over the 35 years that I lived in British Columbia, worked in British Columbia, I watched the pine beetle spread right across that province, where it's destroyed close to 16 million hectares of BC's forest. The pine beetle is an epidemic. I then watched this summer as BC burnt up because of the pine beetle, the dead forest trees, and it was sad to see a place that I spent so many years of my life and worked from one corner to the other burn up. But now, Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, since I've been in government, I've watched the pine beetle move from British Columbia into Jasper National Park. I was very concerned when I heard they were in the park, and I went and I watched them at Mount Robinson, and I saw them within a year slowly move towards the town site of Jasper. Within the next year, I saw them move past the town site towards the eastern entrance of the park. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, I brought it to the attention of a number of different officials within the government of today and when we were in government. Now, Jasper Park has turned brown. from one end to the other. You drive through the park and it's brown. The trees are dead, they're dying. People that work in Jasper Park, lodge owners, townspeople fear for the safety of their community because of the dead pine trees right around the town of Jasper. In fact, there are roads that are maybe 25 feet wide with high dead pine trees coming out of some of the lodges. And if the fire started, people will not be able to get out of there. For 2 years, I've been calling on the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to develop an action plan to stop the spread of pine beetles in the park. But we are still waiting for a response. We slowly saw in the last couple of years the pine beetle moving from Jasper Park into the forest sector of Alberta's foothills. And it is spreading. We've been keeping them under control. The forestry companies, the Province of Alberta Forestry Department have been working feverishly, culling the trees that they found that are being infested by the pine beetle coming out of the park. But you know, Mr. Speaker, they've gone rampant. We did about 40,000 trees last year that I climbed. This year, there's over 540,000 trees counted with pine beetle, and they're spreading rapidly. Last Friday, I brought this issue up for the 4th time in 2 years at question period. This does not count for the other times I brought it up in debates both here and while I was on the Environment Committee. I've also written letters to the Minister of Environment, and on May 2016, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister said he would be willing to sit down with me to discuss this issue. That's never happened. In June of this year, the Minister said here in this House she looked forward to discussing it further when I brought it up. But I've had repeatedly bring up the pine beetle up because there have been no talk and no action. Our environment is at stake. Tens of thousands of jobs are coming up, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm running out of time by the looks of that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member from Yellowhead for bringing this very serious situation back to the floor of the House of Commons tonight. What he's just described is indeed troubling, and a powerful reminder of the terrible damage insect species can inflict on Canada's forests, and in turn, the companies, employees and communities that depend on the forest sector. That includes the more than 16,000 Albertans who work in the province's forest industry. The reality is that Canada, with its extensive forests, is particularly vulnerable to pests such as the pine beetle, and the risks have only intensified with climate change, allowing them to spread further and wider and ravaging everything in their path. We are acutely aware that the pine beetle is posing a serious threat to Alberta's pine forests as well as Canada's boreal forest. The good news, if there is any good news in this, is that the Canadian Forest Service, which employs Canada's largest team of scientists to counter this menace, is on the ground in the member opposite's riding to do everything possible to deal with this situation. The CFS is a recognized centre of excellence on pests and invests $20 million annually to develop scientific solutions that help forest managers and communities respond to damaging pests by slowing their spread, mitigating their impact, and reducing the risk of infestation in areas not yet affected. For the mountain pine beetle specifically, this science has helped assess the economic and environmental risks, particularly under a changing climate, and developed adaptive options for effective communities and industries. Their work has also assisted in maximizing value from beetle-killed timber, as well as developing new technologies and products. As well, Mr. Speaker, the CFS is convening the national response in close collaboration with their provincial counterparts and working with their Parks Canada colleagues to monitor both beetle expansion and other forest health-related risks in the National Rocky Mountain Parks. Finally, Mr. Speaker, forest companies are doing their part too, reaching out to the Canadian Forest Service with greater frequency to better understand the risks that insect species represent to their operations and their investments. Yellowhead is a good example where industry, provincial government agencies, Parks Canada and the Canadian Forest Service are working together under the Strategic Direction Council. This means developing and implementing cooperative management strategies informed by science to mitigate the infestation and spread of mountain pine beetle at the regional level. That's just one example of the collaboration taking place. Together, we are doing everything we can to protect the economic value of the provincial forests and achieving the ecological integrity objectives of national and provincial parks and protected areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her response, but I'd like to just say a couple things. You know, companies like Weyerhaeuser, Miller Western, Western Fraser, which are lumber companies in my riding, have spent millions of dollars trying to combat the pine beetle as it slowly crept in from the park. Now, we tried to work with the park for the last 2 years. We've had meetings. I've held the meetings, roundtable discussions. We've had park officials there. We've had CFS officials there, Alberta Forestry. Parks Canada continually told us they were going to try to cull the trees and do some burns within Jasper National Park. I was just there 3 weeks ago. Nothing has been done yet. So what I am saying to the honourable member is we need help. The province of Alberta cannot do this on its own. We cannot be on the ground doing science. Now is the time we have to combat the influx of the bugs. We've got to get rid of it either by burning or by cutting the trees. The province of Alberta does not have the money. The forest companies are strapped financially.
The National Parliamentary Secretary, or the Honourable, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable member for giving it a very good try. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that our government is seized with the challenge of protecting Canada's forests from harmful native and invasive species, not just in Alberta, but indeed across the country. And Alberta is not alone. Canada is there. Industry is there. The Canadian Forest Services team of scientists has demonstrated time and time again that it has the experience and expertise to develop innovative solutions for these infestations, and they continue to do so in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of their efforts, and I know the member opposite appreciates it too. Together, we will meet this challenge and protect a way of life that has helped to shape our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very simple. We are elected to resolve problems, not to create any. Unfortunately, that's what the Liberal government is currently doing. I'm here tonight because on Monday I asked a question, and I asked the question on Wednesday to the Prime Minister, and I still don't have an answer. Mr. Speaker, there's a young woman in my riding. She is 34 years old. She has been a diabetic for over 20 years with type 1 diabetes. 24 hours a day, she has to monitor her health problem, but it doesn't hinder her from having an active life, from running a daycare and helping people in our community of Saint-Justin. For a number of years, she's received a tax credit for people with disabilities. It doesn't make a big difference, but it gives her a pat on the back. She can put money aside with her registered disability savings plan before she needs it, because she needs specific care. Mr. Speaker, for some time, she filed her taxes, and this year she received a request for more information. She filled out a form with her doctor. The form was sent to the Canada Revenue Agency, and to her surprise, she was refused. So she's lost her tax credit for people with disabilities, and her registered disability savings plan is threatened. But the doctor filled out all of the boxes and is very aware of the problem. My concern is that it's not just my constituent in Saint-Justin, but thousands of diabetics in Canada who are faced with this situation. They're being denied a tax credit, and it's compromising their registered disability savings plan. I'm calling on the government to resolve the situation. They don't need to hire bureaucrats. It's easy. They just have to say that the doctor recognizes that this person is a diabetic, as has always been done. What is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that at the same time that people who have chronic health issues are being focused on, and at the same time we see the worst conflict of interest I've seen in my 12 years of politics. the finance minister is hiding from the ethics commissioner that he had a villa in France and that he hadn't even put his shares for his own company in a blind trust. It's unfortunate that the government is lecturing citizens who have health problems, chronic health problems, while the person in Canada who is responsible for managing billions of dollars doesn't really care about the rules for ethics and is hiding a French villa from the ethics commissioner, has created a numbered company for his company in Ontario so he can save even more taxes by placing it in Alberta. That's the height of arrogance towards a woman like my constituent in Saint-Justine who works hard to make ends meet. She has 3 children. Her husband works. These are hardworking Canadians. And she's been told that her budget is at risk. Her savings are at risk. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the finance minister is dipping into her pockets by getting another $840 in taxes. It's outrageous. And I ask the parliamentary secretary to intervene and to set this situation straight. This woman in Saint-Justine needs her tax credit, and she will need her registered disabilities savings plan. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to clarify the information shared recently in the House of Commons on this very sensitive issue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled. Let me assure Canadians with diabetes and their families that there has been no change to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit related to diabetes. Mr. Speaker, as a nurse, I know personally the difficulties that face many Canadians who suffer from type 1 diabetes. While we have seen the research on this disease come a long way, there remains so much more to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, our government, through the Canadian Institute of Health Research, supports diabetes research to improve primary prevention, develop effective treatments, and ultimately cure all types of diabetes. That is why our government invested over $41 million in diabetes research. CHR also funds a considerable amount of research in areas that impact on diabetes prevention and management of complications of diabetes, such as obesity, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. As an example, Mr. Speaker, in March of 2016, the Minister of Health announced 5 new spore chronic disease networks led.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it's great to have subsidies, but that doesn't resolve the problem of my diabetic constituent in Saint-Justine. I will appeal to the Parliamentary Secretary's experience as a nurse. She's a type 1 diabetic, 24 hours a day. What is the government waiting for to correct the situation and stop putting impediments before her? She already has enough to deal with her health problems. She doesn't need to be fighting with the bureaucracy. She's a diabetic. That needs to be recognized. Her tax credit and her registered disability savings plan should be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me be absolutely clear that there actually has been no change to the eligibility criteria for disability tax credit related to diabetes. Diabetes affects the lives of many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that is why our government is taking concrete steps on multiple fronts to assist Canadians suffering from it. Again, Mr. Speaker, to clarify, unlike the previous government, we're actually investing in diabetes research. We have simplified the DTC application forms. We're hiring nurses to assess disability tax credit applications. We've asked the CRA to improve its data collection process in order to better understand the agency's DTC decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be assured that unlike the previous government, we will continue to work to make disability tax credit even more accessible for Canadians that rely on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 18th, I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport the following question, and it really was about a technical briefing where she had said 100% of BC First Nations supported the tanker ban. She neglected to mention the very many who count on energy as an opportunity for their future. This is a government that committed to free, prior, and informed consent, and this is hardly an example of free, prior, and informed consent. Is the minister prepared to table a list of the coastal nations that supported the tanker ban and on what date? So really, I think we were trying to get at something very specific, and the response, of course, was very unsatisfactory. We really, truly are no clearer today in terms of who the Liberals consulted with, but we do know that there were Aboriginal chiefs from northern British Columbia who challenged the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, on his ill-conceived moratorium on the oil tanker ban traffic off the northern section of Canada's west coast. So according to the financial policy of May 15, 2017, the Woodland Cree chief, Isaac Iveron, stated, "I think it's for the betterment of the country that we do challenge it. The decision to do that impairs not only the people on the coast, but it impairs the diverse Canadian economy." He added there was absolutely a lack of consultation. In the same article, Eagle Spirit's chief counsels denounced Ottawa's moratorium as ill-conceived and inappropriate. And I'm going to quote again, "As Indigenous people, we want to preserve the right to determine the types of activity that take place in our territories and do not accept that the federal government should tell us how to preserve, protect, and work within our traditional territory." The release states, adding, "The group is considering its legal options." Once again, the federal government is not respecting the nation-to-nation dialogue and consultation and is forging ahead on proposals without the consent of many First Nations communities. What may surprise the minister is that there are First Nations who do support economic development. Once again, they talk all the time about the importance of consultation, about a nation-to-nation relationship, but it appears that that is only when it's going to be convenient to them, and it doesn't go more broadly to all the issues that are important to First Nations. So what we see is arbitrary decisions being made by this government when they don't feel that they do want to consult. I think we can look at this again as another example with the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. They arbitrarily overturned a legal decision from the National Energy Board and again failed to consult First Nations. And in fact, 31 First Nations who were equity partners in the Northern Gateway pipeline were profoundly disappointed with this government's decision. They stood to benefit more than $2 billion directly from the project. For them, it was a lost opportunity for jobs, education, and long-term benefits for band members, and especially for their youth. I think I want to quote from a statement, the Aboriginal Equity Partners, stewards, they clearly express their shock. And again, this is another quote, that the federal government had no intention of pursuing any further consultation and dialogue with our communities on the important issue of the Northern Gateway project. So we are deeply disappointed, they went on to say, that a Prime Minister who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities would blatantly choose to ignore it. So again, the response to that question was that they indeed consulted widely and supported.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. Formalizing an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's north coast is an extremely important commitment by our government. Once passed by Parliament, the moratorium will provide an unprecedented level of protection for northern BC's coastline around Dixon Entrance, Hecate Strait, and Queen Charlotte Sound. The area covered by the moratorium includes coastal temperate rainforest, a unique and sacred area for coastal Indigenous groups. The proposed moratorium will protect the coastline by prohibiting oil tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of crude oil or persistent oil as cargo from stopping or from loading or unloading these oils at ports or marine installations within this area. Mr. Speaker, our government consulted extensively on how to formalize a moratorium and to improve marine safety. Since January of 2016, we held 75 engaged sessions. Our government engaged directly with groups along the north and central coast of BC that would be affected by the moratorium or expressed an interest in discussing it. We held several meetings with Indigenous groups and received numerous letters on this issue. Mr. Speaker, we also consulted with the provincial and territorial governments, the marine and resource industries, environmental groups, and communities. Further, an online portal was available for Canadians to provide input and share their views on the moratorium and improving marine safety. Mr. Speaker, we heard diverse perspectives within the groups and even within groups on the oil tanker moratorium. The parameters of the proposed legislation were very much informed by the feedback we received during these consultations. The oil tanker moratorium, Mr. Speaker, is another action our government is taking to protect our coast and waterways. It will provide important environmental protection for British Columbia's North Coast, something people have sought for decades. And as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, to implement these measures under the $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan, we will continue to engage and work closely with Indigenous people and stakeholders across the country to advance measures to enhance marine safety, protect the environment and communities, and support economic development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, clearly what they've done is a two-part process as they attempt to shut down the oil sands, and they're not listening to the many Indigenous communities that would benefit greatly from the development of these resources, including both pipelines and the ability to transport their oil safely from the coast in British Columbia. It's ironic that this government continues to allow oil to come in from Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, down the St. Lawrence, from other countries into Canada, but fails to consult with Indigenous people who have every right to have their voices heard and respected, and every right to enjoy the opportunities the development of our resources in a safe and effective manner would provide for them. And to be frank, Mr. Speaker, it's shameful.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as mandated by the Prime Minister, formalizing an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's North Coast is a priority for our government. That is why the Minister of Transport and his officials held engaged sessions from coast to coast to coast to ensure that people's voices were heard on improving the marine safety and formalizing a moratorium. Furthermore, the Minister received numerous letters from Indigenous groups, industry stakeholders, environmental groups, and individuals expressing diverse views. These perspectives were considered by our government and shape the parameters of the oil tanker moratorium. Mr. Speaker, we've heard that people expect our government to strengthen the economy while protecting our environment. The proposed legislation demonstrates that a clean environment and a strong economy can go hand in hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc à jour.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.